Section 18 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 10. Charlemagne and His Wars, Part 2. To place textually before the reader a fragment of an old chronicle will serve better than any modern description to show the impression of admiration and fear produced upon his contemporaries by Charlemagne, his person, and his power. At the close of this 9th century a monk of the Abbey of St. Gall, in Switzerland, had collected, direct from the mouth of one of Charlemagne's warriors, Adalbert, numerous stories of his campaigns and his life. These stories are full of fabulous legends, puerile anecdotes, distorted reminiscences, and chronological errors, and they are written sometimes with a credulity and exaggeration of language which raise a smile, but they reveal the state of men's minds and fancies within the circle of Charlemagne's influence and at the sight of him. This monk gives a naive account of Charlemagne's arrival before Pavia and of the King of Lombard's disquietude at his approach. Didier had with him at that time one of Charlemagne's most famous comrades, Ogier the Dane, who fills a prominent place in the romances and epoises relating to chivalry of that age. Ogier had quarrelled with his great chief and had taken refuge with the King of the Lombards. It is probable that his Danish origin and his relations with the King of the Danes, Gottfried, for a long time an enemy of the Franks, had something to do with his misunderstanding with Charlemagne. However that might have been, when Didier and Auger, for so the monk calls him, heard that the dread monarch was coming, they ascended a tower of vast height, whence they could watch for his arrival from afar off and from every quarter. They saw, first of all, engines of war such as must have been necessary for the armies of Darius or of Julius Caesar. "Is not Charles," asked Didier of Auger, "with his great army?" But the other answered, "No." The Lombard, seeing afterwards an immense body of soldiery gathered from all quarters of the vast empire, said to Auger, "Certes, Charles advanceth in triumph in the midst of this throng." "No, not yet; he will not appear so soon," was the answer. "What should we do then?" rejoined Didier, who begun to be perturbed. "Should he come accompanied by a larger band of warriors?" "You will see what he is when he comes," replied Auger; "but as to what will become of us I know nothing." As they were thus parleying appeared the body of guards that knew no repose, and at this sight the Lombard, overcome with dread, cried, "This time 'tis surely Charles." "No," answered Auger, "not yet." In their wake came the bishops, the abbots, the ordinaries of the chapels royal, and the counts; and then Didier, no longer able to bear the light of day or to face death, cried out with groans, "Let us descend and hide ourselves in the bowels of the earth, far from the face and the fury of so terrible a foe." Trembling the while, Auger, who knew by experience what were the power and might of Charles, and who had learned the lesson by a long consuetude in better days, said, "When ye shall behold the crops shaking for fear in the fields, and the gloomy Po and the Ticino overflowing the walls of the city with their waves blackened with steel (iron), then may ye think that Charles is coming." He had not ended these words when there began to be seen in the west, as it were a black cloud, raised by the northwest wind or by Boreas, which turned the brightest day into awful shadows. But as the emperor drew nearer and nearer, the gleam of arms caused to shine on the people shut up within the city a day more gloomy than any kind of night. And then appeared Charles himself, that man of steel, with his head encased in a helmet of steel, his hands garnished with gauntlets of steel, his heart of steel, and his shoulders of marble protected by a cuirass of steel, and his left hand armed with a lance of steel which he held aloft in the air, for as to his right hand he kept that continually on the hilt of his invincible sword. The outside of his thighs, which the rest, for their greater ease in mounting a horseback, were wont to leave unshackled, even by straps, he wore encircled by plates of steel. What shall I say concerning his boots? All the army were wont to have them invariably of steel. On his buckler there was naught to be seen but of steel. His horse was of the colour and the strength of steel. All those who went before the monarch, all those who marched at his side, all those who followed after, even the whole mass of the army, had armour of the like sort, so far as the means of each permitted. The fields and the highways were covered with steel, the points of steel reflected the rays of the sun, and this steel, so hard, was borne by a people with hearts still harder. The flash of steel spread terror throughout the streets of the city. "What steel? Alack, what steel?" Such were the bewildered cries the citizens raised. The firmness of manhood and of youth gave way at sight of the steel, and the steel paralyzed the wisdom of greybeards. That which I, poor tale-teller, mumbling and toothless, have attempted to depict in a long description, Augur perceived at one rapid glance, and said to Didier, "Here is what you have so anxiously sought." And whilst uttering these words he fell down almost lifeless. The monk of St. Gall does King Didier and his people wrong. They showed more firmness and valour than he ascribes to them. They resisted Charlemagne obstinately, and repulsed his first assault so well that he changed the siege into an investment and settled down before Pavia, as if making up his mind for a long operation. His camp became a town. He sent for Queen Hildegard and her court, and he had a chapel built, where he celebrated the festival of Christmas. But on the arrival of spring, close upon the festival of Easter, 777, wearied with the duration of the investment, he left to his lieutenants the duty of keeping it up, and, while attended by a numerous and brilliant following, set off for Rome, whither the Pope was urgently pressing him to come. On Holy Saturday, April 1st, 777, Charlemagne found, at 3 miles from Rome, the magistrates and the banner of the city, sent forward by the Pope to meet him; at 1 mile all the principal bodies and the pupils of the schools carrying palm branches and singing hymns; and at the gate of the city the cross, which was never taken out save for exarchs and patricians. At the sight of the cross Charlemagne dismounted, entered Rome on foot, ascended the steps of the ancient basilica of St. Peter, repeated at each step a sign of respectful piety, and was received at the top by the Pope himself. All around him and in the streets a chant was sung, "Blessed be he that cometh in the name of the Lord." At his entry and during his sojourn at Rome, Charlemagne gave the most striking proofs of Christian faith and respect for the head of the Church. According to the custom of pilgrims he visited all the basilicas, and in that of Saint Maria Maggiore he performed his solemn devotions. Then, passing to temporal matters, he caused to be brought and read over, in his private conferences with the Pope, the deed of territorial gift made by his father Pepin to Stephen II, and with his own lips dictated the confirmation of it, adding thereto a new gift of certain territories which he was in course of wresting by conquest from the Lombards. Pope Adrian, on his side, rendered to him, with a mixture of affection and dignity, all the honours and all the services which could at one and the same time satisfy and exalt the king and the priest, the protector and the protected. He presented to Charlemagne a book containing a collection of the canons written by the pontiffs from the origin of the Church, and he put at the beginning of the book, which was dedicated to Charlemagne, an address in 45 irregular verses, written with his own hand, which then formed an anagram: Pope Adrian to his most excellent son Charlemagne, king. Domino excellentissimo filio Carolo Magno Regi Ipendranius Papa. At the same time he encouraged him to push his victory to the utmost and make himself king of the Lombards, advising him, however, not to incorporate his conquest with the Frankish dominions, as it would wound the pride of the conquered people to be thus absorbed by the conquerors, and to take merely the title of King of the Franks and Lombards. Charlemagne appreciated and accepted this wise advice, for he could preserve proper limits in his ambition and in the hour of victory. 3 years afterwards he even did more than Pope Adrian had advised. In 777 Queen Hildegard bore him a son, Pepin, whom in 781 Charlemagne had baptized and anointed King of Italy at Rome by the Pope, thus separating not only the 2 titles, but also the 2 kingdoms, and restoring to the Lombards a national existence, feeling quite sure that, so long as he lived, the unity of his different dominions would not be imperilled. Having thus regulated at Rome his own affairs and those of the Church, he returned to his camp, took Pavia, received the submission of all the Lombard dukes and counts, save one only, Erigesius, Duke of Beneventum, and entered France again, taking with him as prisoner King Didier, whom he banished to a monastery, first at Liège and then at Corbie, where the dethroned Lombard, say the chroniclers, ended his days in saintly fashion. The prompt success of this war in Italy, undertaken at the appeal of the head of the Church, this first sojourn of Charlemagne at Rome, the spectacles he had witnessed, and the homage he had received, exercised over him, his plans and his deeds, a powerful influence. This rough Frankish warrior, chief of a people who were beginning to make a brilliant appearance upon the stage of the world, and issue himself of a new line, had a taste for what was grand, splendid, ancient, and consecrated by time and public respect. He understood and estimated at its full worth the moral force and importance of such allies. He departed from Rome in 774, more determined than ever to subdue Saxony, to the advantage of the Church as well as of his own power, and to promote, in the south as in the north, the triumph of the Frankish Christian dominion. 3 years afterwards, in 777, he had convoked at Paderborn, in Westphalia, that general assembly of his different peoples at which Wittikind did not attend, and which was destined to bring upon the Saxons a more and more obstinate war. The Saracen Ibn al-Arabi, says Eginhard, came to this town, to present himself before the king. He had arrived from Spain, together with other Saracens in his train, to surrender to the king of the Franks himself and all the towns which the king of the Saracens had confided to his keeping. For a long time past the Christians of the West had given the Mussulmans, Arab or other, the name of Saracens. Ibn al-Arabi was governor of Saragossa, and one of the Spanish Arab chieftains in league against Adil Rahman, the last offshoot of the Umayyad Caliphs, who, with the assistance of the Berbers, had seized the government of Spain. Amidst the troubles of his country and his nation, Ibn al-Arabi summoned to his aid, against Abdul Rahman, the Franks and Christians, just as, but lately, Maurontius, Duke of Arles, had summoned to Provence, against Charles Martel, the Arabs and the Mussulmans. Charlemagne accepted the summons with alacrity. With the coming of spring in the following year, 778, and with the full assent of his chief warriors, he began his march towards the Pyrenees, crossed the Loire, and halted at Casseneuil, at the confluence of the Lot and the Garonne, to celebrate there the festival of Easter, and to make preparations for his expedition thence. As he had but lately done for his campaign in Italy against the Lombards, he divided his forces into 2 armies, one composed of Austrasians, Neustrians, Burgundians, and divers German contingents, and commanded by Charlemagne in person, was to enter Spain by the valley of Roncesvalles, in the western Pyrenees, and make for Pamplona; the other, consisting of Provencals, Septimanians, Lombards, and other populations of the south, under the command of Duke Bernard, who had already distinguished himself in Italy, had orders to penetrate into Spain by the eastern Pyrenees, to receive on the march the submission of Girona and Barcelona, and not to halt till they were before Saragossa, where the 2 armies were to form a junction, and which Ibn al-Arabi had promised to give up to the king of the Franks. According to this plan, Charlemagne had to traverse the territories of Aquitaine and Vasconia, domains of Duke Lupus II., son of Duke Waiffre, so long the foe of Pepin the Short, a Merovingian by descent, and in all these qualities little disposed to favour Charlemagne. However, the march was accomplished without difficulty. The king of the Franks treated his powerful vassal well, and Duke Lupus swore to him afresh, or for the first time, says M. Fauriel, submission and fidelity, but the event soon proved that it was not without umbrage or without all the feelings of a true son of Waiffre that he saw the Franks and the son of Pepin so close to him. The aggressive campaign was an easy and a brilliant one. Charles, with his army, entered Spain by the valley of Roncesvalles without encountering any obstacle. On his arrival before Pamplona the Arab governors surrendered the place to him, and Charlemagne pushed forward vigorously to Saragossa. But there fortune changed. The presence of foreigners and Christians on the soil of Spain caused a suspension of interior quarrels amongst the Arabs, who rose en masse, at all points, to succour Saragossa. The besieged defended themselves with obstinacy; there was more scarcity of provisions amongst the besiegers than inside the place; sickness broke out amongst them; they were incessantly harassed from without, and rumours of a fresh rising amongst the Saxons reached Charlemagne. The Arabs demanded negotiation. To decide the king of the Franks upon an abandonment of the siege, they offered him an immense quantity of gold, say the chroniclers, hostages, and promises of homage and fidelity. Appearances had been saved; Charlemagne could say, and even perhaps believe, that he had pushed his conquest as far as the Ebro; he decided on retreat, and all the army was set in motion to recross the Pyrenees. On arriving before Pamplona, Charlemagne had its walls completely razed to the ground, in order that, as he said, the city might not be able to revolt. The troops entered those same passes of Roncesvalles which they had traversed without obstacle a few weeks before, and the advance guard and the main body of the army were already clear of them. The account of what happened shall be given in the words of Eginhard, the only contemporary historian whose account, free from all exaggeration, can be considered authentic. The king, he says, brought back his army without experiencing any loss, save that at the summit of the Pyrenees he suffered somewhat from the perfidy of the Vascons (Basques), whilst the army of the Franks, embarrassed in a narrow defile, was forced by the nature of the ground to advance in one long close line. The Basques, who were in ambush on the crest of the mountain, for the thickness of the forest with which these parts are covered is favourable to ambuscade, descend and fall suddenly on the baggage train and on the troops of the rear guard, whose duty it was to cover all in their front, and precipitate them to the bottom of the valley. There took place a fight in which the Franks were killed to a man. The Basques, after having plundered the baggage train, profited by the night, which had come on, to disperse rapidly. They owed all their success in this engagement to the lightness of their equipment and to the nature of the spot where the action took place. The Franks, on the contrary, being heavily armed and in an unfavourable position, struggled against too many disadvantages. Eginhard, master of the household of the king, Anselm, count of the palace, and Roland, prefect of the marches of Brittany, fell in this engagement. There were no means, at the time, of taking revenge for this cheek, for after their sudden attack, the enemy dispersed to such good purpose that there was no gaining any trace of the direction in which they should be sought for. History says no more, but in the poetry of the people there is a longer and more faithful memory than in the court of kings. The disaster of Roncesvalles and the heroism of the warriors who perished there became, in France, the object of popular sympathy and the favourite topic for the exercise of the popular fancy. The Song of Roland, a real Homeric poem in its great beauty, and yet rude and simple as became its national character, bears witness to the prolonged importance attained in Europe by this incident in the history of Charlemagne. 3 centuries later the comrades of William the Conqueror, marching to battle at Hastings for the possession of England, struck up the Song of Roland to prepare themselves for victory or death, says M. Vitel, in his vivid estimate and able translation of this poetical monument of the manners and first impulses towards chivalry of the Middle Ages. There is no determining how far history must be made to participate in these reminiscences of national feeling, but assuredly the figures of Roland and Oliver, and Archbishop Turpin, and the pious, unsophisticated, and tender character of their heroism are not pure fables invented by the fancy of a poet, or the credulity of a monk. If the accuracy of historical narratives must not be looked for in them, their moral truth must be recognized in their portrayal of a people and an age. The political genius of Charlemagne comprehended more fully than would be imagined from his panegyrist's brief and dry account all the gravity of the affair of Roncesvalles. Not only did he take immediate vengeance by hanging Duke Lupus of Aquitaine, whose treason had brought down this mishap, and by reducing his 2 sons, Arderic and Sancho, to a more feeble and precarious condition, but he resolved to treat Aquitaine as he had but lately treated Italy, that is to say, to make of it, according to the correct definition of M. Fauriel, a special kingdom, an integral portion indeed of the Frankish empire, but with an especial designation, which was that of resisting the invasions of the Andalusian Arabs, and confining them as much as possible to the soil of the peninsula. This was in some sort giving back to the country its primary task as an independent duchy, and it was the most natural and most certain way of making the Aquitanians useful subjects by giving play to their national vanity, to their pretensions of forming a separate people, and to their hopes of once more becoming, sooner or later, an independent nation. Queen Hildegard, during her husband's sojourn at Cassaneul in 778, had borne him a son, whom he called Louis, and who was afterwards Louis the Debonair. Charlemagne, summoned a second time to Rome, in 781, by the quarrels of Pope Adrian I, with the imperial court of Constantinople, brought with him his 2 sons, Pepin, aged only 4 years, and Louis only 3 years, and had them anointed by the Pope, the former king of Italy, and the latter king of Aquitaine. On returning from Rome to Austrasia, Charlemagne sent Louis at once to take possession of his kingdom. From the banks of the Meuse to Orleans the little prince was carried in his cradle; but once on the Loire, this manner of travelling beseemed him no longer. His conductors would that his entry into his dominions should have a manly and warrior-like appearance. They clad him in arms proportioned to his height and age; they put him and held him on horseback, and it was in such guise that he entered Aquitaine. He came thither accompanied by the officers who were to form his council of guardians, men chosen by Charlemagne with care, amongst the Frankish leudes, distinguished not only for bravery and firmness, but also for adroitness, and such as they should be to be neither deceived nor seared by the cunning, fickle, and turbulent populations with whom they would have to deal. From this period to the death of Charlemagne, and by his sovereign influence, though all the while under his son's name, the government of Aquitaine was a series of continued efforts to hurl back the Arabs of Spain beyond the Ebro, to extend to that river the dominion of the Franks, to divert to that end the forces as well as the feelings of the populations of southern Gaul, and thus to pursue in the south as in the north, against the Arabs as well as against the Saxons and Huns, the grand design of Charlemagne, which was the repression of foreign invaders, and the triumph of Christian France over Asiatic paganism and Islamism. Although continually obliged to watch, and often still to fight, Charlemagne might well believe that he had nearly gained his end. He had everywhere greatly extended the frontiers of the Frankish dominions and subjugated the populations comprised in his conquests. He had proved that his new frontiers would be vigorously defended against new invasions or dangerous neighbours. He had pursued the Huns and the Saxons to the confines of the empire of the East, and the Saracens to the islands of Corsica and Sardinia. The centre of the dominion was no longer in ancient Gaul; he had transferred it to a point not far from the Rhine, in the midst and within reach of the Germanic populations, at the town of Aix-la-Chapelle, which he had founded, and which was his favourite residence. But the principal parts of the Gallo-Frankish kingdom, Austrasia, Neustria, and Burgundy, were effectually welded in one single mass. What he had done with southern Gaul has but just been pointed out, how he had both separated it from his own kingdom and still retained it under his control. 2 expeditions into Armorica, without taking entirely from the Britons their independence, had taught them real deference, and the great warrior Roland, installed as count upon their frontier, warned them of the peril any rising would encounter. The moral influence of Charlemagne was on a par with his material power; he had everywhere protected the missionaries of Christianity; he had twice entered Rome, also in the character of protector, and he could count on the faithful support of the Pope at least as much as the Pope could count on him. He had received embassies and presents from the sovereigns of the East, Christian and Mussulman, from the emperors at Constantinople and the caliphs at Bagdad. Everywhere, in Europe, in Africa, and in Asia, he was feared and respected by kings and people. Such, at the close of the 8th century, were, so far as he was concerned, the results of his wars, of the superior capacity he had displayed, and of the successes which he had won and kept. In 799 he received, at Aix-la-Chapelle, news of serious disturbances which had broken out at Rome, that Pope Leo III had been attacked by conspirators, who, after pulling out, it was said, his eyes and his tongue, had shut him up in the monastery of St. Erasmus, whence he had with great difficulty escaped, and that he had taken refuge with Winigisius, Duke of Spoleto, announcing his intention of repairing thence to the Frankish king. Leo was already known to Charlemagne; at his accession to the pontificate, in 795, he had sent to him, as to the patrician and defender of Rome, the keys of the prison of St. Peter and the banner of the city. Charlemagne showed a disposition to receive him with equal kindness and respect. The Pope arrived, in fact, at Paderborn, passed some days there, according to Eginhard, and returned to Rome on the 30th of November, 799, at ease regarding his future, but without knowledge on the part of any one of what had been settled between the king of the Franks and him. Charlemagne remained all the winter at Aix-la-Chapelle, spent the first months of the year 800 on affairs connected with western France at Rouen, Tours, Orleans, and Paris, and returning to Mayence in the month of August, then, for the first time, announced to the General Assembly of Franks his design of making a journey to Italy. He repaired thither, in fact, and arrived on the 23rd of November, 800, at the gates of Rome. The Pope received him there as he was dismounting, and then, the next day, standing on the steps of the Basilica of St. Peter and amidst general hallelujahs, he introduced the king into the sanctuary of the blessed apostle, glorifying and thanking the Lord for this happy event. Some days were spent in examining into the grievances which had been set down to the Pope's account, and in receiving 2 monks arrived from Jerusalem to present to the king, with the Patriarch's blessing, the keys of the Holy Sepulchre and cavalry, as well as the sacred standard. Lastly, on the 25th of December, 800, the day of the Nativity of our Lord, says Eginhard, the king came into the basilica of the blessed St. Peter, Apostle, to attend the celebration of Mass. At the moment when, in his place before the altar, he was bowing down to pray, Pope Leo placed on his head a crown, and all the Roman people shouted, "Long life and victory to Charles Augustus, crowned by God, the great and pacific Emperor of the Romans." After this proclamation the pontiff prostrated himself before him and paid him adoration, according to the custom established in the days of the old emperors, and thenceforward Charles, giving up the title of patrician, bore that of Emperor and Augustus. Eginhard adds, in his Life of Charlemagne, the king at first testified great aversion for this dignity, for he declared that, notwithstanding the importance of the festival, he would not on that day have entered the church, if he could have foreseen the intentions of the sovereign pontiff. However, this event excited the jealousy of the Roman emperors of Constantinople, who showed great vexation at it, but Charles met their bad graces with nothing but great patience, and thanks to this magnanimity, which raised him so far above them, he managed, by sending to them frequent embassies and giving them in his letters the name of brother, to triumph over their conceit. No one, probably, believed in the 9th century, and no one assuredly will nowadays believe, that Charlemagne was innocent beforehand of what took place on the 25th of December, 800, in the Basilica of St. Peter. It is doubtful also if he were seriously concerned about the ill temper of the emperors of the East. He had wit enough to understand the value which always remains attached to old traditions, and he might have taken some pains to secure their countenance to this title of emperor, but all his contemporaries believed, and he also undoubtedly believed, that he had on that day really won and set up again the Roman Empire. End of chapter 10. Section 19 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 11. Charlemagne and his Government, Part 1. What, then, was the government of this empire of which Charlemagne was proud to assume the old title? How did this German warrior govern that vast dominion which, thanks to his conquests, extended from the Elbe to the Ebro, from the North Sea to the Mediterranean, which comprised nearly all Germany, Belgium, France, Switzerland, and the north of Italy, and of Spain, and which, sooth to say, was still, when Charlemagne caused himself to be made emperor, scarce more than the hunting ground and the battlefield of all the swarms of barbarians who tried to settle on the ruins of the Roman world they had invaded and broken to pieces? The government of Charlemagne in the midst of this chaos is the striking, complicated, and transitory fact which is now to be passed in review. A word of warning must be first of all given touching this word government, with which it is impossible to dispense. For a long time past the word has entailed ideas of national unity, general organization, and regular and efficient power. There has been no lack of revolutions which have changed dynasties and the principles and forms of the supreme power in the state, but they have always left existing, under different names, the practical machinery whereby the supreme power makes itself felt, and exercises its various functions over the whole country. Open the almanac, whether it be called the imperial, the royal, or the national, and you will find there always the working system of the government of France. All the powers and their agents, from the lowest to the highest, are there indicated and classed according to their prerogatives and relations. Nor have we there a mere empty nomenclature, a phantom of theory. Things go on actually as they are described. The book is the reflex of the reality. It were easy to construct, for the empire of Charlemagne, a similar list of officers. There might be set down in it dukes, counts, vicars, centeniers, and sheriffs, cibini, and they might be distributed in regular gradation over the whole territory, but it would be one huge lie. for most frequently, in the majority of places, these magistracies were utterly powerless and themselves in complete disorder. The efforts of Charlemagne, either to establish them on a firm footing or to make them act with regularity, were continual but unavailing. In spite of the fixity of his purpose and the energy of his action, the disorder around him was measureless and insurmountable. He might check it for a moment at one point, but the evil existed wherever his terrible will did not reach, and wherever it did, the evil broke out again so soon as it had been withdrawn. How could it be otherwise? Charlemagne had not to grapple with one single nation or with one single system of institutions; he had to deal with different nations, without cohesion, and foreign to one another. At one and the same time, to assemblies of free men, to landholders over the dwellers in their domains, and to the king over the leudes and their following. These three powers appeared and acted side by side in every locality as well as in the totality of the state. Their relations and their prerogatives were not governed by any generally recognized principle, and none of the three was invested with sufficient might to prevail habitually against the independence or resistance of its rivals. Force alone, varying according to circumstances, and always uncertain, decided matters between them. Such was France at the accession of the second line. The coexistence and the struggle between the three systems of institutions and the three powers just alluded had as yet no other result. Out of this chaos Charlemagne caused to issue a monarchy, strong through him alone, and so long as he was by, but powerless and gone like a shadow when the man was lost to the institution. Whoever is astonished, either at this triumph of absolute monarchy through the personal movement of Charlemagne, or at the speedy fall of the fabric on the disappearance of the moving spirit, understands neither what can be done by a great man, when without him society sees itself given over to deadly peril, nor how unsubstantial and frail is absolute power when the great man is no longer by, or when society has no longer need of him. It has been shown how Charlemagne, by his wars, which had for their object and result permanent and well-secured conquests, had stopped the fresh incursions of barbarians, that is, had stopped disorder coming from without. An attempt will now be made to show by what means he set about suppressing disorder from within and putting his own rule in the place of the anarchy that prevailed in the Roman world which lay in ruins, and in the barbaric world which was a prey to blind and ill-regulated force. A distinction must be drawn between the local and central governments. Far from the centre of the state, in what have since been called the provinces, the power of the emperor was exercised by the medium of two classes of agents, one local and permanent, the other dispatched from the centre and transitory. In the first class we find, first, the dukes, counts, vicars of counts, centeniers, sheriffs scabini, officers or magistrates residing on the spot, nominated by the emperor himself or by his delegates, and charged with the duty of acting in his name for the levying of troops, rendering of justice, maintenance of order, and receipt of imposts. Second, the beneficiaries or vassals of the emperor, who held of him, sometimes as hereditaments, more often for life, and more often still without fixed rule or stipulation, lands, domains, through the extent of which they exercised, a little bit in their own name and a little bit in the name of the emperor, a certain jurisdiction, and nearly all the rights of sovereignty. There was nothing very fixed or clear in the position of the beneficiaries, in the nature of their power. They were at one and the same time delegates and independent, owners and enjoyers of usufruct, and the former or the latter character prevailed among them according to circumstances. But altogether they were closely bound to Charlemagne, who in a great number of cases charged them with the execution of his orders in the lands they occupied. Above these agents, local and resident, magistrates or beneficiaries, were the missi dominici, temporary commissioners, charged to inspect, in the emperor's name, the condition of the provinces, authorized to penetrate into the interior of the free lands, as well as of the domains granted with the title of benefices, having the right to reform certain abuses, and bound to render an account of all to their master. The missi dominici were the principal instruments Charlemagne had, throughout the vast territory of his empire, of order and administration. As to the central government, setting aside for a moment the personal action of Charlemagne and of his councillors, the general assemblies, to judge by the appearance and to believe all the modern historians, occupied a prominent place in it. They were, in fact, during his reign, numerous and active. From the year 776 to the year 813 we may count 35 of these national assemblies, March parades and May parades, held at Worms, Valenciennes, Geneva, Paderborn, Aix-la-Chapelle, Thionville, and several other towns, the majority situated round about the two banks of the Rhine. The number and periodical nature of these great political reunions are undoubtedly a noticeable fact. What, then, went on in their midst? What character and weight must be attached to their intervention in the government of the state? It is important to sift this matter thoroughly. There is extant, touching on this subject, a very curious document. A contemporary and counsellor of Charlemagne, his cousin german Adalbert, abbot of Corbic, had written a treatise called Of the Ordering of the Palace, De Ordine Palati, and designed to give an insight into the government of Charlemagne, with especial reference to the national assemblies. This treatise was lost, but towards the close of the 9th century, Hincmar, the celebrated Archbishop of Rheims, reproduced it, almost in its entirety, in the form of a letter of instructions, written at the request of certain grandees of the kingdom who had asked counsel of him with respect to the government of Carloman, one of the sons of Charles the Stutterer. We read therein, "It was the custom at this time to hold 2 assemblies every year. In both, that they might not seem to have been convoked without motive, there were submitted to the examination and deliberation of the grandees, and by virtue of orders from the king, the fragments of law called Capitula, which the king himself had drawn up under the inspiration of God, or the necessity for which had been made manifest to him in the intervals between the meetings." 2 striking facts are to be gathered from these words. The first, that the majority of the members composing these assemblies probably regarded as a burden the necessity for being present at them, since Charlemagne took care to explain their convocation by declaring to them the motive for it, and by always giving them something to do. The second, that the proposal of the capitularies, or in modern phrase, the initiative, is naturally exercised by him who wishes to regulate or reform, and in this time it was especially Charlemagne who conceived this design. There is no doubt, however, but that the members of the assembly might make on their side such proposals as appeared to them suitable. The constitutional distrusts and artifices of our times were assuredly unknown to Charlemagne, who saw in these assemblies a means of government rather than a barrier to his authority. To resume the test of Hincmar. After receiving these communications, they deliberated on them 2 or 3 days more, according to the importance of the business. Palace messengers, going and coming, took their questions and carried back the answers. No stranger came near the place of their meeting, until the result of their deliberations had been able to be submitted to the scrutiny of the great prince, who then, with the wisdom he received from God, adopted a resolution which all obeyed. The definitive resolution, therefore, depended on Charlemagne alone; the assembly contributed only information and counsel. Hincmar continues, and supplies details worthy of reproduction, for they give an insight into the imperial government and the actions of Charlemagne himself amidst these most ancient of the national assemblies. Things went on thus for 1 or 2 capitularies, or a greater number, until, with God's help, all the necessities of the occasion were regulated. Whilst these matters were thus proceeding out of the king's presence, the prince himself, in the midst of the multitude, came to the general assembly, was occupied in receiving the presents, saluting the men of most note, conversing with those he saw seldom, showing towards the elders a tender interest, disporting himself with the youngsters, and doing the same thing, or something like it, with the ecclesiastics as well as the seculars. However, if those who were deliberating about the matter submitted to their examination showed a desire for it, the king repaired to them and remained with them as long as they wished, and then they reported to him with perfect familiarity what they thought about all matters, and what were the friendly discussions that had arisen amongst them. I must not forget to say that, if the weather were fine, everything took place in the open air; otherwise in several distinct buildings, where those who had to deliberate on the king's proposals were separated from the multitude of persons come to the assembly, and then the men of greater note were admitted. The places appointed for the meeting of the lords were divided into 2 parts, in such sort that the bishops, the abbots, and the clerics of high rank might meet without mixture with the laity. In the same way the counts and other chiefs of the state underwent separation, in the morning, until, whether the king was present or absent, all were gathered together; then the lords above specified, the clerics on their side, and the laics on theirs, repaired to the hall which had been assigned to them, and where seats had been with due honour prepared for them. When the lords laical and ecclesiastical were thus separated from the multitude, it remained in their power to sit separately or together, according to the nature of the business they had to deal with, ecclesiastical, secular, or mixed. In the same way, if they wished to send for anyone, either to demand refreshment or to put any question and to dismiss him after getting what they wanted, it was at their option. Thus took place the examination of affairs proposed to them by the king for deliberation. The second business of the king was to ask of each what there was to report to him, or to enlighten him touching the part of the kingdom each had come from. Not only was this permitted to all, but they were strictly enjoined to make inquiries, during the interval between the assemblies, about what happened within or without the kingdom, and they were bound to seek knowledge from foreigners as well as natives, enemies as well as friends, sometimes by employing emissaries, and without troubling themselves much about the manner in which they acquired their information. The king wished to know whether in any part, in any corner of the kingdom, the people were restless, and what was the cause of their restlessness, or whether there had happened any disturbance to which it was necessary to draw the attention of the council general, and other similar matters. He sought also to know whether any of the subjugated nations were inclined to revolt, whether any of those that had revolted seemed disposed towards submission, and whether those that were still independent were threatening the kingdom with any attack. On all these subjects, whenever there was any manifestation of disorder or danger, he demanded chiefly what were the motives or occasion of them. There is need of no great reflection to recognize the true character of these assemblies. It is clearly imprinted upon the sketch drawn by Hincmar. The figure of Charlemagne alone fills the picture; he is the centrepiece of it and the soul of everything. 'Tis he who wills that the national assemblies should meet and deliberate; 'tis he who inquires into the state of the country; 'tis he who proposes and approves of or rejects the laws; with him rest will and motive, initiative and decision. He has a mind sufficiently judicious, unshackled, and elevated to understand that the nation ought not to be left in darkness about its affairs, and that he himself has need of communicating with it, of gathering information from it, and of learning its opinions. But we have here no exhibition of great political liberties, no people discussing its interests and its business, interfering effectually in the adoption of resolutions, and in fact taking in its government so active and decisive a part as to have a right to say that it is self-governing, or in other words, a free people. It is Charlemagne, and he alone, who governs. It is absolute government marked by prudence, stability, and grandeur. When the mind dwells upon the state of Gallo-Frankish society in the 8th century, there is nothing astonishing in such a fact. Whether it be civilized or barbarian, that which every society needs, that which it seeks and demands first of all in its government, is a certain degree of good sense and strong will, of intelligence and innate influence, so far as the public interests are concerned; qualities, in fact, which suffice to keep social order maintained or make it realized, and to promote respect for individual rights and the progress of the general well-being. This is the essential aim of every community of men, and the institutions and guarantees of free government are the means of attaining it. It is clear that, in the 8th century, on the ruins of the Roman and beneath the blows of the barbaric world, the Gallo-Frankish nation, vast and without cohesion, brutish and ignorant, was incapable of bringing forth, so to speak, from its own womb, with the aid of its own wisdom and virtue, a government of the kind. A host of different forces, without enlightenment and without reason, were everywhere and incessantly struggling for dominion, or, in other words, were ever troubling and endangering the social condition. Let there but arise, in the midst of this chaos of unruly forces and selfish passions, a great man, one of those elevated minds and strong characters that can understand the essential aim of society and then urge it forward, and at the same time keep it well in hand on the roads that lead thereto, and such a man will soon seize and exercise the personal power almost of a despot, and people will not only make him welcome, but even celebrate his praises, for they do not quit the substance for the shadow, or sacrifice the end to the means. Such was the empire of Charlemagne. Amongst annalists and historians, some, treating him as a mere conqueror and despot, have ignored his merits and his glory; others, that they might admire him without scruple, have made of him a founder of free institutions, a constitutional monarch. Both are equally mistaken. Charlemagne was, indeed, a conqueror and a despot; but by his conquests and his personal power he, so long as he was by, that is, for 46 years, saved Gallo-Frankish society from barbaric invasion without and anarchy within. That is the characteristic of his government and his title to glory. End of chapter 11, part 1. Section 20 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 11. Charlemagne and his Government, Part 2. What Charlemagne was, in his wars and his general relations with his nation, has just been seen. He shall now be exhibited in all his administrative activity and his intellectual life, as a legislator and as a friend to the human mind. The same man will be recognized in every case. He will grow in greatness, without changing, as he appears under his various aspects. There are often joined together, under the title of capitularies, capitula, small chapters, articles, a mass of acts, very different in point of date and objects, which are attributed indiscriminately to Charlemagne. This is a mistake. The capitularies are the laws or legislative measures of the Frankish kings, Merovingian as well as Carlovingian. Those of the Merovingians are few in number and of slight importance, and amongst those of the Carlovingians, which amount to 152, 65 are only due to Charlemagne. When an attempt is made to classify these last according to their object, it is impossible not to be struck with their incoherent variety, and several of them are such as we should nowadays be surprised to meet with in a code or in a special law. Amongst Charlemagne's 65 capitularies, which contain 1151 articles, may be counted 87 of moral, 293 of political, 130 of penal, 110 of civil, 85 of religious, 305 of canonical, 73 of domestic, and 12 of incidental legislation. And it must not be supposed that all these articles are really acts of legislation, laws, properly so called. We find amongst them the texts of ancient national laws revised and promulgated afresh, extracts from and additions to these same ancient laws, Sal, Lombard, and Bavarian, extracts from acts of councils, instructions given by Charlemagne to his envoys in the provinces, questions that he proposed to put to the bishops or counts when they came to the National Assembly, answers given by Charlemagne to questions addressed to him by the bishops, counts, or commissioners, missi dominici, judgments, decrees, royal pardons, and simple notes that Charlemagne seems to have written down for himself alone, to remind him of what he proposed to do. In a word, nearly all the various acts which could possibly have to be framed by an earnest, far-sighted, and active government. Often, indeed, these capitularies have no imperative or prohibitive character. They are simple counsels, purely moral precepts. We read therein, for example, covetousness doth consist in desiring that which others possess, and in giving away naught of that which one's self possesseth. According to the Apostle, it is the root of all evil. And hospitality must be practised. The capitularies which have been classed under the heads of political, penal, and canonical legislation are the most numerous, and are those which bear most decidedly an imperative or prohibitive stamp. Amongst them a prominent place is held by measures of political economy, administration, and police. You will find therein an attempt to put a fixed price on provisions, a real trial of a maximum for cereals, a prohibition of mendicity, with the following clause: if such mendicants be met with, and they labor not with their hands, let none take thought about giving unto them. The interior police of the palace was regulated thereby, as well as that of the empire. We do will and decree that none of those who serve in our palace shall take leave to receive therein any man who seeketh refuge there, and cometh to hide there, by reason of theft, homicide, adultery, or any other crime. That if any free man do break through our interdicts, and hide such a malefactor in our palace, he shall be bound to carry him on his shoulders to the public quarter, and there be tied to the same stake as the malefactor. Certain capitularies have been termed religious legislation in contradistinction to canonical legislation, because they are really admonitions, religious exhortations, addressed not to the ecclesiastics alone but to the faithful, the Christian people in general, and notably characterized by good sense, and one might almost say freedom of thought. For example, beware of venerating the names of martyrs falsely so called, and the memory of dubious saints. Let none suppose that prayer cannot be made to God save in three tongues, probably Latin, Greek, and Germanic, or perhaps the vulgar tongue, for the last was really beginning to take form. For God alone is adored in all tongues, and man is heard, if he do but ask for the things that be right. These details are put forward that a proper idea may be obtained of Charlemagne as a legislator, and of what are called his laws. We have here, it will be seen, no ordinary legislator and no ordinary laws. We see the work, with infinite variations, and in disconnect form, of a prodigiously energetic and watchful master, who had to think and provide for everything, who had to be everywhere the moving and the regulating spirit. This universal and untiring energy is the grand characteristic of Charlemagne's government, and was, perhaps, what made his superiority most incontestable and his power most efficient. It is noticeable that the majority of Charlemagne's capitularies belong to that epoch of his reign when he was Emperor of the West, when he was invested with all the splendour of sovereign power. Of the 65 capitularies classed under different heads, 13 only are previous to the 25th of December 800, the date of his coronation as Emperor at Rome; 52 are comprised between the years 801 and 804. The energy of Charlemagne as a warrior and a politician having thus been exhibited, it remains to say a few words about his intellectual energy. For that is by no means the least original or least grand feature of his character and his influence. Modern times and civilized society have more than once seen despotic sovereigns filled with distrust towards scholars of exalted intellect, especially such as cultivated the moral and political sciences, and a little inclined to admit them to their favour or to public office. There is no knowing whether, in our days, with our freedom of thought and of the press, Charlemagne would have been a stranger to this feeling of antipathy; but what is certain is, that in his day, in the midst of a barbaric society, there was no inducement to it, and that by nature he was not disposed to it. His power was not in any respect questioned; distinguished intellects were very rare; Charlemagne had too much need of their services to fear their criticisms, and they, on their part, were more anxious to second his efforts than to show towards him anything like exaction or independence. He gave rein, therefore, without any embarrassment or misgiving, to his spontaneous inclination towards them, their studies, their labours, and their influence. He drew them into the management of affairs. In Guizot's History of Civilization in France there is a list of the names and works of 23 men of the 8th and 9th centuries, who have escaped oblivion, and they are all found grouped about Charlemagne as his own habitual advisers, or assisted by him as advisers to his sons Pepin and Louis in Italy and Aquitania, or sent by him to all points of his empire as commissioners, missi dominici, or charged in his name with important negotiations. And those whom he did not employ at a distance formed, in his immediate neighbourhood, a learned and industrious society, a school of the palace, according to some modern commentators, but an academy, and not a school, according to others, devoted rather to conversation than to teaching. It probably fulfilled both missions. It attended Charlemagne at his various residences, at one time working for him at questions he invited them to deal with, at another giving the regular components of his court, to his children, and to himself, lessons in the different sciences called liberal, grammar, rhetoric, logic, astronomy, geometry, and even theology, and the great religious problems it was beginning to discuss. Two men, Alcuin and Eginhard, have remained justly celebrated in the literary history of the age. Alcuin was the principal director of the school of the palace, and the favourite, the confidant, the learned adviser of Charlemagne. "If your zeal were imitated," said he one day to the emperor, "perchance one might see arise in France a new Athens, far more glorious than the ancient, the Athens of Christ." Eginhard, who was younger, received his scientific education in the school of the palace, and was head of the public works to Charlemagne, therefore becoming his biographer, and at a later period the intimate adviser of his son Louis the Debonair. Other scholars of the school of the palace, Ingilbert, Ledred, Adelhard, Agobard, Theodulf, were abbots of St. Riquier or Corbie, Archbishop of Lyons, and bishops of Orleans. They had all assumed, in the school itself, names illustrious in pagan antiquity. Alcuin called himself Fleens, Engelbert Homer, Theodulf Pindar. Charlemagne himself had been pleased to take, in their society, a great name of old, but he had borrowed from the history of the Hebrews. He called himself David, and Eginhard, animated, no doubt, by the same sentiments, was Bezaleel, that nephew of Moses to whom God had granted the gift of knowing how to work skilfully in wood and all the materials which served for the construction of the ark and the tabernacle. Either in the lifetime of their royal patron, or after his death, all these scholars became great dignitaries of the Church, or ended their lives in monasteries of note; but so long as they lived they served Charlemagne, or his sons, not only with the devotion of faithful advisers, but also as followers proud of the master who had known how to do them honour by making use of them. It was without effort and by natural sympathy that Charlemagne had inspired them with such sentiments, for he too really loved sciences, literature, and such studies as were then possible, and he cultivated them on his own account and for his own pleasure, as a sort of conquest. It has been doubted whether he could write, and an expression of Eginhard's might authorize such a doubt; but according to other evidence, and even according to the passage in Eginhard, one is inclined to believe merely that Charlemagne strove painfully, and without much success, to write a good hand. He had learned Latin and he understood Greek. He caused to be commenced, and perhaps himself commenced, the drawing up of the first Germanic grammar. He ordered that the old barbaric poems, in which the deeds and wars of the ancient kings were celebrated, should be collected for posterity. He gave Germanic names to the 12 months of the year. He distinguished the winds by 12 special terms, whereas before his time they had but 4 designations. He paid great attention to astronomy. Being troubled one day at no longer seeing in the firmament one of the known planets, he wrote to Alcuin, "What thinkest thou of this Mars, which last year, being concealed in the sign of Cancer, was intercepted from the sight of men by the light of the sun? Is it the regular course of his revolution? Is it the influence of the sun? Is it a miracle? Could he have been 2 years about performing the course of a single one?" In theological studies and discussions he exhibited a particular and grave interest. "It is to him," say M.M. Ampere and Haro, "that we must refer the honour of the decision taken in 794 by the Council of Frankfurt, in the great dispute about images; a temperate decision, which is as far removed from the infatuation of the image worshippers as from the frenzy of the image breakers." And at the same time that he thus took part in the great ecclesiastical questions, Charlemagne paid zealous attention to the instruction of the clergy, whose ignorance he deplored. "Ah!" said he one day, "if only I had about me a dozen clerics learned in all the sciences, as Jerome and Augustin were." With all his puissance it was not in his power to make Jeromes and Augustins, but he laid the foundation, in the cathedral churches and great monasteries, of episcopal and cloistral schools for the education of ecclesiastics; and, carrying his solicitude still farther, he recommended to the bishops and abbots that, in those schools, they should take care to make no difference between the sons of serfs and of free men, so that they might come and sit on the same benches to study grammar, music, and arithmetic. Capitularies of 789, Article 70. Thus, in the 8th century, he foreshadowed the extension which, in the 19th, was to be accorded to primary instruction, to the advantage and honour not only of the clergy, but also of the whole people. After so much of war and toil at a distance, Charlemagne was now at Aix-la-Chapelle, finding rest in this work of peaceful civilization. He was embellishing the capital which he had found, and which was called the King's Court. He had built there a grand basilica, magnificently adorned. He was completing his own palace there. He fetched from Italy clerics skilled in church music, a pious joyance to which he was much devoted, and which he recommended to the bishops of his empire. In the outskirts of Aix-la-Chapelle he gave full scope, said Eginhard, to his delight in riding and hunting. Baths of naturally tepid water gave him great pleasure. Being passionately fond of swimming, he became so dexterous that none could be compared with him. He invited not only his sons, but also his friends, the grandees of his court, and sometimes even the soldiers of his guard, to bathe with him, insomuch that there were often 100 and more persons bathing at a time. When age arrived he made no alteration in his bodily habits, but at the same time, instead of putting away from him the thought of death, he was much taken up with it, and prepared himself for it with stern severity. He drew up, modified, and completed his will several times over. 3 years before his death he made out the distribution of his treasures, his money, his wardrobe, and all his furniture, in the presence of his friends, and his officers, in order that their voice might ensure, after his death, the execution of this partition; and he set down his intentions in this respect in a written summary, in which he massed all his riches in 3 grand lots. The first 2 were divided into 21 portions, which were to be distributed amongst the 21 metropolitan churches of his empire. After having put these first 2 lots under seal, he willed to preserve to himself his usual enjoyment of the third, so long as he lived. But after his death or voluntary renunciation of the things of this world, this same lot was to be subdivided into 4 portions. His intention was, that the first should be added to the 21 portions which were to go to the metropolitan churches, the second set aside for his sons and daughters, and for the sons and daughters of his sons, and redivided amongst them in a just and proportionate manner, the third dedicated, according to the usage of the Christians, to the necessities of the poor, and lastly, the fourth distributed in the same way, under the name of alms, amongst the servants of both sexes of the palace for their lifetime. As for the books, of which he had amassed a large number in his library, he decided that those who wished to have them might buy them at their proper value, and that the money which they produced should be distributed amongst the poor. Having thus carefully regulated his own private affairs and bounty, he, 2 years later, in 813, took the measures necessary for the regulation, after his death, of public affairs. He had lost, in 811, his eldest son Charles, who had been his constant companion in his wars, and in 810, his second son Pepin, whom he had made king of Italy, and he summoned to his side his third son, Louis, king of Aquitaine, who was destined to succeed him. He ordered the convocation of 5 local councils which were to assemble at Mayence, Rheims, Chalons, Tours, and Arles, for the purpose of bringing about, subject to the king's ratifications, the reforms necessary in the Church. Passing from the affairs of the Church to those of the State, he convoked at Aix-la-Chapelle a general assembly of bishops, abbots, counts, laic grandees, and of the entire people, and holding council in his palace with the chief amongst them, he invited them to make his son Louis king emperor, whereto all assented, saying that it was very expedient, and pleasing also to the people. On Sunday in the next month, August 813, Charlemagne repaired, crown on head, with his son Louis, to the cathedral of Aix-la-Chapelle, laid upon the altar another crown, and after praying, addressed to his son a solemn exhortation, respecting all his duties as king towards God and Church, towards his family and his people, and asked him if he were fully resolved to fulfil them, and at the answer that he was, bade him take the crown that lay upon the altar, and place it with his own hands upon his head, which Louis did amidst the acclamations of all present, who cried, "Long live the Emperor Louis!" Charlemagne then declared his son emperor jointly with him, and ended the solemnity with these words: "Blessed be thou, O Lord God, who hast granted me grace to see with mine own eyes my son seated on my throne." And Louis set out again immediately for Aquitaine. He was never to see his father again. Charlemagne, after his son's departure, went out hunting, according to his custom, in the forest of Ardennes, and continued during the whole autumn his usual mode of life. But in January 814 he was taken ill, says Eginhard, of a violent fever which kept him to his bed. Recurring forthwith to the remedy he ordinarily employed against fever, he abstained from all nourishment, persuaded that this diet would suffice to drive away or at least assuage the malady. But added to the fever came that pain in the side which the Greeks call pleurisy; nevertheless the emperor persisted in his abstinence, supporting his body only by drinks taken at long intervals, and on the 7th day after he had taken to his bed, having received the Holy Communion, he expired, about 9 A.M. on Saturday the 28th of January, 814, in his 71st year. After performance of ablutions and funeral duties, the corpse was carried away and buried, amidst the profound mourning of all the people, in the church he himself had built, and above his tomb there was put up a gilded arcade with his image and this superscription: "In this tomb reposeth the body of Charles, great and orthodox emperor, who did gloriously extend the kingdom of the Franks, and did govern it happily for 47 years. He died at the age of 70 years, in the year of the Lord 814, in the 7th year of the indiction, on the 5th of the calends of February." If we sum up his designs and his achievements, we find an admirably sound idea and a vain dream, a great success and a great failure. Charlemagne took in hand the work of placing upon a solid foundation the Frankish Christian dominion, by stopping, in the north and south, the flood of barbarians and Arabs, paganism and Islamism. In that he succeeded; the inundations of Asiatic populations spent their force in vain against the Gallic frontier. Western and Christian Europe was placed, territorially, beyond reach of attacks from the foreigner and infidel. No sovereign, no human being, perhaps, ever rendered greater service to the civilization of the world. Charlemagne formed another conception and made another attempt. Like more than one great barbaric warrior, he admired the Roman Empire that had fallen, its vastness all in one, and its powerful organizations under the hand of a single master. He thought he could resuscitate it, durably, through the victory of a new people and a new faith, by the hand of Franks and Christians. With this view he labored to conquer, convert, and govern. He tried to be, at one and the same time, Caesar, Augustus, and Constantine. And for a moment he appeared to have succeeded, but the appearance passed away with himself. The unity of the empire and the absolute power of the emperor were buried in his grave. The Christian religion and human liberty set to work to prepare for Europe other governments and other destinies. Great men do great things which would not get done without them. They set their mark plainly upon history, which realizes a portion of their ideas and wishes, but they are far from doing all they meditate, and they know not all they do. They are at one and the same time instruments and free agents in a general design which is infinitely above their ken, and which, even if a glimpse of it be caught, remains inscrutable to them, the design of God towards mankind. When great men understand that such is their position and accept it, they show sense, and they work to some purpose. When they do not recognize the limits of their free agency, and the veil which hides from their eyes the future they are laboring for, they become the dupes, and frequently the victims, of a blind pride, which events, in the long run, always end by exposing and punishing. Amongst men of his rank, Charlemagne had this singular good fortune, that his error, his misguided attempt at imperialism, perished with him, whilst his salutary achievement, the territorial security of Christian Europe, has been durable, to the great honour, as well as the great profit, of European civilization. End of chapter 11. Section 21 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 12. Decay and Fall of the Carlovingians. Part 1. From the death of Charlemagne to the accession of Hugh Capet, that is, from 814 to 987, 13 kings sat upon the throne of France. What then became, under their reign and in the course of those 173 years, of the two great facts which swayed the mind and occupied the life of Charlemagne? What became, that is, of the solid territorial foundation of the kingdom of Christian France, through efficient repression of foreign invasion, and of the unity of that vast empire wherein Charlemagne had attempted and hoped to resuscitate the Roman Empire? The fate of those two facts is the very history of France under the Carlovingian dynasty. It is the only portion of the events of that epoch which still deserves attention nowadays, for it is the only one which has exercised any great and lasting influence on the general history of France. Attempts at foreign invasion of France were renewed very often, and in many parts of Gallo-Frankish territory, during the whole duration of the Carlovingian dynasty, and even though they failed, they caused the population of the kingdom to suffer from cruel ravages. Charlemagne, even after his successes against the different barbaric invaders, had foreseen the evils which would be inflicted on France by the most formidable and most determined of them, the Northmen, coming by sea, and landing on the coast. The most closely contemporaneous and most given to detail of his chroniclers, the monk of St. Gall, tells in prolix and pompous, but evidently heartfelt and sincere terms, the tale of the great emperor's far-sightedness. Charles, who was ever a stirrer, says he, arrived by mere hap and unexpectedly, in a certain town of Narbonness, Gaul. Whilst he was at dinner, and was as yet unrecognized of any, some corsairs of the Northmen came to ply their piracies in the very port. When their vessels were described, they were supposed to be Jewish traders according to some, African according to others, and British in the opinion of others; but the gifted monarch, perceiving by the build and lightness of the craft that they bare not merchandise, but foes, said to his own folk, "These vessels be not laden with merchandise, but manned with cruel foes." At these words all the Franks, in rivalry one with another, ran to their ships, but uselessly, For the Northmen, indeed, hearing that yonder was he whom it was still their wont to call Charles the Hammer, feared lest all their fleet should be taken or destroyed in the port, and they avoided, by a flight of inconceivable rapidity, not only the glaives, but even the eyes of those who were pursuing them. Pious Charles, however, a prey to well-grounded fear, rose up from the table, stationed himself at a window looking eastward, and there remained a long while, and his eyes were filled with tears. As none durst question him, this warlike prince explained to the grandees who were about his person the cause of his movement and of his tears. Know ye, my lieges, wherefore I weep so bitterly? Of a surety I fear not lest these fellows should succeed in injuring me by their miserable piracies, but it grieveth me deeply that, whilst I live, they should have been nigh to touching at this shore, and I am a prey to violent sorrow when I foresee what evils they will heap upon my descendants and their people. The forecast and the dejection of Charles were not unreasonable. It will be found that there is special mention made, in the chronicles of the 9th and 10th centuries, of 47 incursions into France of Norwegian, Danish, Swedish, and Irish pirates, all comprised under the name of Northmen, and doubtless many other incursions of less gravity have left no trace in history. The Northmen, says M. Fauriel, descended from the north to the south by a sort of natural gradation or ladder. The Scheldt was the first river by the mouth of which they penetrated inland, the Seine was the second, the Loire the third. The advance was threatening for the countries traversed by the Garonne, and it was in 844 that vessels freighted with Northmen for the first time ascended this last river to a considerable distance inland, and there took immense booty. The following year they pillaged and burnt Saintes. In 846 they got as far as Limoges. The inhabitants, finding themselves unable to make head against the dauntless pirates, abandoned their hearths, together with all they had not time to carry away. Encouraged by these successes, the Northmen reappeared next year upon the coasts and in the rivers of Aquitaine, and they attempted to take Bordeaux, whence they were valorously repulsed by the inhabitants. But in 848, having once more laid siege to that city, they were admitted into it at night by the Jews, who were there in great force. The city was given up to plunder and conflagration, a portion of the people was scattered abroad, and the rest put to the sword. Tours, Rouen, Angers, Orleans, Meaux, Toulouse, Saint-Lô, Bayeux, Évreux, Nantes, and Beauvais, some of them more than once, met the fate of Saintes, Limoges, and Bordeaux. The monasteries and churches, wherein they hoped to find treasures, were the favourite objects of the Northmen's enterprises. In particular, they plundered at the gates of Paris the abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés and that of Saint-Denis, whence they carried off the abbot, who could not purchase his freedom save by a heavy ransom. They penetrated more than once into Paris itself, and subjected many of its quarters to contributions or pillage. The populations grew into the habit of suffering and fleeing, and the local lords, and even the kings, made arrangements sometimes with the pirates either for saving the royal domains from the ravages, or for having their own share therein. In 850 Pepin, king of Aquitaine, and brother of Charles the Bald, came to an understanding with the Northmen who had ascended the Garonne, and were threatening Toulouse. They arrived under his guidance, says M. Fauriel. They laid siege to it, took it, and plundered it, not half-wise, not hastily, as folks who feared to be surprised, but leisurely, with all security, by virtue of a treaty of alliance with one of the kings of the country. Throughout Aquitaine there was but one cry of indignation against Pepin, and the popularity of Charles was increased in proportion to all the horror inspired by the ineffable misdeed of his adversary. Charles the Bald himself, if he did not ally himself as Pepin did with the invaders, took scarce any interest in the fate of the populations, and scarcely more trouble to protect them, for Hincmar, Archbishop of Rheims, wrote to him in 859, "Many folks say that you are incessantly repeating that it is not for you to mix yourself up with these depredations and robberies, and that every one has but to defend himself as best he may." It were tedious to relate or even to enumerate all these incursions of the Northmen, with their monotonous incidents. When their frequency and their general character have been notified, all has been done that is due to them from history. However, there are three on which it may be worth while to dwell particularly, by reason of their grave historical consequences, as well as of the dramatic details which have been transmitted to us about them. In the middle and during the last half of the 9th century, a chief of the Northmen, named Hastinck or Hastings, appeared several times over the coasts and in the rivers of France, with numerous vessels and a following. He had also with him, say the chronicles, a young Norwegian or Danish prince, Bjorn, called Ironsides, whom he had educated, and who had preferred sharing the fortunes of his governor to living quietly with the king his father. After several expeditions into western France, Hastings became the theme of terrible, and very probably fabulous stories. He extended his cruises, they say, to the Mediterranean, and having arrived at the coast of Tuscany, within sight of a city, which in his ignorance he took for Rome, he resolved to pillage it, but not feeling strong enough to attack it by assault, he sent to the bishop to say he was very ill, felt a wish to become a Christian, and begged to be baptized. Some days afterwards, his comrades spread a report that he was dead, and claimed for him the honours of a solemn burial. The bishop consented, the coffin of Hastings was carried into the church, attended by a large number of his followers, without visible weapons, but in the middle of the ceremony, Hastings suddenly leapt up, sword in hand, from his coffin; his followers displayed the weapons they had concealed, closed the doors, slew the priests, pillaged the ecclesiastical treasures, and re-embarked before the very eyes of the stupefied population, to go and resume, on the coasts of France, their incursions and their ravages. Whether they were true or false, these rumours of bold artifices and distant expeditions on the part of Hastings aggravated the dismay inspired by his appearance. He penetrated into the interior of the country in Poitou, Anjou, Brittany, and along the Seine, pillaged the monasteries of Jumieges, Saint Vaudreuil, and Saint Evroul, took possession of Chartres, and appeared before Paris, where Charles the Bald, entrenched at Saint Denis, was deliberating with his prelates and barons as to how he might resist the Northmen or treat with them. The chronicle says that the barons advised resistance, but that the king preferred negotiation, and sent the abbot of Saint Denis, the which was an exceedingly wise man, to Hastings, who, after a long parley, and by reason of large gifts and promises, consented to stop his cruisings, to become a Christian, and to settle in the countship of Chartres, which the king gave him as an hereditary possession, with all its appurtenances. According to other accounts, it was only some years later, under the young king Louis III., grandson of Charles the Bald, that Hastings was induced, either by reverses or by payment of money, to cease from his piracy, and accept in recompense the countship of Chartres. Whatever may have been the date, he was, it is believed, the first chieftain of the Northmen who renounced a life of adventure and plunder, to become, in France, a great landed proprietor and a count of the king's. Prince Bjorn then separated from his governor, and put again to sea, laden with so rich a booty that he could never feel any want of wealth, but a tempest swallowed up a great part of his fleet, and cast him upon the coast of Friesland, where he died soon after, for which Hastings was exceeding sorry. A greater chieftain of the Northmen than Hastings was soon to follow his example, and found Normandy in France, but before Rolf, that is, Rollo, came and gave the name of his race to a French province, the piratical Northmen were again to attempt a greater blow against France, and to suffer a great reverse. In November, 885, under the reign of Charles the Fat, after having for more than 40 years irregularly ravaged France, they resolved to unite their forces in order at length to obtain possession of Paris, whose outskirts they had so often pillaged without having been able to enter the heart of the place, in the Ile de la Cité, which had originally been and still was the real Paris. 2 bodies of troops were set in motion; one under the command of Rollo, who was already famous amongst his comrades, marched on Rouen; the other went right up the course of the Seine, under the orders of Siegfried, whom the Northmen called their king. Rollo took Rouen, and pushed on at once for Paris. Duke Renaud, general of the Gallo-Frankish troops, went to encounter him on the banks of the Eure, and sent to him to sound his intentions. Hastings, the newly made Count of Chartres, "Valiant warriors," said Hastings to Rollo, "whence ye come? What seek ye here? What is the name of your lord and master? Tell us this, for we be sent unto you by the king of the Franks." "We be Danes," answered Rollo, "and all be equally masters amongst us. We be come to drive out the inhabitants of this land, and to subject it as our own country. But who art thou, thou who speakest so glibly?" "Ye have sometime heard tell of one Hastings, who, issuing forth from amongst you, came hither with much shipping, and made desert a great part of the kingdom of the Franks?" Yes, said Rollo, we have heard tell of him. Hastings began well and ended ill. Will ye yield you to King Charles? asked Hastings. We yield, was the answer, to none. All that we shall take by our arms we will keep as our right. Go and tell this, if thou wilt, to the king, whose envoy thou boastest to be. Hastings returned to the Gallo-Frankish army, and Rollo prepared to march on Paris. Hastings had gone back somewhat troubled in mind. Now there was amongst the Franks one Count Tybalt, who greatly coveted the countship of Chartres, and he said to Hastings, Why slumberest thou softly? Knowest thou not that King Charles doth purpose thy death because of all the Christian blood that thou didst aforetime unjustly shed? Bethink thee of all the evil thou hast done him, by reason whereof he purposeth to drive thee from his land. Take heed to thyself that thou be not smitten unawares. Hastings, dismayed, at once sold to Tybalt the town of Chartres, and removing all that belonged to him, departed to go and resume, for all that appears, his old course of life. On the 25th of November, 885, all the forces of the Northmen formed a junction before Paris. 700 huge barks covered 2 leagues of the Seine, bringing, it is said, more than 30,000 men. The chieftains were astonished at sight of the new fortifications of the city, a double wall of circumvallation, the bridges crowned with towers, and in the environs the ramparts of the abbeys of Saint Denis and Saint Germain solidly rebuilt. Siegfried hesitated to attack a town so well defended. He demanded to enter alone and have an interview with the bishop Gozelin. "Take pity on thyself and thy flock," he said to him, "but let us pass through this city. We will in no wise touch the town. We will do our best to preserve for thee and Count Eudes all your possessions." "This city," replied the bishop, "hath been confided unto us by the Emperor Charles, king and ruler under God, of the powers of the earth. He hath confided it unto us, not that it should cause the ruin but the salvation of the kingdom. If peradventure these walls had been confided to thy keeping, as they have been to mine, wouldst thou do as thou biddest me?" "If I ever do so," answered Siegfried, "may my head be condemned to fall by the sword and serve as food for the dogs. But if thou yield not to our prayers, so soon as the sun shall commence his course, our armies will launch upon thee their poisoned arrows; and when the sun shall end his course, they will give thee over to all the horrors of famine, and this will they do from year to year." The bishop, however, persisted, without further discussion, being as certain of Count Eudes as he was of himself. Eudes, who was young but recently made Count of Paris, was the eldest son of Robert the Strong, Count of Anjou, of the same line as Charlemagne, but lately slain in the battle against the Northmen. Paris had for defenders 2 heroes, one of the Church and the other of the Empire, the faith of the Christian and the fealty of the vassal, the conscientiousness of the priest and the honor of the warrior. The siege lasted 13 months, whiles pushed vigorously forward with 8 several assaults, whiles maintained by close investment, and with all the alternations of success and reverse, all the intermixture of brilliant daring and obscure sufferings, that can occur when the assailants are determined and the defenders devoted. Not only a contemporary but an eye-witness, Abbo, a monk of Saint Germain des Prés, has recounted all the details in a long poem, wherein the writer, devoid of talent, adds nothing to the simple representation of events. It is history itself which gives to Abbo's poem a high degree of interest. We do not possess, in reference to these continual struggles of the Northmen with the Gallo-Frankish populations, any other document which is equally precise and complete, or which could make us so well acquainted with all the incidents, all the phases of this irregular warfare between 2 peoples, one without a government, the other without a country. The bishop, Gozelin, died during the siege. Count Eudes quitted Paris for a time to go and beg aid of the emperor, but the Parisians soon saw him reappear on the heights of Montmartre with 3 battalions of troops, and he re-entered the town, spurring on his horse and striking right and left with his battle-axe through the ranks of the dumbfounded besiegers. The struggle was prolonged throughout the summer, and when in November, 886, Charles the Fat at last appeared before Paris, with a large army of all nations, it was to purchase the retreat of the Northmen at the cost of a heavy ransom, and by allowing them to go and winter in Burgundy, whereof the inhabitants obeyed not the emperor. Some months afterward, in 887, Charles the Fat was deposed, at a diet held on the banks of the Rhine, by the grandees of Germanic France, and Arnulf, a natural son of Carloman, the brother of Louis III., was proclaimed emperor in his stead. At the same time Count Eudes, the gallant defender of Paris, was elected king at Compiegne and crowned by the Archbishop of Sens. Guy, Duke of Spoleto, descended from Charlemagne in the female line, hastened to France and was declared king at Langres by the bishop of that town, but returned with precipitation to Italy, seeing no chance of maintaining himself in his French kingship. Elsewhere Basso, Duke of Arles, became king of Provence, and the Burgundian Count Rodolph had himself crowned at St. Maurice, in the Valais, king of Transjuran Burgundy. There was still in France a legitimate Carlovingian, a son of Louis the Stutterer, who was hereafter to become Charles the Simple, but being only a child, he had been rejected or completely forgotten, and in the interval that was to elapse ere this time should arrive, kings were being made in all directions. In the midst of this confusion, the Northmen, though they kept at a distance from Paris, pursued in western France their cruising and plundering. In Rollo they had a chieftain far superior to his vagabond predecessors. Though he still led the same life that they had, he displayed therein other faculties, other inclinations, other views. In his youth he had made an expedition to England, and had there contracted a real friendship with the wise King Alfred the Great. During a campaign in Friesland he had taken prisoner Rainier, Count of Hainault, and Aberade, Countess of Brabant, made a request to Rollo for her husband's release, offering in return to set free 12 captains of the Northmen, her prisoners, and to give up all the gold she possessed. Rollo took only half the gold, and restored to the countess her husband. When, in 885, he became master of Rouen, instead of devastating the city, after the fashion of his kind, he respected the buildings, had the walls repaired, and humoured the inhabitants. In spite of his violent and extortionate practices where he met with obstinate resistance, there were to be discerned in him symptoms of more noble sentiments and of an instinctive leaning towards order, civilization, and government. After the deposition of Charles the Fat and during the reign of Eudes, a lively struggle was maintained between the Frankish king and the chieftain of the Northmen, who had neither of them forgotten their early encounters. They strove, one against the other, with varied fortunes. Eudes succeeded in beating the Northmen at Montfaucon, but was beaten in Vermandois by another band, commanded, it is said, by the veteran Hastings, sometime Count of Chartres. Rollo, too, had his share at one time of success, at another of reverse, but he made himself master of several important towns, showed a disposition to treat the quiet populations gently, and made a fresh trip to England, during which he renewed friendly relations with her king, Athelstan, the successor of Alfred the Great. He thus became, from day to day, more reputable as well as more formidable in France, insomuch that Eudes himself was obliged to have recourse, in dealing with him, to negotiations and presents. When, in 898, Eudes was dead, and Charles the Simple, at hardly 19 years of age, had been recognized sole king of France, the ascendancy of Rollo became such that the necessity of treating with him was clear. In 911, Charles, by the advice of his councillors, and amongst them of Robert, brother of the late King Eudes, who had himself become Count of Paris and Duke of France, sent to the chieftain of the Northmen Franco, Archbishop of Rouen, with orders to offer him the cession of a considerable portion of Neustria and the hand of his young daughter Giscle, on condition that he became a Christian and acknowledged himself the king's vassal. Rollo, by the advice of his comrades, received these overtures with a good grace, and agreed to a truce for 3 months, during which they might treat about peace. On the day fixed, Charles, accompanied by Duke Robert, and Rollo, surrounded by his warriors, repaired to St. Clair-sur-Epte, on the opposite banks of the river, and exchanged numerous messages. Charles offered Rollo Flanders, which the Northmen refused, considering it too swampy. As to the maritime position of Neustria, he would not be contented with it; it was, he said, covered with forests, and had become quite a stranger to the ploughshare by reason of the Northmen's incessant incursions. He demanded the addition of territories taken from Brittany, and that the princes of that province, Berenger and Alan, lords respectively of Redon and Del, should take the oath of fidelity to him. When matters had been arranged on this basis, the bishops told Rollo that he who received such a gift as the duchy of Normandy was bound to kiss the king's foot. "Never," quoth Rollo, "will I bend the knee before the knees of any, and will I kiss the foot of no one." At the solicitation of the Franks he then ordered one of his warriors to kiss the king's foot. The Northman, remaining bolt upright, took hold of the king's foot, raised it to his mouth, and so made the king fall backwards, which caused great bursts of laughter and much disturbance among the throng. Then the king and all the grandees who were about him, prelates, abbots, dukes, and counts, swore, in the name of the Catholic faith, that they would protect the patrician Rollo in his life, his members, and his folk, and would guarantee to him the possession of the aforesaid land, to him and his descendants for ever. After which the king, well satisfied, returned to his domains, and Rollo departed with Duke Robert for the town of Rouen. End of chapter 12, part 1. Section 22 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 12. Decay and Fall of the Carlovingians, Part 2. The dignity of Charles the Simple had no reason to be well satisfied, but the great political question which, a century before, caused Charlemagne such lively anxiety, was solved. The most dangerous, the most incessantly renewed of all foreign invasions, those of the Northmen, ceased to threaten France. The vagabond pirates had a country to cultivate and defend. The Northmen were becoming French. No such transformation was near taking place in the case of the invasions of the Saracens in southern Gaul. They continued to infest Aquitania, Septimania, and Provence, their robber hordes appearing frequently on the coasts of the Mediterranean and the banks of the Rhone, at Aigues-Mortes, at Marseilles, at Arles, and in Camargue. They sometimes penetrated into Dauphine, Rouergue, Limousin, and Saintonge. The author of this history saw, at the commencement of the present century, the mountains of the Savines, the ruins of the towers built 1,000 years ago by the inhabitants of those rugged countries, to put their families and their flocks under shelter from the incursions of the Saracens. But these incursions were of short duration, and most frequently undertaken by plunderers few in number, who treated precipitately with their booty. Africa was not, as Asia was, an inexhaustible source of nations burning to push onward, one upon another, to go wandering and settling elsewhere. The people of the north move willingly towards the south, where living is easier and pleasanter, but the people of the south are not much disposed to migrate to the north, with its soil so hard to cultivate, and its leaden skies, into the midst of its fogs and frosts. After a course of plundering in Aquitania or in Provence, the Arabs of Spain and of Africa were eager to recross the Pyrenees or the Mediterranean, and regain their own lovely climate, and their life of easefulness that never palled. Furthermore, between Christians and Mussulmans the religious antipathy was profound. The Christian missionaries were not much given to carrying their pious zeal into the home of the Mussulman, and the Mussulmans were far less disposed than the pagans to become Christians. To preserve their conquests, the Arabs of Spain had to struggle against the refugee Goths in the Asturias, and Charlemagne, by extending those of the Franks to Ebro, had given the Christian Goths a powerful alliance against the Spanish Mussulmans. For all these reasons, the invasions of the Saracens in the south of France did not threaten, as those of the Northmen did in the north, the security of the Gallo-Frankish monarchy, and the Gallo-Roman populations of the south were able to defend their national independence at the same time against the Saracens and the Franks. They did so successfully in the 9th and 10th centuries, and the French monarchy, which was being founded between the Loire and the Rhine, had thus for some time a breach in it, without ever suffering serious displacement. A new people, the Hungarians, which was the only name then given to the Magyars, appeared at this epoch, for the first time, amongst the devastators of Western Europe. From 910 to 954, as a consequence of movements and wars on the Danube, Hungarian hordes, after scouring central Germany, penetrated into Alsace, Lorraine, Champagne, Burgundy, Berry, Dauphine, Provence, and even Aquitaine, but this inundation was transitory, and if the populations of those countries had much to suffer from it, the Gallo-Frankish dominion, in spite of inward disorder and the feebleness of the latter Carlovingians, was not seriously endangered thereby. And so the first of Charlemagne's grand designs, the territorial security of the Gallo-Frankish and Christian dominion, was accomplished. In the east and the north, the Germanic and Asiatic populations, which had so long upset it, were partly arrested at its frontiers, partly incorporated regularly in its midst. In the south, the Mussulman populations which, in the 8th century, had appeared so near overwhelming it, were powerless to deal it any heavy blow. Substantially France was founded. But what had become of Charlemagne's second grand design, the resuscitation of the Roman Empire at the hands of the barbarians that had conquered it and become Christians? Let us leave Louis the Débonnaire his traditional name, although it is not an exact rendering of that which was given him by his contemporaries. They called him Louis the Pious. And so indeed he was, sincerely and even scrupulously pious, but he was still more weak than pious, as weak in heart and character as in mind, as destitute of ruling ideas of strength and will, fluctuating at the mercy of transitory impressions, or surrounding influences, or positional embarrassments. The name of Débonnaire is suited to him. It expresses his moral worth and his political incapacity both at once. As King of Aquitania, in the time of Charlemagne, Louis made himself esteemed and loved. His justice, his suavity, his probity, and his piety were pleasing to the people, and his weaknesses disappeared under the strong hand of his father. When he became emperor, he began his reign by a reaction against the excesses, real or supposed, of the preceding reign. Charlemagne's morals were far from regular, and he troubled himself but little about the license prevailing in his family or his palace. At a distance he ruled with a tight and heavy hand. Louis established at his court, for his sisters as well as his servants, austere regulations. He restored to the subjugated Saxons certain of the rights of which Charlemagne had deprived them. He sent out everywhere his commissioners, missi dominici, with orders to listen to complaints and redress grievances, and to mitigate his father's rule, which was rigorous in its application, and yet insufficient to repress disturbance, notwithstanding its preventive purpose and its watchful supervision. Almost simultaneously with his accession, Louis committed an act more serious and compromising. He had, by his wife Hermengarde, 3 sons, Lothaire, Pepin, and Louis, aged respectively 19, 11, and 8. In 817 Louis summoned at Aix-la-Chapelle the general assembly of his dominions, and there, whilst declaring that neither to those who were wisely minded nor to him did it appear expedient to break up, for the love he bare his sons and by the will of man, the unity of the empire, preserved by God himself. He had resolved to share with his eldest son, Lothar, the imperial throne. Lothar was in fact crowned emperor, and his 2 brothers, Pepin and Louis, were crowned king, in order that they might reign after their father's death and under their brother and lord, Lothaire, to wit, Pepin over Aquitaine and a great part of southern Gaul and of Burgundy, Louis beyond the Rhine, over Bavaria and the divers peoplets of the east of Germany. The rest of Gaul and of Germany, as well as the kingdom of Italy, was to belong to Lothaire, emperor and head of the Frankish monarchy, to whom his brothers would have to repair year by year to come to an understanding with him and receive his instructions. The last named kingdom, the most considerable of the 3, remained under the direct government of Louis the Débonnaire, and at the same time of his son Lothaire, sharing the title of emperor. The other 2 sons, Pepin and Louis, entered, notwithstanding their childhood, upon immediate possession, the one of Aquitaine and the other of Bavaria, under the superior authority of their father and brother, the joint emperors. Charlemagne had vigorously maintained the unity of the empire, for all that he had delegated to 2 of his sons, Pepin and Louis, the government of Italy and Aquitaine, with the title of king. Louis the Débonnaire, whilst regulating beforehand the division of his dominion, likewise desired, as he said, to maintain the unity of the empire, but he forgot that he was no Charlemagne. It was not long before numerous mournful experiences showed to what extent the unity of the empire required personal superiority in the emperor, and how rapid would be the decay of the fabric when there remained nothing but the title of the founder. In 816 Pope Stephen IV came to France to consecrate Louis the Débonnaire emperor. Many a time already the popes had rendered the Frankish kings this service and honour. The Franks had been proud to see their king, Charlemagne, protecting Adrian I against the Lombards, then crowned emperor at Rome by Leo III, and then having his 2 sons, Pepin and Louis, crowned at Rome, by the same pope, kings respectively of Italy and of Aquitaine. On these different occasions, Charlemagne, whilst testifying the most profound respect for the pope, had, in his relations with him, always taken care to preserve, together with his political greatness, all his personal dignity. But when, in 816, the Franks saw Louis the Pious not only go out of Rheims to meet Stephen IV, but prostrate himself from head to foot, and rise only when the Pope held out a hand to him, the spectators felt saddened and humiliated at the sight of their emperor in the posture of a penitent monk. Several insurrections burst out in the empire, the first among the Basques of Aquitaine, the next in Italy, where Bernard, son of Pepin, having, after his father's death, become king in 812, with the consent of his grandfather Charlemagne, could not quietly see his kingdom pass into the hands of his cousin Lothaire, at the orders of his uncle Louis. These two attempts were easily repressed, but the third was more serious. It took place in Brittany, amongst those populations of Armorica who were still buried in their woods, and who were excessively jealous of their independence. In 818 they took for their king one of their principal chieftains, named Morvan, and not confining themselves to a refusal of all tribute to the king of the Franks, they renewed their ravages upon the Frankish territories bordering on their frontier. Louis was at that time holding a general assembly of his dominions at Aix-la-Chapelle, and Count Lantbert, commandant of the marches of Brittany, came and reported to him what was going on. A Frankish monk, named Ditcar, happened to be at the assembly. He was a man of piety and sense, a friend of peace, and, moreover, with some knowledge of the Breton king Morvan, as his monastery had property in the neighbourhood. Him the emperor commissioned to convey to the king his grievances and his demands. After some days' journey the monk passed the frontier, and arrived at a vast space enclosed on one side by a noble river, and on all the others by forests and swamps, hedges and ditches. In the middle of this space was a large dwelling, which was Morvan's. Ditcar found it full of warriors, the king having, no doubt, some expedition on hand. The monk announced himself as a messenger from the emperor of the Franks. The style of announcement caused some confusion, at first, to the Briton, who, however, hasty to conceal his emotion under an air of goodwill and joyousness, to impose upon his comrades. The latter were got rid of, and the king remained alone with the monk, who explained the object of his mission. He descanted upon the power of the Emperor Louis, recounted his complaints, and warned the Briton, kindly and in a private capacity, of the danger of his situation, a danger so much the greater in that he and his people would meet with less consideration, seeing they kept up the religion of their pagan forefathers. Morvan gave attentive ear to this sermon, with his eyes fixed on the ground, and his foot tapping it from time to time. Ditcar thought that he had succeeded, but an incident supervened. It was the hour when Morvan's wife was accustomed to come and look for him ere they retired to the nuptial couch. She appeared, eager to know who the stranger was, what he had come for, what he had said, what answer he had received. She preluded her questions with oglings and caresses. She kissed the knees, the hands, the beard, and the face of the king, testifying her desire to be alone with him. "O king and glory of the mighty Britons, dear spouse of mine, what tidings bringeth this stranger? Is it peace or is it war?" "This stranger," answered Morvan with a smile, "is an envoy of the Franks. But bring he peace or bring he war, it is the affair of men alone. Content thee with thy women's duties." Thereupon Ditcar, perceiving that he was countered, said to Morvan, "Sir king, 'tis time that I return. Tell me what answer I am to take back to my sovereign." "Leave me this night to take thought thereon," replied the Briton chief, with a wavering air. When the morning came, Ditcar presented himself once more to Morvan, whom he found up, but still half drunk, and full of very different sentiments from those of the night before. It required some effort, stupefied and tottering as he was with the effects of wine and the pleasures of the night, to say to Ditcar, "Go back to thy king, and tell him from me that my land was never his, and that I owe him naught of tribute or of submission. Let him reign over the Franks; as for me, I reign over the Britons. If he will bring war on me, he will find me ready to pay him back." The monk returned to Louis the Debonair, and rendered account of his mission. War was resolved upon, and the emperor collected his troops, Alemannians, Saxons, Thuringians, Burgundians, and Aquitanians, without counting Franks or Gallo-Romans. They began their march, moving upon Vannes. Louis was at their head, and the empress accompanied him, but he left her, already ill and fatigued, at Angers. The Franks entered the country of the Britons, searched the woods and morasses, found no armed men in the open country, but encountered them in scattered and scanty companies, at the entrance of all the defiles, on the heights commanding the pathways, and wherever men could hide themselves and await the moment for appearing unexpectedly. The Franks heard them, from amidst the heather and the brushwood, uttering shrill cries, to give warning one to another, or to alarm the enemy. The Franks advanced cautiously, and at last arrived at the entrance of the thick wood which surrounded Morvan's abode. He had not yet set out with the pick of the warriors he had about them, but at the approach of the Franks he summoned his wife and his domestics, and said to them, "Defend ye well this house and these woods. As for me, I am going to march forward to collect my people, after which to return, but not without booty and spoils." He put on his armour, took a javelin in each hand, and mounted his horse. "Thou seest," said he to his wife, "these javelins I brandish. I will bring them back to thee this very day dyed with the blood of Franks. Farewell." Setting out, he pierced, followed by his men, through the thickness of the forest, and advanced to meet the Franks. The battle began. The large numbers of the Franks, who covered the ground for some distance, dismayed the Britons, and many of them fled, seeking where they might hide themselves. Morvan, beside himself with rage, and at the head of his most devoted followers, rushed down upon the Franks as if to demolish them at a single stroke, and many fell beneath his blows. He singled out a warrior of inferior grade, towards whom he made at a gallop, and insulting him by word of mouth, after the ancient fashion of the Celtic warriors, cried, "Frank, I am going to give thee my first present, a present which I have been keeping for thee a long while, and which I hope thou wilt bear in mind," and launched at him a javelin, which the other received on his shield. "Proud Briton," replied the Frank, "I have received thy present, and I am going to give thee mine." He dug both spurs into his horse's hides, and galloped down upon Morvan, who, clad though he was in a coat of mail, fell pierced by the thrust of a lance. The Frank had but time to dismount and cut off his head, when he fell himself, mortally wounded by one of Morvan's young warriors, but not without having, in his turn, dealt the other his death blow. It spread on all sides that Morvan is dead, and the Franks come thronging to the scene of the encounter. There is picked up and passed from hand to hand a head all bloody and fearfully disfigured. Dick Carr the monk is called to see it, and to say whether it is that of Morvan; but he has to wash the mass of disfigurement, and to partially adjust the hair, before he can pronounce that it is really Morvan's. There is then no more doubt; resistance is now impossible; the widow, the family, and the servants of Morvan arrive, are brought before Louis the Debonnair, accept all the conditions imposed upon them, and the Franks withdraw with the boast that Brittany is henceforth their tributary. Chapter 12. Section 23 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 12. Decay and Fall of the Carlovingians. Part 3. On arriving at Angiers, Louis found the Empress Hermengarde dying, and 2 days afterwards she was dead. He had a tender heart, which was not proof against sorrow, and he testified a desire to abdicate and turn monk. But he was dissuaded from his purpose, for it was easy to influence his resolutions. A little later, he was advised to marry again, and he yielded. Several princesses were introduced, and he chose Judith of Bavaria, daughter of Count Welf, or Guelf, a family already powerful and in later times celebrated. Judith was young, beautiful, witty, ambitious, and skilled in the art of making the gift of pleasing subserve the passion for ruling. Louis, during his expedition into Brittany, had just witnessed the fatal result of a woman's empire over her husband. He was destined himself to offer a more striking and more long-lived example of it. In 823 he had, by his new Empress Judith, a son, whom he called Charles, and who was hereafter to be known as Charles the Bald. This son became his mother's ruling, if not exclusive passion, and the source of his father's woes. His birth could not fail to cause ill temper and mistrust in Louis's 3 sons by Hermengarde, who were already kings. They had but a short time previously received the first proof of their father's weakness. In 822, Louis, repenting of his severity towards his nephew, Bernard of Italy, whose eyes he had caused to be put out as a punishment for rebellion, and who had died in consequence, considered himself bound to perform at Attigny, in the church and before the people, a solemn act of penance, which was creditable to his honesty and piety, but the details left upon the minds of the beholders an impression unfavourable to the emperor's dignity and authority. In 829, during an assembly held at Worms, he, yielding to his wife's entreaties, and doubtless to his own yearnings towards his youngest son, set at naught the solemn act whereby, in 817, he had shared his dominions amongst his three elder sons, and took away from two of them, in Burgundy and Allemannia, some of the territories he had assigned to them, and gave them to the boy Charles for his share. Lothaire, Pepin, and Louis thereupon revolted. Court rivalries were added to family differences. The emperor had summoned to his side a young Southron, Bernard by name, Duke of Septimania and son of Count William of Toulouse, who had gallantly fought the Saracens. He made him his chief chamberlain and his favorite counsellor. Bernard was bold, ambitious, vain, imperious, and restless. He removed his rivals from court, and put in their places his own creatures. He was accused not only of abusing the emperor's favor, but even of carrying on a guilty intrigue with the Empress Judith. There grew up against him, and by consequence against the emperor, the empress, and their youngest son, a powerful opposition, in which certain ecclesiastics, and amongst them Wala, abbot of Corbie, cousin german but lately one of the privy councillors of Charlemagne, joined eagerly. Some had at heart the unity of the empire, which Louis was breaking up more and more; others were concerned for the spiritual interests of the Church, which Louis, in spite of his piety and by reason of his weakness, often permitted to be attacked. Thus strengthened, the conspirators considered themselves certain of success. They had the Empress Judith carried off and shut up in the convent of St. Radegonde at Poitiers, and Louis in person came to deliver himself up to them at Compiegne, where they were assembled. There they passed a decree to the effect that the power and title of emperor were transferred from Louis to Lothaire, his eldest son, that the act whereby a share of the empire had been but lately assigned to Charles was annulled, and that the act of 817, which had regulated the partition of Louis's dominions after his death, was once more in force. But soon there was a burst of reaction in favour of the emperor. Lothaire's two brothers, jealous of his late elevation, made overtures to their father; the ecclesiastics were a little ashamed at being mixed up in a revolt; the people felt pity for the poor, honest emperor; and a general assembly, meeting at Nimeguen, abolished the acts of Compiegne, and restored to Louis his title and his power. But it was not long before there was a revolt again, originating this time with Pepin, king of Aquitaine. Louis fought him, and gave Aquitaine to Charles the Bald. The alliance between the three sons of Hermengarde was at once renewed; they raised an army; the emperor marched against them with his, and the two hosts met between Colmar and Bale, in a place called Le Champ Rouge, the Field of Red. Negotiations were set on foot, and Louis was called upon to leave his wife Judith and his son Charles, and put himself under the guardianship of his elder sons. He refused; but just when the conflict was about to commence, desertion took place in Louis's army; most of the prelates, laics, and men-at-arms who had accompanied him passed over to the camp of Lothaire, and the Field of Red became the Field of Falsehood, Le Champ du Mensonge. Louis, left almost alone, ordered his attendants to withdraw, being unwilling, he said, that any one of them should lose life or limb on his account, and surrendered to his sons. They received him with great demonstrations of respect, but without relinquishing the prosecution of their enterprise. Lothaire hastily collected an assembly, which proclaimed him emperor, with the addition of divers territories to the kingdoms of Aquitaine and Bavaria; and 3 months afterwards, another assembly, meeting at Compiegne, declared the Emperor Louis to have forfeited the crown, for having, by his faults and incapacity, suffered to sink so sadly low the empire which had been raised to grandeur and brought into unity by Charlemagne and his predecessors. Louis submitted to this decision, himself read out aloud, in the church of St. Medard at Soissons, but not quite unresistingly, a confession in 8 articles of his faults, and, laying his baldric upon the altar, stripped off his royal robe, and received from the hands of Ebbo, Archbishop of Rheims, the grey vestment of a penitent. Lothaire considered his father dethroned for good, and himself henceforth sole emperor; but he was mistaken. For 6 years longer the scenes which have just been described kept repeating themselves again and again; rivalries and secret plots began once more between the 3 victorious brothers and their partisans; popular feeling revived in favour of Louis; a large portion of the clergy shared it; several counts of Neustria and Burgundy appeared in arms in the name of the deposed emperor; and the seductive and able Judith came afresh upon the scene, and gained over to the cause of her husband and her son a multitude of friends. In 834, two assemblies, one meeting at Saint Denis and the other at Thionville, annulled all the acts of the Assembly of Compiègne, and for the third time put Louis in possession of the imperial title and power. He displayed no violence in his use of it, but he was growing more and more irresolute and weak, when, in 838, the second of his rebellious sons, Pepin, king of Aquitaine, died suddenly. Louis, ever under the sway of Judith, speedily convoked at Worms, in 839, once more and for the last time, a general assembly, whereat, leaving his son Louis of Bavaria reduced to his kingdom in Eastern Europe, he divided the rest of his dominions into two nearly equal parts, separated by the course of the Meuse and the Rhone. Between these two parts he left the choice to Lothaire, who took the eastern portion, promising at the same time to guarantee the western portion to his younger brother Charles. Louis the Germanic protested against this partition, and took up arms to resist it. His father the emperor set himself in motion towards the Rhine, to reduce him to submission, but on arriving close to Mayence, he caught a violent fever, and died on the 20th of June, 840, at the castle of Ingelheim, on a little island in the river. His last acts were a fresh proof of his goodness towards even his rebellious sons, and of his solicitude for his last born. He sent to Louis the Germanic his pardon, and to Lothaire the golden crown and sword, at the same time bidding him fulfil his father's wishes on behalf of Charles and Judith. There is no telling whether, in the credulousness of his good nature, Louis had at his dying hour any great confidence in the appeal he made to his son Lothaire, and in the impression which would be produced on his other son, Louis of Bavaria, by the pardon bestowed. The prayers of the dying are of little avail against violent passions and barbaric manners. Scarcely was Louis the Debonair dead, when Lothaire was already conspiring against young Charles, and was in secret alliance, for his despoilment, with Pepin II., the late king of Aquitaine's son, who had taken up arms for the purpose of seizing his father's kingdom, in the possession of which his grandfather Louis had not been pleased to confirm him. Charles suddenly learning that his mother Judith was on the point of being besieged in Poitiers by the Aquitanians, and in spite of the friendly protestations sent to him by Lothaire, it was not long before he discovered the plot formed against him. He was not wanting in shrewdness or energy, and having first provided for his mother's safety, he set about forming an alliance, in the cause of their common interests, with his other brother, Louis the Germanic, who was equally in danger from the ambition of Lothaire. The historians of the period do not say what negotiator was employed by Charles, on this distant and delicate mission, but several circumstances indicate that the Empress Judith herself undertook it, that she went in quest of the King of Bavaria, and that it was she who, with her accustomed grace and address, determined him to make common cause with his younger against their eldest brother. Divers incidents retarded for a whole year the outburst of this family plot, and of the war of which it was the precursor. The position of the young King Charles appeared for some time a very bad one, but certain chieftains, says the historian Nithard, faithful to his mother and to him, and having nothing more to lose than life or limb, chose rather to die gloriously than to betray their king. The arrival of Louis the Germanic with his troops helped to swell the forces and increase the confidence of Charles, and it was on the 21st of June, 841, exactly a year after the death of Louis the Debonair, that the two armies, that of Lothaire and Pepin on the one side, and that of Charles the Bald and Louis the Germanic on the other, stood face to face in the neighbourhood of the village of Fontenay, 6 leagues from Auxerre, on the rivulet of the Audres. Never, according to such evidence as is forthcoming, since the battle on the plains of Chalons against the Huns, and that of Poitiers against the Saracens, had so great masses of men been engaged. There would be nothing untruth-like, says that scrupulous authority, M. Fauriel, in putting the whole number of combatants at 300,000, and there is nothing to show that either of the two armies was much less numerous than the other. However that may be, the leaders hesitated for 4 days to come to blows, and whilst they were hesitating, the old favourite, not only of Louis the Debonair, but also, according to several chroniclers, of the Empress Judith, held himself aloof with his troops in the vicinity, having made equal promise of assistance to both sides, and waiting, to govern his decision, for the prospect afforded by the first conflict. The battle began on the 25th of June at daybreak, and was at first in favour of Lothaire, But the troops of Charles the Bald recovered the advantage which had been lost by Louis the Germanic, and the action was soon nothing but a terribly simple scene of carnage between enormous masses of men, charging hand to hand, again and again, with a front extending over a couple of leagues. Before midday the slaughter, the plunder, the spoliation of the dead, all was over, the victory of Charles and Louis was complete, the victors had retired to their camp, and there remained nothing on the field of battle but corpses in thick heaps, or a long line, according as they had fallen in the disorder of flight or steadily fighting in their ranks. "Accursed be this day," cries Engelbert, one of Lothaire's officers, in rough Latin, "be it unnumbered in the return of the year, but wiped out of all remembrance. Be it unlit by the light of the sun. Be it without either dawn or twilight. Accursed also be this night, this awful night in which fell the brave, the most expert in battle. I ne'er has seen more fearful slaughter, in streams of blood fell Christian men, the linen vestments of the dead did whiten the champaign even as it is whitened by the birds of autumn." In spite of this battle, which appeared a decisive one, Lothaire made zealous efforts to continue the struggle. He scoured the countries wherein he hoped to find partisans; to the Saxons he promised the unrestricted re-establishment of their pagan worship, and several of the Saxon tribes responded to his appeal. Louis the Germanic and Charles the Bald, having information of these preliminaries, resolved to solemnly renew their alliance, and 7 months after their victory at Fontenay, in February 842, they repaired, both of them, each with his army, to Argentaria, on the right bank of the Rhine, between Bale and Strasbourg, and there, at an open-air meeting, Louis first, addressing the chieftains about him in the German tongue, said, "Ye all know how often, since our father's death, Lothaire hath attacked us, in order to destroy us, this my brother and me. Having never been able, as brothers and Christians, or in any just way, to obtain peace from him, we were constrained to appeal to the judgment of God. Lothaire was beaten and retired, whither he could, with his following, for we, restrained by paternal affection and moved with compassion for Christian people, were unwilling to pursue them to extermination. Neither then nor aforetime did we demand aught else save that each of us should be maintained in his rights. But he, rebelling against the judgment of God, ceaseth not to attack us as enemies, this my brother and me, and he destroyeth our peoples with fire and pillage and the sword. That is the cause which hath united us afresh, and as we trove that ye doubt the soundness of our alliance and our fraternal union, we have resolved to bind ourselves afresh by this oath in your presence, being led thereto by no prompting of wicked covetousness, but only that we may secure our common advantage in case that, by your aid, God should cause us to obtain peace. If then I violate, which God forbid, this oath that I am about to take to my brother, I hold you all quit of submission to me, and of the faith ye have sworn to me." Charles repeated this speech, word for word, to his own troops, in the Romance language, in that idiom derived from a mixture of Latin and of the tongues of ancient Gaul, and spoken thenceforth with varieties of dialect and pronunciation, in nearly all parts of Frankish Gaul. After this address, Louis pronounced and Charles repeated after him, each in his own tongue, the oath couched in these terms: "For the love of God, for the Christian people, and for our common weal, from this day forth, and so long as God shall grant me power and knowledge, I will defend this my brother, and will be an aid to him in everything, as one ought to defend his brother, provided that he do no likewise unto me; and I will never make with Lothaire any covenant which may be, to my knowledge, to the damage of this my brother." When the two brothers had thus sworn, the two armies, officers and men, took in their turn a similar oath, going bail, in a mass, for the engagements of their kings. Then they took up their quarters, all of them, for some time, between Worms and Mayence, and followed up their political proceedings with military fetes, precursors of the knightly tournaments of the Middle Ages. A place of meeting was fixed, says the contemporary historian Nithard, at a spot suitable for this kind of exercises. Here were drawn up, on one side, a certain number of combatants, Saxons, Vasconians, Austrasians, or Britons; there were two ranged on the opposite side, an equal number of warriors, and the two divisions advanced, each against the other, as if to attack. One of them, with their bucklers at their backs, took to flight, as if to seek, in the main body, shelter against those who were pursuing them. Then suddenly, facing about, they dashed in pursuit of those before whom they had just been flying. This sport lasted until the two kings, appearing with all the youth of their suits, rode up at a gallop, brandishing their spears and chasing first one lot and then the other. It was a fine sight to see so much temper amongst so many valiant folks, for great as were the number and the mixture of different nationalities, no one was insulted or maltreated, though the contrary is often the case amongst men in small numbers and known to one another. After 4 or 5 months of tentative measures, or of incidents which taught both parties that they could not, either of them, hope to completely destroy their opponents, the two allied brothers received at Verdun, whither they had repaired to concert their next movement, a messenger from Lothaire, with peaceful proposals which they were unwilling to reject. The principal was that, with the exception of Italy, Aquitaine, and Bavaria, to be secured without dispute to their then possessors, the Frankish empire should be divided into 3 portions, that the arbiters elected to preside over the partition should swear to make it as equal as possible, and that Lothaire should have his choice, with the title of emperor. About mid-June, 842, the 3 brothers met on an island of the Saône, near Chalons, where they began to discuss questions which divided them, but it was not till more than a year after, in August 843, that assembling all 3 of them, with their umpires, at Verdun, they at last came to an agreement about the partition of the Frankish empire, save the 3 countries which it had been beforehand agreed to accept. Louis kept all the provinces of Germany, of which he was already in possession, and received besides, on the left bank of the Rhine, the towns of Mayence, Worms, and Speyer, with the territory appertaining to them. Lothaire, for his part, had the eastern belt of Gaul, bounded on one side by the Rhine and the Alps, on the other by the courses of the Meuse, the Saône, and the Rhone, starting from the confluence of the 2 latter rivers, and further, the country comprised between the Meuse and the Scheldt, together with certain countships lying to the west of that river. To Charles fell the rest of Gaul, Vasconia or Biscayne, Septimania, the marches of Spain, beyond the Pyrenees, and the other countries of southern Gaul which had enjoyed hitherto, under the title of the Kingdom of Aquitaine, a special government subordinated to the general government of the empire, but distinct from it, lost this last remnant of their Gallo-Roman nationality, and became integral portions of Frankish Gaul, which fell by partition to Charles the Bald, and formed one and the same kingdom under one and the same king. Thus fell through and disappeared, in 843, by virtue of the Treaty of Verdun, the second of Charlemagne's grand designs, the resuscitation of the Roman Empire by means of the Frankish and Christian masters of Gaul. The name of emperor still retained a certain value in the minds of the people, and still remained an object of ambition to princes, but the empire was completely abolished, and in its stead sprang up 3 kingdoms, independent one of another, without any necessary connection or relation. One of the 3 was thenceforth France. In this great event are comprehended 2 facts, the disappearance of the empire and the formation of the 3 kingdoms which took its place. The first is easily explained. The resuscitation of the Roman Empire had been a dream of ambition and ignorance on the part of a great man, but a barbarian. Political unity and central absolute power had been the essential characteristics of that empire. They became introduced and established, through a long succession of ages, on the ruins of the splendid Roman Republic, destroyed by its own dissensions, under favour of the still great influence of the old Roman Senate, though fallen from its high estate, and beneath the guardianship of the Roman legions and imperial praetorians. Not one of these conditions, not one of these forces, was to be met with in the Roman world reigned over by Charlemagne. The nation of the Franks and Charlemagne himself were but of yesterday. The new emperor had neither ancient senate to hedge at the same time that it obeyed him, nor old bodies of troops to support him. Political unity and absolute power were repugnant alike to the intellectual and to the social condition, to the national manners and personal sentiments of the victorious barbarians. The necessity of placing their conquests beyond the reach of a new swarm of barbarians and the personal ascendancy of Charlemagne were the only things which gave his government a momentary gleam of success, in the way of unity and of factious despotism under the name of empire. In 814, Charlemagne had made territorial security an accomplished fact, but the personal power he had exercised disappeared with him. The new Gallo-Frankish community recovered, under the mighty but gradual influence of Christianity, its proper and natural course, producing disruption into different local communities and bold struggles for individual liberties, either one with another, or against whosoever tried to become their master. As for the second fact, the formation of the three kingdoms which were the issue of the Treaty of Verdun, various explanations have been given of it. This distribution of certain peoples of Western Europe into three distinct and independent groups, Italians, Germans, and French, has been attributed at one time to a diversity of histories and manners, at another to geographical causes and to what is called the rule of natural frontiers, and oftener still to a spirit of nationality and to differences of language. Let none of these causes be gainsaid; they all exercised some sort of influence, but they are all incomplete in themselves and far too redolent of theoretical system. It is true that Germany, France, and Italy began, at that time, to emerge from the chaos into which they had been plunged by barbaric invasion and the conquests of Charlemagne, and to form themselves into quite distinct nations; but there were in each of the kingdoms of Lothaire, of Louis the Germanic, and of Charles the Bold, populations widely differing in race, language, manners, and geographical affinity, and it required many great events and the lapse of many centuries to bring about the degree of national unity they now possess. To say nothing touching the agency of individual and independent forces, which is always considerable, although so many men of intellect ignore it in the present day, what would have happened had any one of the three new kings, Lothaire or Louis the Germanic or Charles the Bald, been a second Charlemagne, as Charlemagne had been a second Charles Martel? Who can say that, in such a case, the three kingdoms would have taken the form they took in 843? Happily or unhappily, it was not so; none of Charlemagne's successors was capable of exercising on the events of his time, by virtue of his brain and his own will, any notable influence. Not that they were all unintelligent, or timid, or indolent. It has been seen that Louis the Debonair did not lack virtues and good intentions, and Charles the Bald was clear-sighted, dexterous, and energetic; he had a taste for information and intellectual distinction; he liked and sheltered men of learning and letters, and to such purpose that, instead of speaking, as under Charlemagne, of the school of the palace, people called the palace of Charles the Bald the palace of the school. Amongst the 11 kings who after him ascended the Carlovingian throne, several, such as Louis III. and Carloman especially, and especially Louis the Ultramarine, d'Outremer, and Lothaire, displayed on several occasions energy and courage; and the kings elected at this epoch, without the pale of the Carlovingian dynasty, Eudes in 887 and Raoul in 923, gave proofs of a valour both discreet and effectual. The Carlovingians did not, as the Merovingians did, end in monkish retirement or shameful inactivity, even the last of them, and the only one termed sluggard, Louis V., was getting ready, when he died, for an expedition in Spain against the Saracens. The truth is that, mediocre or undecided or addle-pated as they may have been, they all succumbed, internally and externally, without initiating and without resisting, to the course of events, and that in 987 the fall of the Carlovingian line was the natural and easily accomplished consequence of the new social condition which had been preparing in France under the Empire. Chapter 12. Section 24 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 13. Feudal France and Hugh Capet, Part 1. The reader has just seen that, 29 years after the death of Charlemagne, that is, in 843, when, by the Treaty of Verdun, the sons of Louis the Debonair had divided amongst them his dominions, the great empire split up into three distinct and independent kingdoms, the kingdoms of Italy, Germany, and France. The split did not stop there. 45 years later, at the end of the 9th century, shortly after the death of Charles the Fat, the last of the Carlovingians who appears to have reunited, for a while, all the empire of Charlemagne, this empire had begotten 7 instead of 3 kingdoms, those of France, of Navarre, of Provence or Cisjuran Burgundy, of Transjuran Burgundy, or Lorraine, of Alemannia, and of Italy. This is what had become of the factious and ephemeral unity of that Empire of the West, which Charlemagne had wished to put in the place of the Roman Empire. We will leave where they are the three distinct and independent kingdoms, and turn our introspective gaze upon the kingdom of France. There we recognize the same fact. There the same work of dismemberment is going on. About the end of the 9th century there were already 29 provinces or fragments of provinces which had become petty states, the former governors of which, under the names of dukes, counts, marquises, and viscounts, were pretty nearly real sovereigns. 29 great fiefs, which have played a special part in French history, date back to this epoch. These petty states were not all of equal importance or in possession of a perfectly similar independence. There were certain ties uniting them to other states, resulting in certain reciprocal obligations which became the basis, or, one might say, the constitution of the feudal community, but their prevailing feature was nevertheless isolation, personal existence. They were really petty states begotten from the dismemberment of a great territory. Those local governments were formed at the expense of a central power. From the end of the 9th we pass to the end of the 10th century, to the epoch when the Capetians take the place of the Carlovingians. Instead of 7 kingdoms to replace the empire of Charlemagne, there were then no more than 4. The kingdoms of Provence and Transjuran Burgundy had formed, by reunion, the kingdom of Arles. The kingdom of Lorraine was no more than a duchy in dispute between Alemannia and France. The Emperor Otho the Great had united the kingdom of Italy to the empire of Alemannia. Overtures had produced their effects amongst the great states. But in the interior of the kingdom of France, dismemberment had held on its course, and instead of the 29 petty states or great fiefs observable at the end of the 9th century, we find at the end of the 10th 55 actually established. Vide Guizot's Histoire de la Civilisation, pages 238 to 244. Now, how was this ever-increasing dismemberment accomplished? What causes determined it, and little by little made it the substitute for the unity of the empire? 2 causes, perfectly natural and independent of all human calculation, one moral and the other political. They were the absence from the minds of men of any general and dominant idea, and the reflux in social relations and manners of the individual liberties but lately repressed or regulated by the strong hand of Charlemagne. In times of formation or transition, states and governments conformed to the measure, one had almost said to the height, of the men of the period, their ideas, their sentiments, and their personal force of character. When ideas are few and narrow, when sentiments spread only over a confined circle, when means of action and expansion are wanting to men, communities become petty and local, just as the thoughts and existence of their members are. Such was the state of things in the 9th and 10th centuries. There was no general and fructifying idea, save the Christian creed; no great intellectual vent; no great national feeling; no easy and rapid means of communication. Mind and life were both confined in a narrow space, and encountered at every step stoppages and obstacles well nigh insurmountable. At the same time, by the fall of the empires of Rome and of Charlemagne, men regained possession of the rough and ready individual liberties which were the essential characteristic of Germanic manners. Franks, Visigoths, Burgundians, Saxons, Lombards, none of these new peoples had lived as the Greeks and Romans had, under the sway of an essentially political idea, the idea of city, state, and fatherland. They were free men, and not citizens; comrades, not members of one and the same public body. They gave up their vagabond life; they settled upon a soil conquered by themselves and partitioned amongst themselves, and there they lived each by himself, master of himself and all that was his, family, servitors, husbandmen, and slaves. The territorial domain became the fatherland, and the owner remained a free man, a local and independent chieftain, at his own risk and peril. And this, quite naturally, grew up feudal France, when the newcomers, settled in their new abodes, were no more swayed or hampered by the vain attempt to re-establish the Roman Empire. The consequences of such a state of things and of such a disposition of persons were rapidly developed. Territorial ownership became the fundamental characteristic of, and warranty for independence and social importance. Local sovereignty, if not complete and absolute, at least in respect of its principal rights, right of making war, right of judicature, right of taxation, and right of regulating the police, became one with the territorial ownership, which before long grew to be hereditary, whether, under the title of ayiu, allodium, it had been originally perfectly independent and exempt from any feudal tie, or, under the title of benefice, had arisen from grants of land made by the chieftain to his followers on condition of certain obligations. The offices, that is, the divers functions, military or civil, conferred by the king on his lieges, also ended by becoming hereditary. Having become established in fact, this heirship in lands and local powers was soon recognized by the law. A capitulary of Charles the Bald, promulgated in 877, contains the two following provisions. If, after our death, any one of our lieges, moved by love for God and our person, desire to renounce the world, and if he have a son or other relative capable of serving the public weal, let him be free to transmit to him his benefices and his honour, according to his pleasure. If a count of this kingdom happen to die, and his son be about our person, we will that our son, together with those of our lieges who may chance to be the nearest relatives of the deceased count, as well as with the other officers of the said countship and the bishop of the diocese wherein it is situated, shall provide for its administration until the death of the heretofore count shall have been announced to us, and we have been enabled to confer on the son, present at our court, the honours wherewith his father was invested. Thus the king still retained the nominal right of conferring on the son the offices or local functions of the father, but he recognized in the son the right to obtain them. A host of documents testify that at this epoch, when, on the death of a governor of a province, the king attempted to give his countship to some one else than his descendants, not only did personal interest resist, but such a measure was considered a violation of right. Under the reign of Louis the Stutterer, son of Charles the Bald, two of his lieges, Wilhelm and Engelschock, held two countships on the confines of Bavaria, and at their death their offices were given to Count Arbo, to the prejudice of their sons. The children and their relatives, says the chronicler, taking that as a gross injustice, said that matters ought to go differently, and that they would die by the sword or Arbo should give up the countship of their family. Heirship in territorial ownership and their local rights, whatever may have originally been their character, heirship in local offices or powers, military or civil, primarily conferred by the king, and, by consequence, hereditary union of territorial ownership and local government, under the condition, a little confused and precarious, of subordinate relations and duties between suzerain and vassal, such was, in law and in fact, the feudal order of things. From the 9th to the 10th century it had acquired full force. This order of things being thus well defined, we find ourselves face to face with an indisputable historic fact. No period, no system, has ever, in France, remained so odious to the public instincts. And this antipathy is not peculiar to our age, nor merely the fruit of that great revolution which not long since separated, as by a gulf, the French present from its past. Go back to any portion of the French history, and stop where you will, and you will everywhere find the feudal system considered, by the mass of the population, a foe to be fought and fought down at any price. At all times, whoever dealt it a blow has been popular in France. The reasons for this fact are not all, or even the chief of them, to be traced to the evils, which in France the people had to endure under the feudal system. It is not evil plight which is most detested and feared by peoples. They have more than once borne, faced, and almost wooed it, and there are woeful epochs, the memory of which has remained dear. It is in the political character of feudalism, in the nature and shape of its power, that we find lurking that element of popular aversion which, in France at least, it has never ceased to inspire. It was a confederation of petty sovereigns, of petty despots, unequal amongst themselves, and having, one towards another, certain duties and rights, but invested in their own domains, over their personal and direct subjects, with arbitrary and absolute power. That is the essential element of the feudal system; therein it differs from every other aristocracy, every other form of government. There has been no scarcity in this world of aristocracies and despotisms. There have been peoples arbitrarily governed, nay, absolutely possessed by a single man, by a college of priests, by a body of patricians. But none of these despotic governments was like the feudal system. In the case where the sovereign power has been placed in the hands of a single man, the condition of the people has been servile and woeful. At the bottom, the feudal system was somewhat better, and it will presently be explained why. Meanwhile it must be acknowledged that the condition often appeared less burdensome, and obtained more easy acceptance than the feudal system. It was because, under the great absolute monarchies, men did, nevertheless, obtain some sort of equality and tranquillity. A shameful equality, and a fatal tranquillity, no doubt, but such as peoples are sometimes contented with under the dominance of certain circumstances, or in the last gasp of their existence. Liberty, equality, and tranquillity were all alike wanting, from the 10th to the 13th century, to the inhabitants of each lord's domains. Their sovereign was at their very doors, and none of them was hidden from him, or beyond reach of his mighty arm. Of all tyrannies, the worst is that which can thus keep account of its subjects, and which sees, from its seat, the limits of its empire. The caprices of the human will then show themselves in all their intolerable extravagance, and, moreover, with irresistible promptness. It is then, too, that inequality of conditions makes itself more rudely felt. Riches, might, independence, every advantage and every right present themselves every instant to the gaze of misery, weakness, and servitude. The inhabitants of fiefs could not find consolation in the bosom of tranquillity, incessantly mixed up in the quarrels of their lord, a prey to his neighbours' devastations. They led a life still more precarious and still more restless than that of the lords themselves, and they had to put up at one and the same time with the presence of war, privilege, and absolute power. Nor did the rule of feudalism differ less from that of a college of priests or a senate of patricians than from the despotism of an individual. In the two former systems we have an aristocratic body governing the mass of the people. In the feudal system we have an aristocracy resolved into individuals, each of whom governs on his own private account a certain number of persons dependent upon him alone. Be the aristocratic body a clergy, its power has its root in creeds which are common to itself and its subjects. Now, in every creed common to those who command and those who obey, there is a moral tie, an element of sympathetic equality, and on the part of those who obey a tacit adhesion to the rule. Be it a senate of patricians that reigns, it cannot govern so capriciously, so arbitrarily as an individual. There are differences and discussions in the very bosom of the government. There may be, nay, there always are formed factions, parties which, in order to arrive at their own ends, strive to conciliate the favour of the people, sometimes take in hand its interests, and, however bad may be its condition, the people, by sharing in its master's rivalries, exercises some sort of influence over its own destiny. Feudalism was not, properly speaking, an aristocratic government, a senate of kings, to use the language used by Cineas to Pyrrhus. It was a collection of individual despotisms, exercised by isolated aristocrats, each of whom, being sovereign in his own domains, had to give no account to another, and ask nobody's opinion about his conduct toward his subjects. Is it astonishing that such a system incurred, on the part of the peoples, more hatred than even those which had reduced them to a more monotonous and more lasting servitude? There was despotism, just as in pure monarchies, and there was privilege, just as in the very closest aristocracies. And both obtruded themselves in the most offensive and, so to speak, crude form. Despotism was not tapered off by means of the distant and elevation of a throne, and privilege did not veil itself behind the majesty of a large body. Both were the appurtenances of an individual ever present and ever alone, ever at his subjects' doors, and never called upon, in dealing with their lot, to gather his peers around him. And now we will leave the subjects in the case of feudalism, and consider the masters, the owners of the fiefs, and their relations one with another. We here behold quite a different spectacle. We see liberties, rights, and guarantees, which not only give protection and honour to those who enjoy them, but of which the tendency and effect are open to the subject population and outlet towards a better future. It could not, in fact, be otherwise, for, on the one hand, feudal society was not wanting in dignity and glory, and, on the other, the feudal system did not, as the theocracy of Egypt or the despotism of Asia did, condemn its subjects irretrievably to slavery. It oppressed them, but they ended by having the power as well as the will to go free. It is the fault of pure monarchy to set up power so high, and encompass it with such splendour, that the possessor's head is turned, and that those who are beneath it dare scarcely to look upon it. The sovereign thinks himself a god, and the people fall down and worship him. But it was not so in society under the owners of fiefs. The grandeur was neither dazzling nor unapproachable, it was but a short step from vassal to suzerain. They lived familiarly one with another, without any possibility that superiority should think itself illimitable, or subordination think itself servile. Thence came that extension of the domestic circle, that ennoblement of personal service, from which sprang one of the most generous sentiments of the Middle Ages, fealty, which reconciled the dignity of the man with the devotion of the vassal. Further, it was not from a numerous aristocratic senate, but from himself, and almost from himself alone, that every possessor of fiefs derived his strength and his lustre. Isolated as he was in his domains, it was for him to maintain himself therein, to extend them, to keep his subjects submissive and his vassals faithful, and to correct those who were wanting in obedience to him, or who ignored their duties as members of the feudal hierarchy. It was, as it were, a people consisting of scattered citizens, of whom each, ever armed, accompanied by his following or entrenched in his castle, kept watch himself over his own safety and his own rights, relying far more on his own courage and his own renown than on the protection of the public authorities. Such a condition bears less resemblance to an organized and settled society than to a constant prospect of peril and war, but the energy and the dignity of the individual were kept up in it, and a more extended and better regulated society might issue therefrom. And it did issue. This society of the future was not slow to sprout and grow in the midst of that feudal system so turbulent, so oppressive, so detested. For 5 centuries, from the invasion of the barbarians to the fall of the Carlovingians, France presents the appearance of being stationary in the middle of chaos. Over this long, dark space of anarchy, feudalism is slowly taking shape, at the expense, at one time, of liberty, at another, of order, not as a real rectification of the social condition, but as the only order of things which could possibly acquire fixity, as in fact a sort of unpleasant but necessary alternative. No sooner is the feudal system in force, than, with its victory scarcely secured, it is attacked in the lower grades by the mass of the people attempting to regain certain liberties, ownerships, and rights, and in the highest by royalty labouring to recover its public character, to become once more the head of a nation. It is no longer the case of free men in a vague and dubious position, unsuccessfully defending, against the nomination of the chieftains whose lands they inhabit, the wreck of their independence, whether Gallic or Roman or barbaric. It is the case of burgesses, agriculturalists, and serfs, who know well what their grievances and who their oppressors are, and who are working to get free. It is no longer the case of a king doubtful about his title and the nature of his power, at one time a chieftain of warriors, at another the anointed of the Most High, here a mayor of the palace of some sluggard barbarian, there the heir of the emperors of Rome, a sovereign, tossing about confusedly amidst followers or servitors, eager at one time to invade his authority, at another to render themselves completely isolated. It is the case of one of the premier feudal lords exerting himself to become the master of all, to change his suzerainty into sovereignty. Thus, in spite of the servitude into which the people had sunk at the end of the 10th century, from this moment the enfranchisement of the people makes way. In spite of the weakness, or rather nullity, of the regal power at the same epoch, from this moment the regal power begins to gain ground. That monarchical system which the genius of Charlemagne could not found, kings far inferior to Charlemagne will, little by little, make triumphant. Those liberties and those guarantees which the German warriors were incapable of transmitting to a well-regulated society, the commonalty will regain one after another. Nothing but feudalism could have sprung from the womb of barbarism, but scarcely is feudalism established when we see monarchy and liberty nascent and growing in its womb. End of chapter 13, part 1. Section 25 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 13. Feudal France and Hugh Capet, Part 2. From the end of the 9th to the end of the 10th century, two families were, in French history, the representatives and instruments of the two systems thus confronted and conflicting at that epoch, the imperial, which was falling, and the feudal, which was rising. After the death of Charlemagne, his descendants, to the number of 10, from Louis the Debonair to Louis the Sluggard, strove obstinately, but in vain, to maintain the unity of the empire and the unity of the central power. In 4 generations, on the other hand, the descendants of Robert the Strong climbed to the head of feudal France. The former, though German in race, were imbued with the maxims, the traditions, and the pretensions of that Roman world which had been for a while resuscitated by their glorious ancestor, and they claimed it as their heritage. The latter preserved, at their settlement upon Gallo-Roman territory, Germanic sentiments, manners, and instincts, and were occupied only with the idea of getting more and more settled, and greater in the new society which was little by little being formed upon the soil won by the barbarians, their forefathers. Louis the Ultramarine and Lothaire were not, we may suppose, less personally brave than Robert the Strong and his son Eudes, but when the Northmen put the Frankish dominions in peril, it was not to the descendants of Charlemagne, not to the Emperor Charles the Fat, but to the local and feudal chieftain, to Eudes, Count of Paris, that the population turned for salvation, and Eudes it was who saved them. In this painful parturition of French monarchy, one fact deserves to be remarked, and that is, the lasting respect attached, in the minds of the people, to the name and the reminiscences of the Carlovingian rule, notwithstanding its decay. It was not alone the lustre of that name, and of the memory of Charlemagne, which inspired and prolonged this respect. A certain instinctive feeling about the worth of hereditary monarchy, as an element of stability and order, already existed amongst the populations, and glimpses thereof were visible amongst the rivals of the royal family in the hour of its dissolution. It had been consecrated by religion; the title of anointed of the Most High was united, in its case, to that of lawful heir. Why did Hugh the Great, Duke of France, in spite of favourable opportunities and very palpable temptations, abstain perseveringly from taking the crown, and leave it tottering upon the heads of Louis the Ultramarine and Lothaire? Why did his son, Hugh Capet himself, wait for his election as king, until Louis the Sluggard was dead, and the Carlovingian line had only a collateral and discredited representative? In these hesitations and lingerings of the great feudal chieftains, there is a forecast of the authority already vested in the principle of hereditary monarchy, at the very moment when it was about to be violated, and of the great part which would be played by that principle in the history of France. At last the day of decision arrived for Hugh Capet. There is nothing to show that he had conspired to hasten it, but he had foreseen the probability of it, and if he had done nothing to pave the way for it, he had held himself, so far as he was concerned, in readiness for it. During a trip which he made to Rome in 981, he had entered into kindly personal relations with the Emperor Otto II, King of Germany, the most important of France's neighbours, and the most disposed to meddle in her affairs. In France, Hugh Capet had formed a close friendship with Aldebaran, Archbishop of Rheims, the most notable and most able of the French prelates. The event showed the value of such a friend. On the 21st of May, 987, King Louis V. died without issue, and, after his obsequies, the grandees of the kingdom met together at Senlis. We will here borrow the text of a contemporary witness, Richer, the only one of the chroniclers of that age who deserves the name of historian, whether for the authenticity of his testimony or the extent and clearness of his narrative. "The bishop," he says, "took his place, together with the duke, in the midst of the assembly, and said to them, 'I come and sit down amongst you to treat of the affairs of the state. Far from me be any design of saying anything but what has for aim the advantage of the common weal. As I do not see here all the princes whose wisdom and energy might be useful in the government of the kingdom, it seems to me that the choice of a king shall be put off for some time, in order that, at a period fixed upon, all may be able to meet in assembly, and that every opinion, having been discussed and set forth in the face of day, may thus produce its full effect. May it please you, then, all of ye who are here assembled to deliberate, to bind yourselves in conjunction with me by oath to this illustrious Duke, and to promise between his hands not to engage yourselves in any way in the election of a head, and not to do anything to this end until we be reassembled here to deliberate upon that choice." This opinion was well received and approved of by all, oath was taken between the hands of the Duke, and the time was fixed at which the meeting should assemble again. Before the day fixed for reassembling, the last of the descendants of Charlemagne, Charles, Duke of Lower Lorraine, brother of the late King Lothaire, and paternal uncle of the late King Louis, went to Rheims in quest of the Archbishop, and thus spake to him about his rights to the throne. "All the world knoweth, venerable father, that by hereditary right I ought to succeed my brother and my nephew. I am wanting nought that should be required, before all, from those who ought to reign, to wit, birth and courage to dare. Wherefore am I thrust out from the territory which all the world knows to have been possessed by my ancestors? To whom could I better address myself than to you, when all the supports of my race have disappeared? To whom, bereft as I am of honourable protection, should I have recourse but to you? By whom, if not by you, should I be restored to the honours of my fathers? Please God, things turn out favourably for me and for my fortunes. Rejected, what can become of me save to be exhibited as a spectacle to all who look on me? Suffer yourself to be moved by some feeling of humanity, be compassionate towards a man who has been tried by so many reverses." Such language was more calculated to inspire contempt than compassion. The metropolitan, firm in his resolution, gave for answer these few words: "Thou hast ever been associated with the perjured, the sacrilegious, and the wicked of every sort, and now thou art still unwilling to separate from them. How canst thou, in company with such men, and by means of such men, seek to attain the sovereign power?" And when Charles replied that he must not abandon his friends, but rather gain over others, the bishop said to himself, "Now that he possesses no position of dignity, he hath allied himself with the wicked, whose companionship he will not in any way give up. What misfortune it would be for the good if he were elected to the throne!" To Charles, however, he made answer that he would do naught without the consent of the princes, and so left him. At the time fixed, probably the 29th or 30th of June, 987, the grandees of Frankish Gaul, who had bound themselves by oath, reassembled at Senlis. Hugh Capet was present with his brother Henry of Burgundy, and his brother-in-law, Richard the Fearless, Duke of Normandy. The majority of the direct vassals of the crown were also there: Fulques Nera, the Black, Count of Anjou; Eudes, Count of Blois, Chartres, and Tours; Bluchard, Count of Ventimille and Corbeil; Gautier, Count of Vexin; and Hugh, Count of Maine. Few counts came from beyond the Loire, and some of the lords in the north, amongst others Arnulf II., Count of Flanders, and the lords of Vermandoise were likewise missing. When those present were in regular assembly, Archbishop Adalheron, with the assent of Duke Hugh, thus spake unto them: "Louis of blessed memory having been taken from us without leaving issue, it hath become necessary to engage seriously in seeking who may take his place upon the throne, to the end that the common weal remain not in peril, neglected, and without a head. That is why on the last occasion we deemed it useful to put off this matter, in order that each of ye might come hither and submit to the assembly the opinion with which God should have inspired him, and that from all those sentiments might be drawn what is the general will. Here be we assembled; let us, then, be guided by our wisdom and our good faith to act in such sort that hatred stifle not reason, and affection distort not truth. We be not ignorant that Charles hath his partisans, who maintain that he ought to come to the throne, transmitted to him by his relatives. But if we examine this question, the throne is not acquired by hereditary right, and we be bound to place at the head of the kingdom none but him who hath not only the distinction of corporeal nobility, but hath honour to recommend him and magnanimity to rest upon. We read in the annals that to emperors of illustrious race, whom their own laches caused to fall from power, succeeded others, at one time similar, at another different; but what dignity could we confer on Charles, who hath not honour for his guide, who is enfeebled by lethargy, and who, finally, hath lost head so far that he hath no shame in serving a foreign king, and in misuniting himself to a woman taken from the rank of the knights, his vassals? How could the puissant duke brook that a woman issuing from a family of his vassals should become queen, and have dominion over him? How could he walk behind her whose equals and even superiors bend the knee before him, and place their hands beneath his feet? Examine carefully into the matter, and consider that Charles hath been rejected more through his own fault than that of others. Decide ye rather for the good than the ill of the common weal. If ye wish it, make Charles sovereign; if ye hold to its prosperity, crown Hugh, the illustrious Duke. Let attachment to Charles seduce nobody, and let hatred towards the Duke distract nobody, from the common interest. Give us, then, for our head the Duke, who has deeds, nobility, and troops to recommend him; the Duke in whom you will find a defender not only of the common weal, but also of your private interests. Thanks to his benevolence, you will have in him a father. Who hath had recourse to him, and hath not found protection? Who that hath been torn from the care of home, hath not been restored thereto by him? This opinion having been proclaimed and well received, Duke Hugh was unanimously raised to the throne, crowned on the 1st of July by the Metropolitan and the other bishops, and recognized as king by the Gauls, the Britons, the Normans, the Aquitanians, the Goths, the Spaniards, and the Gascons. Surrounded by the grandees of the kingdom, he passed decrees and promulgated laws according to royal custom, regulating successfully and disposing of all matters. That he might deserve so much good fortune, and under the inspiration of so many prosperous circumstances, he gave himself up to deep piety. Wishing to have a certainty of leaving, after his death, an heir to the throne, he conferred with his grandees, and after holding council with them he first sent a deputation to the Metropolitan of Rheims, who was then at Orleans, and subsequently went himself to see him touching the association of his son Robert with himself upon the throne. The Archbishop having told him that two kings could not be regularly created in one and the same year, he immediately showed a letter sent by Borel, Duke of Inner Spain, proving that the Duke requested help against the barbarians. The Metropolitan, seeing advantage was likely to result, ultimately yielded to the king's reasons, and when the grandees were assembled, at the festival of our Lord's Nativity, to celebrate the coronation, Hugh assumed the purple, and he crowned solemnly, in the Basilica of St. Croix, his son Robert, amidst the acclamations of the French. Thus was founded the dynasty of the Capetians, under the double influence of German manners and feudal connections. Amongst the ancient Germans, royal heirship was generally confined to one and the same family, but election was often joined with heirship, and had more than once thrust the latter aside. Hugh Capet was head of the family which was the most illustrious in his time and closest to the throne, on which the personal merits of Counts Eudes and Robert had already twice seated it. He was also one of the greatest chieftains of feudal society, duke of the country which was already called France, and count of Paris, of that city which Clovis, after his victories, had chosen as the centre of his dominions. In view of the Roman rather than Germanic pretensions of the Carlovingian heirs and of their admitted decay, the rise of Hugh Capet was the natural consequence of the principal feats as well as of the manners of the period, and the crowning manifestation of the new social conditions in France, that is, feudalism. Accordingly, the event reached completion and confirmation without any great obstacle. The Carlovingian, Charles of Lorraine, vainly attempted to assert his rights, but after some gleams of success, he died in 992, and his descendants fell, if not into obscurity, at least into political insignificance. In vain, again, did certain feudal lords, especially in southern France, refuse for some time their adhesion to Hugh Capet. One of them, Adalbert, Count of Perigord, has remained almost famous for having made to Hugh Capet's question, "Who made thee count?" the proud answer, "Who made thee king?" The pride, however, of Count Adalbert had more bark than bite. Hugh possessed intelligence and patient moderation, which, when a position is once acquired, is the best pledge of continuance. Several facts indicate that he did not underestimate the worth and range of his title of king. At the same time that by getting his son Robert crowned with him he secured for his line the next succession, he also performed several acts which went beyond the limits of his feudal domains, and proclaimed to all the kingdom the presence of the king. But those acts were temperate and wise, and they paved the way for the future without anticipating it. Hugh Capet confined himself carefully to the sphere of his recognized rights as well as of his effective strength, and his government remained faithful to the character of the revolution which had raised him to the throne, at the same time that it gave warning of the future progress of royalty independently of and over the head of feudalism. When he died, on the 24th of October, 996, The crown, which he hesitated, they say, to wear on his own head, passed without obstacle to his son Robert, and the course which was to be followed for 8 centuries, under the government of his descendants, by civilization in France, began to develop itself. It has already been pointed out, in the case of Adalberon, Archbishop of Rheims, what part was taken by the clergy in this second change of dynasty. But the part played by it was so important and novel that we must make a somewhat more detailed acquaintance with the real character of it and the principal actor in it. When, in 751, Pepin the Short became king in the place of the last Merovingian, it was, as we have seen, Pope Zachary who decided that it was better to give the title of king to him who really exercised the sovereign power than to him who bore only its name. 3 years later, in 754, it was Pope Stephen II who came over to France to anoint King Pepin, and 46 years afterward, in 800, it was Pope Leo III who proclaimed Charlemagne Emperor of the West. From the Papacy, then, on the accession of the Carlovingians, came the principal decision and steps. The reciprocal services rendered one to the other by the two powers, and still more, perhaps, the similarity of their maxims as to the unity of the empire, established between the Papacy and the Carlovingians strong ties of gratitude and policy, and accordingly, when the Carlovingian dynasty was in danger, the court of Rome was grieved and troubled. It was hard for her to see the fall of a dynasty for which she had done so much, and which had done so much for her. Far, then, from aiding the accession of the new dynasty, she showed herself favourable to the old, and tried to save it without herself becoming too deeply compromised. Such was, from 985 to 996, the attitude of Pope John XVI, at the crisis which placed Hugh Capet upon the throne. In spite of this policy on the part of the Papacy, the French Church took the initiative in the event, and supported the new king. The Archbishop of Rheims affirmed the right of the people to accomplish a change of dynasty, and anointed Hugh Capet and his son Robert. The accession of the Capetians was a work independent of all foreign influence, and strictly national, in church as well as state. The authority of Adalberon was of great weight in the matter. As archbishop he was full of zeal, and at the same time of wisdom in ecclesiastical administration. Engaging in politics, he showed boldness in attempting a great change in the state, and ability in carrying it out without precipitation as well as without hesitation. He had for his secretary and teacher a simple priest of Auvergne, who exercised over this enterprise an influence more continuous and still more effectual than that of his archbishop. Gerbert, born at Aurillac, and brought up in the monastery of St. Geraud, had, when he was summoned to the directorate of the school at Rheims, already made a trip to Spain, visited Rome, and won the esteem of Pope John XIII and of the Emperor Otto II, and had thus a close view of the great personages and great questions, ecclesiastical and secular, of his time. On his establishment at Rheims, he pursued a double course with a double end. He was fond of study, science, and the investigation of truth, but he also had a taste for the sphere of politics and of the world. He excelled in the art of instructing, but also in the art of pleasing, and the address of the courtier was in him united with the learning of the doctor. His was a mind lofty, broad, searching, prolific, open to conviction, and yet inclined to give way, either from calculation or attraction, to contrary ideas, but certain to recur, under favourable circumstances, to its original purpose. There was in him almost as much changeableness as zeal for the cause he embraced. He espoused and energetically supported the elevation of a new dynasty and the independence of the Roman Church. He was very active in the cause of Hugh Capet, but he was more than once on the point of going over to King Lothaire or to the pretender, Charles of Lorraine. He was, in his time, even more resolutely than Bossuet in the 17th century, the defender and practiser of what have been called the liberties of the Gallican Church, and in 992 he became, on this ground, Archbishop of Rheims. But after having been interdicted, in 995, by Pope John XVI, from the exercise of this episcopal functions in France, he obtained, in 998, from Pope Gregory V, the Archbishopric of Ravenna in Italy, and the favour of Otto III, was not unconnected, in 999, with his elevation to the Holy See, which he occupied for 4 years, with the title of Sylvester II, whilst putting in practice, but with moderation and dignity, maxims very different from those which he had supported 15 years before as a French bishop. He became, at this later period of his life, so much more estranged from France in that he was embroiled with Hugh Capet's son and successor, King Robert, whose quondam preceptor he had been, and of whose marriage with Queen Bertha, widow of Eudes, Count of Blois, he had honestly disapproved. In 995, just when he had been interdicted by Pope John XVI from his functions as Archbishop of Rheims, Gerbert wrote to the abbot and brethren of the monastery of St. Geraud, where he had been brought up, "And now farewell to your holy community, farewell to those whom I knew in old times, or who were connected with me by blood, if there still survive any whose names, if not their features, have remained upon my memory. Not that I have forgotten them through pride, but I am broken down, and, if it must be said, changed by the ferocity of barbarians. What I learned in my boyhood I forgot in my youth, what I desired in my youth I despised in my old age. Such are the fruits thou hast borne for me, O pleasure! Such are the joys afforded by the honours of the world. Believe my experience of it, the higher the great are outwardly raised by glory, the more cruel is their inward anguish. Length of life brings, in the soul of the ambitious, days of hardy undeception, but it does not discourage them from their course of ambition. Gerbert was, amongst the ambitious, at the same time one of the most exalted in point of intellect, and one of the most persistent, as well as restless, in attachment to the affairs of the world. End of chapter 13. Section 26 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 14. The Capetians to the Time of the Crusades, Part 1. From 996 to 1108, the first three successors of Hugh Capet, his son Robert, his grandson Henry I, and his great-grandson Philip I, sat upon the throne of France, and during this long space of 112 years the kingdom of France had not, sooth to say, any history. Parcelled out, by virtue of the feudal system, between a multitude of princes, independent, isolated, and scarcely sovereigns in their own dominions, keeping up anything like frequent intercourse only with their neighbours, and loosely united, by certain rules or customs of vassalage, to him amongst them who bore the title of king, the France of the 11th century existed in little more than name. Normandy, Brittany, Burgundy, Aquitaine, Poitou, Anjou, Flanders, and Nivernais were the real states and peoples, each with its own distinct life and history. One single event, the Crusade, united, towards the end of the century, those scattered sovereigns and peoples in one common idea and one combined action. Up to that point, then, let us conform to the real state of the case, and faithfully trace out the features of the epoch, without attempting to introduce a connection and a combination which did not exist, and let us pass briefly in review of the isolated events and personages which are still worthy of remembrance, and which have remained historic without having belonged exactly to a national history. Amongst events of this kind, 1. The conquest of England in 1066, by William the Bastard, Duke of Normandy, was so striking and exercised so much influence over the destinies of France, that in the incoherent and disconnected picture of this 11th century, particular attention must first be drawn to the consequences, as regarded France, of that great Norman enterprise. After the sagacious Hugh Capet, the first three Capetians, Robert, Henry I, and Philip I, were very mediocre individuals, in character as well as intellect, and their personal insignificance was one of the causes that produced the emptiness of French history under their sway. Robert lacked neither physical advantages nor moral virtues. He had a lofty figure, says his biographer Helgaud, Archbishop of Bourges, hair smooth and well arranged, a modest eye, a pleasant and gentle mouth, a tolerably furnished beard, and high shoulders. He was versed in all the sciences, philosopher enough and an excellent musician, and so devoted to sacred literature that he never passed a day without reading the Psalter, and praying to the Most High God together with St. David. He composed several hymns which were adopted by the Church, and during a pilgrimage he made to Rome, he deposited upon the altar of St. Peter his own Latin poems set to music. He often went to the church of Saint Denis, clad in his royal robes and with his crown on his head, and there he conducted the singing at matins, mass, and vespers, chanting with the monks and himself calling upon them to sing. When he sat in the consistory, he voluntarily styled himself the bishop's client. 2 centuries later, Saint Louis proved that the virtues of the saint are not incompatible with the qualities of the king, but the former cannot form a substitute for the latter, and the qualities of the king were to seek in Robert. He was neither warrior nor politician. There is no sign that he ever gathered about him, to discuss affairs of state, the laic barons together with the bishops, and when he interfered in the wars of the great feudal lords, notably in Burgundy and Flanders, it was with but little energy and to but little purpose. He was hardly more potent in his family than in his kingdom. It has already been mentioned that, in spite of his preceptor Gerbert's advice, he had espoused Bertha, widow of Eudes, Count of Blois, and he loved her dearly, but the marriage was assailed by the Church, on the ground of kinship. Robert offered resistance, but afterwards gave way before the excommunication pronounced by Pope Gregory V, and then espoused Constance, daughter of William Taillefer, Count of Toulouse, and forthwith, says the chronicler Raoul Glaber, were seen pouring into France and Burgundy, because of this queen, the most vain and most frivolous of all men, coming from Aquitaine and Auvergne. They were outlandish and outrageous equally in their manners and their dress, in their arms and the appointments of their horses. Their hair came only half-way down their head. They shaved their beards like actors. They wore boots and shoes that were not decent, and lastly, neither fidelity nor security was to be looked for in any of their ties. Alack! That nation of Franks, which was wont to be the most virtuous, and even the people of Burgundy too, were eager to follow these criminal examples, and before long they reflected only too faithfully the depravity and infamy of their models. The evil amounted to something graver than a disturbance of court fashions. Robert had by Constance 3 sons, Hugh, Henry, and Robert. First the eldest, and afterwards his 2 brothers, maddened by the bad character and tyrannical exactions of their mother, left the palace, and withdrew to Dreux and Burgundy, abandoning themselves, in the royal domains and the neighbourhood, to all kinds of depredations and excesses. Reconciliation was not without great difficulty effected, and indeed peace was never really restored in the royal family. Peace was everywhere the wish and study of King Robert, but he succeeded better in maintaining it with his neighbours than with his children. In 1006 he was on the point of having a quarrel with Henry II, Emperor of Germany, who was more active and enterprising, but fortunately not less pious than himself. The 2 sovereigns resolved to have an interview at the Meuse, the boundary of their dominions. The question amongst their respective followings was, which of the 2 should cross the river to seek audience on the other bank, that is, in the other's dominions. This would be a humiliation, it was said. The 2 learned princes remembered this saying of Ecclesiasticus, "The greater thou art, the humbler be thou in all things." The emperor, therefore, rose up early in the morning, and crossed, with some of his people, into the French king's territory. They embraced with cordiality, the bishops, as was proper, celebrated the sacrament of the Mass, and they afterwards sat down to dinner. When the meal was over, King Robert offered Henry immense presents of gold and silver and precious stones, and 100 horses richly caparisoned, each carrying a cuirass and a helmet, and he added that all the emperor did not accept of these gifts would be so much deducted from their friendship. Henry, seeing the generosity of his friend, took of the whole only a book containing the Holy Gospel, set with gold and precious stones, and a golden amulet, wherein was a tooth of St. Vincent, priest and martyr. The empress likewise accepted only 2 golden cups. Next day King Robert crossed with his bishops into the territories of the emperor, who received him magnificently, and after dinner offered him 100 pounds of pure gold. The king in his turn accepted only 2 golden cups, and, after having ratified their pact of friendship, they returned each to his own dominions. Let us add to this summary of Robert's reign some facts which are characteristic of the epoch. In A.D. 1000, in consequence of the sense attached to certain words in the sacred books, many Christians expected the end of the world. The time of expectation was full of anxieties, plagues, famines, and divers accidents, which then took place in divers quarters, were an additional aggravation. The churches were crowded, penances, offerings, absolutions, all the forms of invocation and repentance multiplied rapidly, a multitude of souls, in submission or terror, prepared to appear before their judge. And after what catastrophes? In the midst of what gloom or of what light? These were fearful questions, of which men's imaginations were exhausted in forestalling the solution. When the last day of the 10th and the first of the 11th centuries were past, it was like a general regeneration. It might have been said that time was beginning over again, and the work was commenced of rendering the Christian world worthy of the future. Especially in Italy and Gaul, says the chronicler Raoul Glaber, men took in hand the reconstruction of the basilicas, although the greater part had no need thereof. Christian people seemed to vie one with another which should erect the most beautiful. It was as if the world, shaking itself together and casting off its old garments, would have decked itself with the white robes of Christ. Christian art, in its earliest form of the Gothic style, dates from this epoch. The power and riches of the Christian Church, in its different institutions, received at this crisis of the human imagination a fresh impulse. Other facts, some lamentable and some salutary, began about this epoch to assume in French history a place which was destined before long to become an important one. Piles of faggots were set up, first at Orleans and then at Toulouse, for the punishment of heretics. The heretics of the day were Manichaeans. King Robert and Queen Constance sanctioned by their presence this return to human sacrifices offered to God as a penalty inflicted on mental offenders against his word. At the same time a double portion of ire blazed forth against the Jews. What have we to do, it was said, with going abroad to make war on Mussulmans? Have we not in the very midst of us the greatest enemies of Jesus Christ? Amongst Christians, acts of oppression and violence on the part of the great against the small became so excessive and so frequent, that they excited in country parts, particularly in Normandy, insurrections which the insurgents tried to organize into permanent resistance. In several counties of Normandy, says William of Jumièges, all the peasants, meeting in conventicles, resolved to live according to their own wills and their own laws, not only in the heart of the forests, but also on the borders of the rivers, and without care for any established rights. To accomplish this design, these mobs of madmen elected each 2 deputies, who were to form, at the central point, an assembly charged with the execution of their decrees. So soon as the Duke, Richard II, was informed thereof, he sent a large body of armed men to suppress this audacity in the country parts, and to disperse this rustic assembly. In execution of his orders, the deputies of the peasantry and many other rebels were forthwith arrested, their feet and hands were cut off, and they were sent home thus mutilated to deter their fellows from such enterprises, and to render them more prudent for fear of worse. After this experience, the peasants gave up their meetings and returned to their ploughs. This is a literal translation of the monkish chronicler, who was far from favourable to the insurgent peasants, and was more for applauding the suppression than justifying the insurrection. The suppression, though undoubtedly effectual for the moment, and in the particular spots it reached, produced no general or lasting effect. About a century after the cold recital of William Jumièges, a poet chronicler, Robert Wace, in his Romance of Rou, a history in verse of Rollo and the first Dukes of Normandy, related the same facts with far more sympathetic feeling and poetical colouring. "The lords do us naught but ill," he makes the Norman peasants say. "With them we have nor gain nor profit from our labours. Every day is, for us, a day of suffering, toil, and weariness. Every day we have our cattle taken from us for road work and forced service. We have plaints and grievances, old and new exactions, pleas and processes without end, money pleas, market pleas, road pleas, forest pleas, mill pleas, blackmail pleas, watch and ward pleas. There are so many provosts, bailiffs, and sergeants, that we have not 1 hour's peace. Day by day they ruin us down, seize our movables, and drive us from our lands. There is no security for us against the lords, and no pact is binding with them. Why suffer all this evil to be done to us, and not get out of our plight? Are we not men even as they are? Have we not the same stature, the same limbs, the same strength for suffering? All we need is courage. Let us, then, bind ourselves together by an oath. Let us swear to support one another, and if they will make war on us, have we not, for one night, 30 or 40 young peasants, nimble and ready to fight with club, with boar-spear, with arrow, with axe, and even with stones if they have not weapons? Let us learn to resist the knights, and we shall be free to cut down trees, to hunt and fish after our fashion, and we shall work our will in flood and field and wood." Here we have no longer the short account and severe estimate of an indifferent spectator; it is the cry of popular rage and vengeance reproduced by the lively imagination of an angered poet. Undoubtedly, the Norman peasants of the 12th century did not speak of their miseries with such descriptive ability and philosophical feeling as were lent to them by Robert Wace; they did not meditate the democratic revolution, of which he attributes to them the idea and almost the plan; but the deeds of violence and oppression against which they rose were very real, and they exerted themselves to escape by reciprocal violence from intolerable suffering. Thence date those alternations of demagogic revolt and tyrannical suppression which have so often ensanguined the land and put in peril the very foundations of social order. Insurrections became of so atrocious a kind that the atrocious chastisements with which they were visited seemed equally natural and necessary. It needed long ages, a repetition of civil wars and terrible political shocks, to put an end to this brutal chaos which gave birth to so many evils and reciprocal crimes, and to bring about, amongst the different classes of the French population, equitable and truly human relations. So quick-spreading and contagious is evil amongst men, and so difficult to extirpate in the name of justice and truth. However, even in the midst of this cruel egotism and this gross unreason of the 10th and 11th centuries, the necessity, from a moral and social point of view, of struggling against such disgusting irregularities, made itself felt, found zealous advocates. From this epoch are to be dated the first efforts to establish, in different parts of France, what was called God's peace, God's truce. The words were well chosen for prohibiting at the same time oppression and revolt, for it needed nothing less than law and the voice of God to put some restraint upon the barbarous manners and passions of men, great or small, lord or peasant. It is the peculiar and glorious characteristic of Christianity to have so well understood the primitive and permanent evil in human nature, that it fought against all the great iniquities of mankind, and exposed them in principle, even when, in point of general practice, it neither hoped nor attempted to sweep them away. Bishops, priests, and monks were, in their personal lives and in the councils of the Church, the first propagators of God's peace or truce, and in more than one locality they induced the laic lords to follow their lead. In 1164, Hugh II, Count of Rodez, in concert with his brother Hugh, Bishop of Rodez, and the notables of the district, established the peace in the diocese of Rodez; and this it is, said the learned Benedictines of the 18th century, in the art of verifying dates, which gave rise to the toll of commune paix or pesade, which is still collected in Rouergue. King Robert always showed himself favourable to this pacific work, and he is the first among the 5 kings of France, in other respects very different: himself, Saint Louis, Louis XII., Henry IV., and Louis XVI., who were particularly distinguished for sympathetic kindness and anxiety for the popular welfare. Robert had a kindly feeling for the weak and poor; not only did he protect them, on occasion, against the powerful, but he took pains to conceal their defaults, and in his church and at his table he suffered himself to be robbed without complaint, that he might not have to denounce and punish the robbers. Wherefore, at his death, says his biographer, Helgaud, there were great mourning and intolerable grief; a countless number of widows and orphans sorrowed for the many benefits received from him; they did beat their breasts and went to and from his tomb, crying, "Whilst Robert was king and ordered all, we lived in peace; we had naught to fear. May the soul of that pious father, that father of the senate, that father of all good, be blessed and saved! May it mount up and dwell for ever with Jesus Christ, the King of kings!" Though not so pious nor so good as Robert, his son Henry I. and his grandson Philip I. were neither more energetic nor more glorious kings. During their long reigns, the former from 1031 to 1060, and the latter from 1060 to 1108, no important and well prosecuted design distinguished their government. Their public life was passed at one time in petty warfare, without decisive results, against such and such vassals, at another in acts of capricious intervention in the quarrels of their vassals amongst themselves. Their home life was neither less irregular nor conducted with more wisdom and regard for the public interest. King Robert had not succeeded in keeping his first wife, Bertha of Burgundy, and his second, Constance of Aquitaine, with her imperious, malevolent, avaricious, meddlesome disposition, reduced him to so abject a state that he never gave a gratuity to any of his servants without saying, "Take care that Constance know not of it." After Robert's death, Constance, having become regent for her eldest son, Henry I., forthwith conspired to dethrone him, and to put in his place her second son, Robert, who was her favourite. Henry, on being delivered by his mother's death from her tyranny and intrigues, was thrice married, but his first two marriages with two German princesses, one the daughter of the Emperor Conrad the Salic, the other of the Emperor Henry III., were so far from happy that in 1051 he sent into Russia, to Kiev, in search of his third wife, Anne, the daughter of Tsar Yaroslav the Halt. She was a modest creature who lived quietly up to the death of her husband in 1060, and 2 years afterward, in the reign of her son Philip I., rather than return to her own country, married Raoul, Count of Valois, who put away to marry her his second wife, Haqueney, called Eleanor. The divorce was opposed at Rome before Pope Alexander III., to whom the Archbishop of Rheims wrote upon the subject, "Our kingdom is the scene of great troubles. The Queen Mother has espoused Count Raoul, which has mightily displeased the king. As for the lady whom Raoul has put away, we have recognized the justice of the complaints she has preferred before you, and the falsity of the pretexts on which he put her away." The Pope ordered the count to take back his wife. Raoul would not obey and was excommunicated, but he made light of it, and the Princess Anne of Russia, actually reconciled apparently to Philip I., lived tranquilly in France, where, in 1075, shortly after the death of her second husband, Count Raoul, her signature was still attached to a charter side by side with that of the king her son. The marriages of Philip I. brought even more trouble and scandal than those of his father and grandfather. At 19 years of age, in 1072, he had espoused Bertha, daughter of Florent I., Count of Holland, and in 1078 he had by her the son who was destined to succeed him with the title of Louis the Fat. But 20 years later, 1092, Philip took a dislike to his wife, put her away, and banished her to Montreuil-sur-Mer, on the ground of prohibited consanguinity. He had conceived, there is no knowing when, a violent passion for a woman celebrated for her beauty, Bertrade, the fourth wife for 3 years past of Fulk de Rohan, the brawler, Count of Anjou. Philip, having thus packed off Bertha, set out for Tours, where Bertrade happened to be with her husband. There, in the church of St. John, during the benediction of the baptismal fonts, they entered into mutual engagements. Philip went away again, and a few days afterwards Bertrade was carried off by some people he had left in the neighbourhood of Tours, and joined him at Orleans. Nearly all the bishops of France, and amongst others the most learned and respected of them, Yves, Bishop of Chartres, refused their benediction to this shocking marriage, and the king had great difficulty in finding a priest to render him that service. Then commenced between Philip and the heads of the Catholic Church, popes and bishops, a struggle which, with negotiation upon negotiation and excommunication upon excommunication, lasted 12 years, without the king's being able to get his marriage canonically recognized; and though he promised to send away Bertrade, he was not content with merely keeping her with him, but he openly jeered at excommunication and interdicts. It was the custom, says William of Malmesbury, at the places where the king sojourned, for divine service to be stopped, and as soon as he was moving away, all the bells began to peal. And then Philip would cry, as he laughed like one beside himself, "Dost hear, my love, how they are ringing us out?" At last, in 1104, the Bishop of Chartres himself, wearied by the persistency of the king and by sight of the trouble in which the prolongation of the interdict was plunging the kingdom, wrote to the Pope, Pascal II, "I do not presume to offer you advice. I only desire to warn you that it were well to show for a while some condescension towards the weaknesses of the man, so far as consideration for his salvation may permit, and to rescue the country from the critical state to which it is reduced by the excommunication of this prince." The Pope consequently sent instructions to the bishops of the realm, and they, at the king's summons, met at Paris on the 1st of December, 1104. One of them, Lambert, Bishop of Arras, wrote to the Pope, "We sent as a deputation to the king the bishops of John of Orleans and Galon of Paris, charged to demand of him whether he would conform to the clauses and conditions set forth in your letters, and whether he were determined to give up the unlawful intercourse which had made him guilty before God." The king having answered, without being disconcerted, that he was ready to make atonement to God and the Holy Roman Church, was introduced to the assembly. He came barefooted, in a posture of devotion and humility, confessing his sin and promising to purge him of this excommunication by expiatory deeds; and thus, by your authority, he earned absolution. Then, laying his hands on the book of the Holy Gospels, he took an oath, in the following terms, to renounce his guilty and unlawful marriage: "Hearken, thou Lambert, Bishop of Arras, who art here in place of the Apostolic Pontiff, and let the archbishops and bishops here present hearken unto me. I, Philip, King of the French, do promise not to go back to my sin, and to break off wholly with the criminal intercourse I have heretofore kept up with Bertrade. I do promise that henceforth I will have with her no intercourse or companionship, save in the presence of persons beyond suspicion. I will observe, faithfully and without turning aside, these promises, in the sense set forth in the letters of the Pope, and as ye understand. So help me God and by these holy Gospels." Bertrade, at the moment of her release from excommunication, took in person the same oath on the holy Gospels. According to the statement of the learned Benedictines who studiously examined into this incident, it is doubtful whether Philip I broke off all intercourse with Bertrade. 2 years after his absolution, on the 10th of October, 1106, he arrived at Angers on a Wednesday, says a contemporary chronicler, accompanied by the queen named Bertrade, and was there received by Count Foulques and all the Angevins, cleric and laic, with great honours. The day after his arrival, on Thursday, the monks of St. Nicholas, introduced by the queen, presented themselves before the queen, and humbly prayed him, in concert with the queen, to countenance, for the salvation of his soul and of the queen and his relatives and friends, all acquisitions made by them in his dominions, or that they might hereafter make, by gift or purchase, and to be pleased to place his seal on their titles to the property. And the king granted their request. End of chapter 14, part 1. Section 27 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 14. The Capetians to the Time of the Crusades, Part 2. The most complete amongst the chroniclers of the time, Orderic Vital, says, touching this marriage at Angers of Bertrade's 2 husbands, "This clever woman had, by her skilful management, so perfectly reconciled these 2 rivals, that she made them a splendid feast, got them both to sit at the same table, had their beds prepared, the ensuing night, in the same chamber, and ministered to them according to their pleasure. The most judicious of the historians and statesmen of the 12th century, the Abbé Suger, that faithful minister of Louis the Fat, who cannot be suspected of favouring Bertrade, expresses himself about her in these terms: 'This sprightly and rarely accomplished woman, well versed in the art, familiar to her sex, of holding captive the husbands they have outraged, had acquired such an empire over her first husband, the Count of Anjou, in spite of the affront she had put upon him by deserting him, that he treated her with homage as his sovereign, often sat upon a stool at her feet, and obeyed her wishes by a sort of enchantment.' These details are textually given as the best representation of the place occupied, in the history of that time, by the morals and private life of the kings. It would not be right, however, to draw therefrom conclusions as to the abasement of Capetian royalty in the 11th century, with too great severity. There are irregularities and scandals which the great qualities and the personal glory of princes may cause to be not only excused but even forgotten, though certainly the 3 Capetians who immediately succeeded the founder of the dynasty offered their people no such compensation, but it must not be supposed that they had fallen into the plight of the sluggard Merovingians or the last Carlovingians, wandering almost without a refuge. A profound change had come over society and royalty in France. In spite of their political mediocrity and their indolent licentiousness, Robert, Henry I., and Philip I. were not, in the 11th century, insignificant personages, without authority or practical influence, whom their contemporaries could leave out of the account. They were great lords, proprietors of vast domains wherein they exercised over the population an almost absolute power. They had, it is true, about them, rivals, large proprietors, and almost absolute sovereigns, like themselves, sometimes stronger even, materially, than themselves and more energetic or more intellectually able, whose superiors, however, they remained on 2 grounds: as suzerains and as kings. Their court was always the most honoured and their alliance very much sought after. They occupied the first rank in feudal society, and a rank unique in the body politic, such as it was slowly becoming in the midst of reminiscences and traditions of the Jewish monarchy, of barbaric kingship, and of the Roman Empire for a while resuscitated by Charlemagne. French kingship in the 11th century was sole power invested with a triple character, Germanic, Roman, and religious. Its possessors were at the same time the chieftains of the conquerors of the soil, the successors of the Roman emperors and of Charlemagne, and the laic delegates and representatives of the God of the Christians. Whatever were their weaknesses and their personal shortcomings, they were not the mere tutelaries of a power in decay, and the kingly post was strong and full of blossoms, as events were not slow to demonstrate. And as with the kingship, so with the community of France in the 11th century. In spite of its dislocation into petty, incoherent, and turbulent associations, it was by no means in decay. Irregularities of ambition, hatreds and quarrels amongst neighbours and relatives, outrages on the part of princes and peoples were incessantly renewed, but energy of character, activity of mind, indomitable will and zeal for the liberty of the individual were not wanting, and they exhibited themselves passionately and at any risk, at one time by brutal and cynical outbursts, which were followed occasionally by fervent repentance and expiation, at another by acts of courageous wisdom and disinterested piety. At the commencement of the 11th century, William III., Count of Poitiers and Duke of Aquitaine, was one of the most honoured and most potent princes of his time. All the sovereigns of Europe sent embassies to him as their peer; he every year made, by way of devotion, a trip to Rome, and was received there with the same honours as the emperor. He was fond of literature, and gave up to reading the early hours of the night, and scholars called him another Maecenas. Unaffected by these worldly successes, he intermingled with so much toil and so many miscalculations; he refused the crown of Italy, when it was offered to him at the death of the Emperor Henry II, and he finished, like Charles V., some centuries later, by going and seeking in a monastery isolation from the world and repose. But in the same domains, and at the end of the same century, his grandson, William VII., was the most vagabondish, dissolute, and violent of princes, and his morals were so scandalous that the Bishop of Poitiers, after having warned him to no purpose, considered himself forced to excommunicate him. The Duke suddenly burst into the church, made his way through the congregation sword in hand, and seized the prelate by the hair, saying, "Thou shalt give me absolution or die." The bishop demanded a moment for reflection, profited by it to pronounce the form of excommunication, and forthwith bowing his head before the Duke, said, "And now strike." "I love thee not well enough to send thee to paradise," answered the Duke, and he confined himself to depriving him of his see. For fury the Duke of Aquitaine sometimes substituted insolent mockery. Another bishop, of Angoulême, who was quite bald, likewise exhorted him to mend his ways. "I will mend," quoth the Duke, "when thou shalt comb back thy hair to thy pate." Another great lord of the same century, Fulk the Black, Count of Anjou, at the close of an able and glorious lifetime, had resigned to his son Geoffrey Martel the administration of his countship. The son, as haughty and harsh towards his father as towards his subjects, took up arms against him, and bade him lay aside the outward signs, which he still maintained, of power. The old man in his wrath recovered the vigour and ability of his youth, and strove so energetically and successfully against his son that he reduced him to such subjugation as to make him do several miles crawling on the ground, says the chronicle, with a saddle on his back, and to come and prostrate himself at his feet. When Fulk had his son thus humbled before him, he spurned him with his foot, repeating over and over again nothing but "Thou'rt beaten, thou'rt beaten." "Ay, beaten," said Geoffrey, "but by thee only, because thou art my father; to any other I am invincible." The anger of the old man vanished at once; he now thought only how he might console his son for the affront put upon him, and he gave him back his power, exhorting him only to conduct himself with more moderation and gentleness towards his subjects. All was inconsistency and contrast with these robust, rough, hasty souls; they cared little for belying themselves when they had satisfied the passion of the moment. The relations existing between the two great powers of the period, the laic lords and the monks, were not less bitter or less unstable than amongst the laics themselves, and when artifice, as often happened, was employed, it was by no means to the exclusion of violence. About the middle of the 12th century, the Abbey of Tournus, in Burgundy, had at Luhans a little port where it collected salt tax, whereof it every year distributed the receipts to the poor during the first week in Lent. Girard, Count of Macon, established a like toll a little distance off. The monks of Tournus complained, but he took no notice. A long while afterwards he came to Tournus with a splendid following, and entered the church of St. Philibert. He had stopped all alone before the altar to say his prayers, when a monk, cross in hand, issued suddenly from behind the altar, and placing himself before the count, "How hast thou the audacity," he said, "to enter my monastery and mine house, thou that dost not hesitate to rob me of my dues?" And taking Girard by the hair, he threw him on the ground and belaboured him heavily. The count, stupefied and contrite, acknowledged his injustice, took off the toll that he had wrongfully put on, and, not content with this reparation, sent to the church of Tournus a rich carpet of golden and silken tissue. In the middle of the 11th century, Adhemar II., Viscount of Limoges, had in his city a quarrel of quite a different sort with the monks of the abbey of St. Martial. The abbey had fallen into great looseness of discipline and morals, and the viscount had at heart its reformation. To this end he entered into concert, at a distance, with Hugh, abbot of Cluny, at that time the most celebrated and the most respected of the monasteries. The abbot of St. Martial died. Adhemar sent for some monks from Cluny to come to Limoges, lodged them secretly near his palace, repaired to the abbey of St. Martial after having had the chapter convoked, and called upon the monks to proceed at once to the election of a new abbot. A lively discussion upon this point arose between the viscount and the monks. "We are not ignorant," said one of them to him, "that you have sent for brethren from Cluny, in order to drive us out and put them in our places, but you will not succeed." The viscount was furious, seized by the sleeve the monk who was inveighing, and dragged him by force out of the monastery. His fellows were frightened, and took to flight, and Adhemar immediately had the monks from Cluny sent for, and put them in possession of the abbey. It was a ruffianly proceeding, but the reform was popular in Limoges and was effected. These trifling matters are faithful samples of the dominant and fundamental characteristic of French society during the 10th, 11th, and 12th centuries, the true epoch of the Middle Ages. It was chaos, and fermentation within the chaos, the slow and rough, but powerful and productive fermentation of unruly life. In ideas, events, and persons there was a blending of the strongest contrasts; manners were rude and even savage, yet souls were filled with lofty and tender aspirations. The authority of religious creeds at one time was on the point of extinction, yet at another shone forth gloriously in opposition to the arrogance and brutality of mundane passions; ignorance was profound, and yet here and there, in the very heart of the mental darkness, gleamed bright centres of movement and intellectual labour. It was the period when Abelard, anticipating freedom of thought and of instruction, drew together upon Mount St. Genevieve thousands of hearers anxious to follow him in the study of the great problems of nature and of the destiny of men and the world. And far away from this throng, in the solitude of the abbey of B, St. Anselm was offering to his monks a Christian and philosophical demonstration of the existence of God, faith-seeking understanding, fides quærens intellectuem, as he himself used to say. It was the period, too, when, distressed at the licentiousness which was spreading throughout the Church as well as lay society, two illustrious monks, St. Bernard and St. Norbert, not only went preaching everywhere reformation of morals, but laboured at and succeeded in establishing for monastic life a system of strict discipline and severe austerity. Lastly, it was the period when, in the laic world, was created and developed the most splendid fact of the Middle Ages, knighthood, that noble soaring of imaginations and souls towards the ideal of Christian virtue and soldierly honour. It is impossible to trace in detail the origin and history of that grand fact, which was so prominent in the days to which it belonged, and which is so prominent still in the memories of men; but a clear notion ought to be obtained of its moral character and its practical worth. To this end a few pages shall be borrowed from Guizot's History of the Civilization in France. Let us first look on the admission of a knight, such as took place in the 12th century. We will afterwards see what rules of conduct were imposed on him, not only according to the oaths which he had to take on becoming a knight, but according to the idea formed of knighthood by the poets of the day, those interpreters not only of actual life but of men's sentiments also. We shall then understand without difficulty what influence must have been exercised in the souls and lives of men, by such sentiments and such rules, however great may have been the discrepancy between the knightly ideal and the general actions and passions of contemporaries. The young man, the esquire who aspired to the title of knight, was first stripped of his clothes and placed in a bath, which was symbolical of purification. On leaving the bath, he was clothed in a white tunic, which was symbolical of purity, and a red robe, which was symbolical of the blood he was bound to shed in the service of the faith, and a black sagum or close-fitting coat, which was symbolical of the death which awaited him, as well as all men. Thus purified and clothed, the candidate observed for 24 hours a strict fast. When evening came, he entered church, and there passed the night in prayer, sometimes alone, sometimes with a priest and sponsors who prayed with him. Next day, his first act was confession. After confession, the priest gave him the communion. After the communion, he attended a mass of the Holy Spirit, and, generally, a sermon touching on the duties of knights and of the new life he was about to enter on. The sermon over, the candidate advanced to the altar with the knight's sword hanging from his neck. This the priest took off, blessed, and replaced upon his neck. The candidate then went and knelt before the Lord who was to arm him knight. "To what purpose," the Lord asked him, "do you desire to enter the order? If to be rich, to take your ease, and to be held in honour without doing honour to knighthood, you are unworthy of it, and would be, to the order of knighthood you received, what the simoniacal clerk is to the prelacy." On the young man's reply, promising to acquit himself well of the duties of knight, the Lord granted his request. Then drew near knights and sometimes ladies to reclothe the candidate in all his new array, and they put on him the spurs, the hauberk or coat of mail, the cuirass, the armlets and gauntlets, and the sword. He was what was then called adubbed, that is, adopted, according to Du Cange. The Lord rose up, went to him, and gave him the accolade or accolee, 3 blows with the flat of the sword on the shoulder or nape of the neck, and sometimes a slap with the palm of the hand on the cheek, saying, "In the name of God, St. Michael and St. George, I make thee knight." And he sometimes added, "Be valiant, bold, and loyal." The young man, having been thus armed knight, had his helmet brought to him. A horse was led up for him, he leaped on its back, generally without the help of the stirrups, and caracoled about, brandishing his lance and making his sword flash. Finally, he went out of church and caracoled about in the open, at the foot of the castle, in the presence of the people eager to have their share in the spectacle. Such was what may be called the outward and material part in the admission of knights. It shows a persistent anxiety to associate religion with all the phases of so personal an affair. The sacraments, the most august feature of Christianity, are mixed up with it, and many of the ceremonies are, as far as possible, assimilated to the administration of the sacraments. Let us continue our examination. Let us penetrate to the very heart of knighthood, its moral character, its ideas, the sentiments which it was the object to impress upon the knight. Here again the influence of religion will be quite evident. The knight had to swear to 26 articles. These articles, however, did not make one single formula, drawn up at one and the same time and all together. They are a collection of oaths required of knights at different epochs, and in more or less complete fashion from the 11th to the 14th century. The candidate swore, 1. To fear, reverence, and serve God religiously, to fight for the faith with all their might, and to die 1,000 deaths rather than ever renounce Christianity. 2. To serve their sovereign prince faithfully, and to fight for him and fatherland right valiantly. 3. To uphold the rights of the weaker, such as widows, orphans, and damsels, in fair quarrel, exposing themselves on that account according as need might be, provided it were not against their own honour or against their king or lawful prince. 4. That they would not injure any one maliciously, or take what was another's, but would rather do battle with those who did so. 5. That greed, pay, gain, or profit should never constrain them to do any deed, but only glory and virtue. 6. That they would fight for the good and advantage of the common weal. 7. That they would be bound by and obey the orders of their generals and captains who had a right to command them. 8. That they would guard the honour, rank, and order of their comrades, and that they would neither by arrogance nor by force commit any trespass against any one of them. 9. That they would never fight in companies against one, and that they would eschew all tricks and artifices. 10. That they would wear but one sword, unless they had to fight against 2 or more. 11. That in tourney, or other sportive contest, they would never use the point of their swords. 12. That being taken prisoner in a tourney, they would be bound, on their faith and honour, to perform in every point the conditions of capture, besides being bound to give up to the victors their arms and horses, if it seemed good to take them, and being disabled from fighting in war or elsewhere without their leave. 13. That they would keep faith inviolably with all the world, and especially with their comrades, upholding their honour and advantage, wholly, in their absence. 14. That they would love and honour one another, and aid and succour one another whenever occasion offered. 15. That having made vow or promise to go on any quest or novel adventure, they would never put off their arms, save for the night's rest. 16. That in pursuit of their quest or adventure they would not shun bad and perilous passes, nor turn aside from the straight road for fear of encountering powerful knights or monsters or wild beasts, or other hindrance such as the body and courage of a single man might tackle. 17. That they would never take wage or pay from any foreign prince. 18. That in command of troops of men at arms, they would live in the utmost possible order and discipline, and especially in their own country, where they would never suffer any harm or violence to be done. 19. That if they were bound to escort dame or damsel, they would serve her, protect her, and save her from all danger and insult, or die in the attempt. 20. That they would never offer violence to dame or damsel, though they had won her by deeds of arms, against her will and consent. 21. That being challenged to equal combat, they would not refuse, without wound, sickness, or other reasonable hindrance. 22. That having undertaken to carry out any enterprise, they would devote to it night and day, unless they were called away for the service of their king and country. 23. That if they made a vow to acquire any honour, they would not draw back without having attained either it or its equivalent. 24. That they would be faithful keepers of their word and pledged faith, and that, having become prisoners in fair warfare, they would pay to the uttermost the promised ransom, or return to prison, at the day and hour agreed upon, on pain of being proclaimed infamous and perjured. 25. That on returning to the court of their sovereign, they would render a true account of their adventures, even though they had sometimes been worsted, to the king and the registrar of the order, on pain of being deprived of the order of knighthood. And 26. That above all things they would be faithful, courteous, and humble, and would never be wanting to their word for any harm or loss that might accrue to them. It is needless to point out that in this series of oaths, these obligations imposed upon the knights, there is a moral development very superior to that of the laic society of the period. Moral notions so lofty, so delicate, so scrupulous, and so humane, emanated clearly from the Christian clergy. Only the clergy thought thus about the duties and the relation of mankind, and their influence was employed in directing towards the accomplishment of such duties, towards the integrity of such relations, the idea and customs engendered by knighthood. It had not been instituted with so pious and deep a design, for the protection of the weak, the maintenance of justice, and the reformation of morals. It had been, at its origin and in its earliest features, a natural consequence of feudal relations and warlike life, a confirmation of the bonds established and the sentiments aroused between different masters in the same country, and comrades with the same destinies. The clergy promptly saw what might be deduced from such a fact, and they made of it a means of establishing more peacefulness in society, and in the conduct of individuals a more rigid morality. This was the general work they pursued, and if it were convenient to study the matter more closely, we might see, in the canons of councils from the 11th to the 14th centuries, the Church exerting herself to develop more and more in this order of knighthood, this institution of an essentially warlike origin, the moral and civilizing character of which a glimpse has just been caught in the documents of knighthood itself. In proportion as knighthood appeared more and more in this simultaneously warlike, religious, and moral character, it more and more gained power over the imagination of men, and just as it had become closely interwoven with their creeds, it soon became the ideal of their thoughts, the source of their noblest pleasures. Poetry, like religion, took hold of it. From the 11th century onwards, knighthood, its ceremonies, its duties, and its adventures, were the mine from which the poets drew in order to charm the people, in order to satisfy and excite at the same time that yearning of the soul, that need of events more varied and more captivating, and of emotions more exalted and more pure than real life could furnish. In the springtime of communities, poetry is not merely a pleasure and a pastime for a nation; it is a source of progress; it elevates and develops the moral nature of men at the same time that it amuses them and stirs them deeply. We have just seen what oaths were taken by the knights and administered by the priests, and now here is an ancient ballad by Eustache Deschamps, a poet of the 14th century, from which it will be seen that poets impressed upon knights the same duties and the same virtues, and that the influence of poetry had the same aim as that of religion. 1. Amend your lives, ye who would fain the order of the knights obtain. Devoutly watch, devoutly pray, from pride and sin, oh, turn away! Shun all that's base, the Church defend, be the widow's and the orphan's friend. Be good and leal, take naught by might, be bold and guard the people's right. This is the rule for the gallant knight. 2. Be meek of heart, work day by day, ever tread the knightly way. Make lawful war, long travel dare, tourney and joust for lady fair. To everlasting honour cling, that none the barbs of blame may fling. Be never slack in work or fight, be ever least in self's own sight. This is the rule for the gallant knight. 3. Love the liege lord, with might and main, his rights above all else maintain. Be open-handed, just and true, the paths of upright men pursue. No deaf ear to their precepts turn, the prowess of the valiant learn. That ye may do things great and bright, as did great Alexander hight. This is the rule for the gallant knight. A great deal has been said to the effect that all this is sheer poetry, a beautiful chimera without any resemblance to reality. Indeed, it has just been remarked here that the 3 centuries under consideration, the Middle Ages, were in point of fact one of the most brutal, most ruffianly epochs in history, one of those wherein we encounter most crimes and violence, wherein the public peace was most incessantly troubled, and wherein the greatest licentiousness in morals prevailed. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that side by side with these gross and barbarous morals, this social disorder, there existed knightly morality and knightly poetry. We have moral records confronting ruffianly deeds, and the contrast is shocking but real. It is exactly this contrast which makes the great and fundamental characteristic of the Middle Ages. Let us turn our eyes towards other communities, towards the earliest stages, for instance, of Greek society, towards that heroic age of which Homer's poems are the faithful reflection. There is nothing there like the contrast by which we are struck in the Middle Ages. We do not see that, at the period and amongst the people of the Homeric poems, there was abroad in the air or had penetrated into the imaginations of men any idea more lofty or more pure than their everyday actions. The heroes of Homer seem to have no misgiving about their brutishness, their ferocity, their greed, their egotism. There is nothing in their souls superior to the deeds of their lives. In the France of the Middle Ages, on the contrary, though practically crimes and disorders, moral and social evils abound, yet men have in their souls and their imaginations loftier and purer instincts and desires. Their notions of virtue and their ideas of justice are very superior to the practice pursued around them and amongst themselves. A certain moral ideal hovers above this low and tumultuous community, and attracts the notice and obtains the regard of men in whose life it is but very faintly reflected. The Christian religion undoubtedly is, if not the only, at any rate the principal cause of this great fact, for its particular characteristic is to arouse amongst men a lofty moral ambition, by keeping constantly before their eyes a type infinitely beyond the reach of human nature, and yet profoundly sympathetic with it. To Christianity it was that the Middle Ages owed knighthood, that institution which, in the midst of anarchy and barbarism, gave a poetical and moral beauty to the period. It was feudal knighthood and Christianity together which produced the 2 great and glorious events of those times, the Norman conquest of England and the Crusades. End of chapter 14. Section 28 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 15. Conquest of England by the Normans, Part 1. At the beginning of the 11th century, Robert, called the Magnificent, the 5th in succession from the great chieftain Rollo who had established the Northmen in France, was Duke of Normandy. To have the nickname he earned by his nobleness and liberality some chronicles have added another, and call him Robert the Devil, by reason of his reckless and violent deeds of audacity, whether in private life or in warlike expeditions. Hence a lively controversy amongst the learned upon the question of deciding to which Robert to apply the latter epithet. Some persist in assigning it to the Duke of Normandy, others seek for some other Robert upon whom to foist it. However that may be, in 1034 or 1035, After having led a fair life enough from the political point of view, but one full of turbulence and moral irregularity, Duke Robert resolved to undertake, barefooted and staff in hand, a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, to expiate his sins if God would deign to consent thereto. The Norman prelates and barons, having been summoned around him, conjured him to renounce his plan, for to what troubles and perils would not his dominions be exposed without lord or assured successor? "By my faith," said Robert, "I will not leave ye lordless. I have a young bastard who will grow, please God, and of whose good qualities I have great hope. Take him, I pray you, for lord. That he was not born in wedlock matters little to you; he will be none the less able in battle, or at court, or in the palace, or to render you justice. I make him my heir, and I hold him seized from this present of the whole duchy of Normandy." And they who were present assented, but not without objection and disquietude. There was certainly ample reason for objection and disquietude. Not only was it a child of 8 years of age to whom Duke Robert, at setting out on his pious pilgrimage, was leaving Normandy, but this child had been pronounced bastard by the Duke his father at the moment of taking him for his heir. 9 or 10 years before, at Falaise, his favourite residence, Robert had met, according to some at a people's dance, according to others on the banks of a stream where she was washing linen with her companions, a young girl named Harlette or Harleve, daughter of a tanner in the town, where they show to this day, it is said, the window from which the Duke saw her for the first time. She pleased his fancy, and was not more straight-laced than the Duke was scrupulous, and Fulbert, the tanner, kept but little watch over his daughter. Robert gave the son born to him in 1027 the name of his glorious ancestor, William Longsword, the son and successor of Rollo. The child was reared, according to some, in his father's palace, right honourably as if he had been born in wedlock, but, according to others, in the house of his grandfather, the tanner, and one of the neighbouring burgesses, as he saw passing one of the principal Norman lords, William de Belmez, surnamed the Fierce Talvas, stopped him, ironically saying, "Come in, my lord, and admire your suzerain's son." The origin of young William was in every mouth, and gave occasion for familiar allusions more often insulting than flattering. The epithet bastard was, so to speak, incorporated with his name, and we cannot be astonished that it lived in history, for, in the height of his power, he sometimes accepted it proudly, calling himself, in several of his charters, William the Bastard, Guilmus Nodulzus. He showed himself to be none the less susceptible on this point when in 1048, during the siege of Alcestis, the domain of the Lord de Belmez, the inhabitants hung from their walls hides all raw and covered with dirt, which they shook when they caught sight of William, with cries of "Plenty of work for the tanner!" "By the glory of God," cried William, "they shall pay me dear for this insolent bravery." After an assault several of the besieged were taken prisoners; he had their eyes pulled out, and their feet and hands cut off, and shot from his siege machines these mutilated members over the walls of the city. Notwithstanding his recklessness and his being engrossed in his pilgrimage, Duke Robert had taken some care for the situation in which he was leaving his son, and some measures to lessen its perils. He had appointed regent of Normandy, during William's minority, his cousin, Alain V., Duke of Brittany, whose sagacity and friendship he had proved, and he had confided the personal guardianship of the child, not to his mother Harlette, who was left very much out in the cold, but to one of his most trusty officers, Gilbert Crespin, Count of Brionne, and the strong castle of Vaudreuil, the first foundation of which dated back, it was said, to Queen Fredegonde, was assigned for the usual residence of the young duke. Lastly, to confirm with brilliancy his son's right as his successor to the duchy of Normandy, and to assure him a powerful ally, Robert took him himself to the court of his suzerain, Henri I., King of France, who recognized the title of William the Bastard, and allowed him to take the oath of allegiance and homage. Having thus prepared as best he could for his son's future, Robert set out on his pilgrimage. He visited Rome and Constantinople, everywhere displaying his magnificence, together with his humility. He fell ill from sheer fatigue whilst crossing Asia Minor, and was obliged to be carried in a litter by 4 negroes. "Go and tell them at home," said he to a Norman pilgrim he met returning from the Holy Land, "that you saw me being carried to Paradise by 4 devils." On arriving at Jerusalem, where he was received with great attention by the Mussulman emir in command there, he discharged himself of his pious vow, and took the road back to Europe. But he was poisoned, by whom or for what motive is not clearly known, at Nicaea in Bithynia, where he was buried in the Basilica of St. Mary, an honour, says the chronicle, which had never been accorded to anybody. From 1025 to 1042, during William's minority, Normandy was a prey to the robber-like ambition, the local quarrels, and the turbulent and brutal passions of a host of petty castle-holders, nearly always at war, either amongst themselves or with the young chieftain whose power they did not fear, and whose rights they disputed. In vain did Duke Alain of Brittany, in his capacity as regent appointed by Duke Robert, attempt to re-establish order, and just when he seemed on the road to success he was poisoned by those who could not succeed in beating him. Henri I, King of France, being ill disposed at his bottom towards his Norman neighbours and their young duke, for all that he had acknowledged him, profited by this anarchy to filch from him certain portions of territory. Attacks without warning, fearful murders, implacable vengeance, and sanguinary disturbances in the towns, were evils which became common, and spread. The clergy strove with courageous perseverance against the vices and crimes of the period. The bishops convoked councils in their dioceses, the laic lords, and even the people, were summoned to them, the peace of God was proclaimed, and the priests, having in their hands lighted tapers, turned them towards the ground and extinguished them, whilst the populace repeated in chorus, "So may God extinguish the joys of those who refuse to observe peace and justice." The majority, however, of the Norman lords refused to enter into the engagement. In default of peace, it was necessary to be content with the truce of God. It commenced on Wednesday evening at sunset and concluded on Monday at sunrise. During the 4 days and 5 nights comprised in this interval, all aggression was forbidden. No slaying, wounding, pillaging, or burning could take place. But from sunrise on Monday to sunset on Wednesday, for 3 days and 2 nights, any violence became allowable, any crime might recommence. Meanwhile William was growing up, and the omens that had been drawn from his early youth raised the popular hopes. It was reported that at his very birth, when the midwife had put him unswaddled in a little heap of straw, he had wriggled about and drawn together the straw with his hands, insomuch that the midwife said, "By my faith, this child beginneth full young to take and heap up. I know not what he will do when he is grown." At a little later period, when a burgess of Falaise drew the attention of the Lord William de Bellaize to the gay and sturdy lad as he played amongst his mates, the fierce vassal muttered between his teeth, "Accursed be thou of God, for I be certain that by thee mine honours will be lowered." The child, on becoming man, was handsomer and handsomer, and so lively and spirited that it seemed to all a marvel. Amongst his mates, command became soon a habit with him. He made them form a line of battle, he gave them the word of command, and he constituted himself their judge in all quarrels. At a still later period, having often heard talk of revolts excited against him, and of disorders which troubled the country, he was moved in consequence to fits of violent irritation, which, however, he learned instinctively to hide, and in his child's heart, says the chronicle, he had welling up all the vigour of a man to teach the Normans to forbear from all acts of irregularity. At 15 years of age, in 1042, he demanded to be armed knight, and to fulfil all forms necessary for having the right to serve and command in all ranks. These forms were in Normandy, by a relic, it is said, of the Danish and pagan customs, more connected with war and less with religion than elsewhere. The young candidates were not bound to confess, to spend a vigil in the church, and to receive from the priest's hands the sword he had consecrated on the altar. It was even the custom to say that he whose sword had been girded upon him by a long-robed cleric was no true knight, but a cit without spirit. The day on which William, for the first time, donned his armour was for his servants and all the spectators a gala day. He was so tall, so manly in face, and so proud of bearing, that it was a sight both pleasant and terrible to see him guiding his horse's career, flashing with his sword, gleaming with his shield, and threatening with his casque and javelins. His first act of government was a rigorous decree against such as should be guilty of murder, arson, and pillage, but he at the same time granted an amnesty for past revolts, on condition of fealty and obedience for the future. For the establishment, however, of a young and disputed authority, there is need of something more than brilliant ceremonies and words partly minatory and partly coaxing. William had to show what he was made of. A conspiracy was formed against him in the heart of his feudal court, and almost of his family. He had given kindly welcome to his cousin Guy of Burgundy, and had even bestowed on him as a fief the countships of Vernon and Brionne. In 1044 the young duke was at Valognes, when suddenly, at midnight, one of his trustiest servants, Gaulet, his fool, such as the great lords of the time kept, knocked at the door of his chamber, crying, "Open, open, my lord duke! Fly, fly, or you are lost! They are armed! They are getting ready! To tarry is death!" William did not hesitate; he got up, ran to the stables, saddled his horse with his own hands, started off, followed a road called to this day the Duke's Way, and reached Falaise as a place of safety. There news came to him that the conspiracy was taking the form of insurrection, and that the rebels were seizing his domains. William showed no more hesitation at Falaise than at Valognes. He started off at once, repaired to Poissy, where Henri I., King of France, was then residing, and claimed as vassal the help of his suzerain against traitors. Henri, who himself was brave, was touched by this bold confidence, and promised his young vassal effectual support. William returned to Normandy, summoned his lieges, and took to the field promptly. King Henri joined him at Argens, with a body of 3,000 men at arms, and a battle took place on the 10th of August, 1047, at Val des Dunes, 3 leagues from Caen. It was very hotly contested. King Henri, unhorsed by a lance thrust, ran a risk of his life, but he remounted and valiantly returned to the mêlée. William dashed in whenever the fight was the thickest, showing himself everywhere as able in command as ready to expose himself. A Norman lord, Raoul de Tesson, held aloof with a troop of 140 knights. "Who is he that bides yonder, motionless?" asked the French king of the young duke. "It is the banner of Raoul de Tesson," answered William. "I wot not that he hath aught against me." But, though he had no personal grievance, Raoul de Tesson had joined the insurgents, and sworn that he would be the first to strike the duke in the conflict. Thinking better of it, and perceiving William from afar, he pricked towards him, and taking off his glove struck him gently on the shoulder, saying, "I swore to strike you, and so I am quit, but fear nothing more from me." "Thanks, Raoul," said William; "be well disposed, I pray you." Raoul waited until the two armies were at grips, and when he saw which way victory was inclined, he hastened to contribute thereto. It was decisive, and William the Bastard returned to Val des Dunes really Duke of Normandy. He made vigorous but not cruel use of his victory. He demolished his enemies' strong castles, magazines as they were for pillage no less than bulwarks of feudal independence, but there is nothing to show that he indulged in violence towards persons. He was even generous to the chief concocter of the plot, Guy of Burgundy. He took from him the countships of Vernon and Brionne, but permitted him still to live at his court, a place which the Burgundian found himself too ill at ease to remain in; so he returned to Burgundy, to conspire against his own eldest brother. William was stern without hatred and merciful without kindliness, only thinking which of the two might promote or retard his success, gentleness or severity. There soon came an opportunity for him to return to the King of France the kindness he had received. Geoffrey Martel, Duke of Anjou, being ambitious and turbulent beyond the measure of his power, got embroiled with the king his suzerain, and war broke out between them. The Duke of Normandy went to the aid of King Henri, and made his success certain, which cost the duke the fierce hostility of the court of Anjou and a 4 years' war with that inconvenient neighbour, a war full of dangerous incidents, wherein William enhanced his character, already great, for personal valour. In an ambuscade laid for him by Geoffrey Martel he lost some of his best knights, whereat he was so wroth, says Chronicle, that he galloped down with such force upon Geoffrey, and struck him in such wise with his sword that he dinted his helm, cut through his hood, lopped off his ear, and with the same blow felled him to the earth. But the count was lifted up and remounted, and so fled away. William made rapid advances both as prince and as man. Without being austere in his private life, he was regular in his habits, and patronized order and respectability in his household as well as in his dominions. He resolved to marry to his own honour, and to the promotion of his greatness. Baldwin the Debonair, Count of Flanders, one of the most powerful lords of the day, had a daughter, Matilda, beautiful, well informed, firm in the faith, a model of virtue and modesty. William asked her hand in marriage. Matilda refused, saying, "I would rather be a veiled nun than given in marriage to a bastard." Hurt as he was, William did not give up. He was even more persevering than susceptible, but he knew that he must get still greater, and make an impression upon a young girl's imagination by the splendour of his fame and power. Some years later, being firmly established in Normandy, dreaded by all his neighbours, and already showing some foreshadowings of his design upon England, he renewed his matrimonial quest in Flanders, but after so strange a fashion that, in spite of contemporary testimony, several of the modern historians, in their zeal, even at so distant a period, for observance of the proprieties, reject as fabulous the story which is here related on the authority of the most detailed account amongst all the chronicles which contain it. A little after that Duke William had heard how the damsel had made answer, he took of his folk, and went privily to Lille, where the Duke of Flanders and his wife and his daughter then were. He entered into the hall, and passing on, as if to do some business, went into the countess's chamber, and there found the damsel daughter of Count Baldwin. He took her by the tresses, dragged her round the chamber, trampled her under foot, and did beat her soundly. Then he strode forth from the chamber, leapt upon his horse, which was being held for him before the hall, struck in his spurs, and went his way. At this deed was Count Baldwin much enraged, and when matters had thus remained a while, Duke William sent once more to Count Baldwin to parley again of the marriage. The count sounded his daughter on the subject, and she answered that it pleased her well. So the nuptials took place with very great joy. And after the aforesaid matters, Count Baldwin, laughing withal, asked his daughter wherefore she had so lightly accepted the marriage she had aforetime so cruelly refused. And she answered that she did not then know the duke so well as she did now, for, said she, if he had not great heart and high emprise, he had not been so bold as to dare come and beat me in my father's chamber. Amongst the historians who treat this story as romantic and untruthlike fable, some believe themselves to have discovered, in divers documents of the 11th and 12th centuries, circumstances almost equally singular as regards the cause of the obstacles met with at first by Duke William in his pretensions to the hand of Princess Matilda, and as regards the motive for the first refusal on the part of Matilda herself. According to some, the Flemish princess had conceived a strong passion for a noble Saxon, Britick Mew, who had been sent by King Edward the Confessor to the court of Flanders, and who was remarkable for his beauty. She wished to marry him, but the handsome Saxon was not willing, and Matilda at first gave way to violent grief on that account, and afterwards, when she became Queen of England, to vindictive hatred, the weight of which she made him feel severely. Other writers go still farther, and say that, before being sought in marriage by William, Matilda had not fallen in love with a handsome Saxon, but had actually married a Flemish burgess, named Gerbod, patron of the church of St. Durtan, at St. Omer, and that she had by him 2 and perhaps 3 children, traces of whom recur, it is said, under the reign of William, King of England. There is no occasion to enter upon the learned controversies of which these different allegations have been the cause. It is sufficient to say that they have led to nothing but obscurity, contradiction, and doubt, and that there is more moral verisimilitude in the account just given, especially in Matilda's first prejudice against marriage with a bastard, and in her conversation with her father, Count Baldwin, when she had changed her opinion upon the subject. Independently of the testimony of several chroniclers, French and English, this tradition is mentioned, with all the simplicity of belief, in one of the principal Flemish chronicles; and as to the ruffianly gallantry employed by William to win his bride, there is nothing in it very singular, considering the habits of the time, and we meet with more than one example of adventures, if not exactly similar, at any rate very analogous. However that may be, this marriage brought William an unexpected opportunity of entering into personal relations with one of the most distinguished men of his age, and a man destined to become one of his own most intimate advisers. In 1019, at the Council of Rheims, Pope Leo IX, on political grounds rather than because of a prohibited decree of relationship, had opposed the marriage of the Duke of Normandy with the daughter of the Duke of Flanders, and had pronounced his veto upon it. William took no heed, and in 1052 or 1053 his marriage was celebrated at Rouen with great pomp, but this ecclesiastical veto weighed upon his mind, and he sought some means of getting it taken off. A learned Italian, Lanfranc, a jurisconsult of some fame already, whilst travelling in France and repairing from Avranches to Rouen, was stopped near Brienne by brigands, who having plundered him left him, with his eyes bandaged, in a forest. His cries attracted the attention of passers-by, who took him to a neighbouring monastery, but lately founded by a pious Norman knight retired from the world. Lanfranc was received in it, became a monk of it, was elected its prior, attracted to it by his learned teachings a host of pupils, and won therein his own great renown whilst laying the foundation for that of the Abbey of Bee, which was destined to be carried still higher by one of his disciples, St. Anselm. Lanfranc was eloquent, great in dialectics, of a sprightly wit, and lively in repartee. Relying upon the Pope's decision, he spoke ill of William's marriage with Matilda. William was informed of this, and in a fit of despotic anger, ordered Lanfranc to be driven from the monastery and banished from Normandy, and even, it is said, the dependency which he inhabited as a prior of the abbey, to be burned. The order was executed, and Lanfranc set out, mounted on a sorry little horse given him, no doubt, by the abbey. By what chance is not known, but probably on a hunting party, his favourite diversion, William with his retinue happened to cross the road which Lanfranc was slowly pursuing. "My lord," said the monk, addressing him, "I am obeying your orders, I am going away, but my horse is a sorry beast; if you will give me a better one I will go faster." William halted, entered into conversation with Lanfranc, let him stay, and sent him back with a present to his abbey. A little while afterwards Lanfranc was at Rome, and defended before Pope Victor II William's marriage with Matilda. He was successful, and the Pope took off the veto on the sole condition that the couple, in sign of penitence, should each found a religious house. Matilda accordingly founded at Caen, for women, the Abbey of the Holy Trinity, and William, for men, that of St. Stephen. Lanfranc was the first abbot of the latter, and when William became King of England, Lanfranc was made Archbishop of Canterbury and Primate of the Church of England, as well as Privy Councillor of his king. William excelled in the art, so essential to government, of promptly recognizing the worth of men, and of appropriating their influence to himself whilst exerting his own over them. About the same time he gave his cotemporaries, princes and peoples, new proofs of his ability and power. Henri I, King of France, growing more and more disquieted at and jealous of the Duke of Normandy's ascendancy, secretly excited against him opposition and even revolt in his dominions. These dealings led to open war between the suzerain and the vassal, and the war concluded with two battles won by William, one at Mortemer, near Neuchâtel in Bray, the other at Varaville, near Troyes. After which, said William himself, King Henri never passed a night tranquilly in my ground. In 1059 peace was concluded between the two princes. Henri I died almost immediately afterwards, and on the 25th of August, 1060, his son Philippe I succeeded him, under the regency of Baldwin, Count of Flanders, father of the Duchess Matilda. Duke William was present in state at the coronation of the new King of France, lent him effectual assistance against the revolts which took place in Gascony, re-entered Normandy for the purpose of holding at Caen, in 1061, the estates of his duchy, and at that time published the famous decree observed long after him, under the name of the Law of Curfew, which ordered that every evening the bells should be rung in all parishes, to warn every one to prayer, and house-closing, and no more running about the streets. The passion for orderliness in his dominions did not cool his ardour for conquest. In 1063, after the death of his young neighbour Herbert II, Count of Maine, William took possession of his beautiful countship, not without some opposition on the part of the inhabitants, nor without suspicion of having poisoned his rival, Walter, Count of Vexin. It is said that after this conquest William meditated that of Brittany, but there is every indication that he had formed a far vaster design, and that the day of its execution was approaching. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Section 29 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 15. Conquest of England by the Normans, Part 2. From the time of Rollo's settlement in Normandy, the communications of the Normans with England had become more and more frequent, and important for the two countries. The success of the invasions of the Danes in England in the 10th century, and the reigns of 3 kings of the Danish line, had obliged the princes of Saxon race to take refuge in Normandy, the Duke of which, Richard I, had given his daughter Emma in marriage to their grandfather, Ethelred II. When, at the death of the last Danish king, Hardicanute, the Saxon Prince Edward ascended the throne of his fathers, he had passed 27 years of exile in Normandy, and he returned to England almost a stranger, in the words of the chronicles, to the country of his ancestors, far more Norman than Saxon in his manners, tastes, and language, and surrounded by Normans, whose numbers and prestige under his reign increased from day to day. A hot rivalry, nationally as well as courtly, grew up between them and the Saxons. At the head of these latter was Godwin, Count of Kent, and his 5 sons, the eldest of whom, Harold, was destined before long to bear the whole brunt of the struggle. Between these powerful rivals, Edward the Confessor, a pacific, pious, gentle, and undecided king, wavered incessantly, at one time trying to resist, and at another compelled to yield to the pretensions and seditions by which he was beset. In 1051 the Saxon party and its head, Godwin, had risen in revolt. Duke William, on invitation perhaps from King Edward, paid a brilliant visit to England, where he found Normans everywhere established and powerful, in church as well as in state, in command of the fleets, ports, and principal English places. King Edward received him as his own son, gave him arms, horses, hounds, and hawking birds, and sent him home full of presents and hopes. The chronicler, Ingulf, who accompanied William on his return to Normandy, and remained attached to him as private secretary, affirms that, during this visit, not only was there no question, between King Edward and the Duke of Normandy, of the latter's possible succession to the throne of England, but that never as yet had this probability occupied the attention of William. It is very doubtful whether William had said nothing upon the subject to King Edward at that time, and it is certain, from William's own testimony, that he had for a long while been thinking about it. 4 years after this visit of the Duke to England, King Edward was reconciled to and lived on good terms with the family of the Godwins. Their father was dead, and the eldest son, Harold, asked the king's permission to go to Normandy, and claim the release of his brother and nephew, who had been left as hostages in the keeping of Duke William. The king did not approve of the project. "I have no wish to constrain thee," said he to Harold, "but if thou go, it will be without my consent, and assuredly thy trip will bring some misfortune upon thee and our country. I know Duke William and his crafty spirit; he hates thee, and will grant thee naught unless he see his advantage therefrom. The only way to make him give up the hostages will be to send some other than thyself." Harold, however, persisted and went. William received him with apparent cordiality, promised him the release of the 2 hostages, escorted him and his comrades from castle to castle, and from entertainment to entertainment made them knights of the grand Norman order, and even invited them, by way of trying their new spurs, to accompany him on a little warlike expedition he was about to undertake in Brittany. Harold and his comrades behaved gallantly, and he and William shared the same tent and the same table. On returning, as they trotted side by side, William turned the conversation upon his youthful connection with the King of England. "When Edward and I," said he to the Saxon, "were living like brothers under the same roof, he promised, if he ever became King of England, to make me heir to his kingdom. I should very much like thee, Harold, to help me to realize this promise, and be assured that, if by thy aid I obtain the kingdom, whatsoever thou askest of me I will grant it forthwith." Harold, in surprise and confusion, answered by an assent which he tried to make as vague as possible. William took it as positive. "Since thou dost consent to serve me," said he, "thou must engage to fortify the castle of Dover, dig a well of fresh water there, and put it in the hands of my men-at-arms. Thou must also give me thy sister to be married to one of my barons, and thou must thyself espouse my daughter Adele." Harold, not witting, says the chronicler, how to escape from this pressing danger, promised all the duke asked of him, reckoning, doubtless, on disregarding his engagement, and for the moment William asked him nothing more. But a few days afterwards he summoned, at Avranches, according to some, and at Bayeux according to others, and, more probably still, at Bonneville-sur-Touques, his Norman barons, and in the midst of this assembly, at which Harold was present, William, seated with his naked sword in his hand, caused to be brought and placed upon a table covered with the cloth of 2 gold reliquaries. "Harold," said he, "I call upon thee, in presence of this noble assemblage, to confirm by oath the promise thou didst make me, to wit, to aid me to obtain the kingdom of England after the death of King Edward, to espouse my daughter Adele, and to send me thy sister to be married to one of my people." Harold, who had not expected this public summons, nevertheless did not hesitate any more than he had hesitated in his private conversation with William. He drew near, laid his hand on the two reliquaries, and swore to observe, in the best of his power, his agreement with the duke, should he live and God help. "God help!" repeated those who were present. William made a sign, the cloth of gold was removed, and there was discovered a tub filled to the edge with bones and relics of all the saints that could be got together. The chronicler poet, Robert Wace, who alone and long afterwards recounts this last particular, adds that Harold was visibly troubled at the sight of this saintly heap, but he had sworn. It is honourable to human nature not to be indifferent to oaths, even when those who exact them have but small reliance upon them, and when he who takes them has but small intention of keeping them. And so Harold departed laden with presents, leaving William satisfied but not over-confident. When, on returning to England, Harold told King Edward what had passed between William and himself, "Did I not warn thee," said the king, "that I knew William, and that thy journey would bring great misfortunes upon thyself and upon our nation? Grant heaven that those misfortunes come not during my life!" The king's wish was not granted. He fell ill, and on the 5th of January, 1066, he lay on his couch almost at the point of death. Harold and his kindred entered the chamber, and prayed the king to name a successor by whom the kingdom might be governed securely. "Ye know," said Edward, "that I have left my kingdom to the Duke of Normandy, and are there not here among ye those who have sworn to assure his succession?" Harold advanced, and once more asked the king on whom the crown should devolve. "Take it, if it is thy wish, Harold," said Edward, "but the gift will be thy ruin; against the duke and his barons thy power will not suffice." Harold declared that he feared neither the Norman nor any other foe. The king, vexed at this importunity, turned round in his bed, saying, "Let the English make king of whom they will, Harold or another, I consent," and shortly after expired. The very day after the celebration of his obsequies, Harold was proclaimed king by his partisans, amidst no small public disquietude, and Aldred, Archbishop of York, lost no time in anointing him. William was in his park of Rouvray, near Rouen, trying a bow and arrows for the chase, when a faithful servant arrived from England, to tell him that Edward was dead and Harold proclaimed king. William gave his bow to one of his people, and went back to his palace at Rouen, where he paced about in silence, sitting down, rising up, leaning upon a bench, without opening his lips and without any one of his peoples daring to address a word to him. There entered his seneschal, William de Bretonil, of whom "What ails the duke?" asked they who were present. "Ye will soon know," answered he. Then, going up to the duke, he said, "Wherefore conceal your tidings, my lord? All the city knows that King Edward is dead, and that Harold has broken his oath to you, and had himself crowned king." "Ay," said William, "it is that which doth weigh me down." "My lord," said William Fitz Osbern, a gallant knight and a confidential friend of the duke, "none should be wroth over what can be mended. It depends but on you to stop the mischief Harold is doing you. You shall destroy him, if it please you. You have right, you have good men and true to serve you, you need have but courage; set on boldly." William gathered together his most important and most trusted counsellors, and they were unanimous in urging him to resent the perjury and injury. He sent to Harold a messenger charged to say, "William, Duke of the Normans, doth recall to thee the oath thou swearest to him with thy mouth and with thy hand, on real and saintly relics." "It is true," answered Harold, "that I swore, but on compulsion; I promised what did not belong to me; my kingship is not mine own; I cannot put it off from me without the consent of the country; I cannot any the more, without the consent of the country, espouse a foreigner. As for my sister, whom the duke claims for one of his chieftains, she died within the year; if he will, I will send him the corpse." William replied without any violence, claiming the conditions sworn, and especially Harold's marriage with his daughter Adele. For all answer to this summons Harold married a Saxon, sister of two powerful Saxon chieftains, Edwin and Morcar. There was an open rupture, and William swore that within the year he would go and claim, at the sword's point, payment of what was due to him, on the very spot where Harold thought himself to be most firm on his feet. And he set himself to the work. But being as far-sighted as he was ambitious, he resolved to secure for his enterprise the sanction of religious authority and the formal assent of the Estates of Normandy. Not that he had any inclination to subordinate his power to that of the Pope. 5 years previously, Robert de Grandmesnil, abbot of St. Evroul, with whom William had got embroiled, had claimed to re-enter his monastery as master by virtue solely of an order from Pope Nicholas II. "I will listen to the legates of the Pope, the common father of the faithful," said William, "if they come to me to speak of the Christian faith and religion. But if a monk of my estates permit himself a single word beyond his place, I will have him hanged by his cowl from the highest oak of the nearest forest." When, in 1000, he denounced to Pope Alexander II the perjury of Harold, asking him at the same time to do him justice, he made no scruple about promising that, if the Pope authorized him to right himself by war, he would bring back the kingdom of England to obedience to the Holy See. He had Lanfranc for his negotiator with the court of Rome, and Pope Alexander II for chief counsellor the celebrated monk Hildebrand, who was destined to succeed him under the name of Gregory VII. The opportunity of extending the empire of the Church was too tempting to be spurned, and her future head too bold not to seize it, whatever might be the uncertainty and danger of the issue; and in spite of hesitation on the part of some of the Pope's advisers, the question was promptly decided in accordance with William's demand. Harold and his adherents were excommunicated, and on committing his bull to the hands of William's messenger, the Pope added a banner of the Roman Church and a ring containing, it is said, a hair of St. Peter set in a diamond. The estates of Normandy were less easy to manage. William called them together at Lillebonne, and several of his vassals showed a zealous readiness to furnish him with vessels and victual and to follow him beyond the sea, but others declared that they were not bound to any such service, and that they would not lend themselves to it. They had calls enough already, and had nothing more to spare. William Fitz-Osbern scouted these objections. "He is your lord, and hath need of you," said he to the recalcitrants. "You ought to offer yourselves to him, and not wait to be asked. If he succeed in his purpose, you will be more powerful as well as he. If you fail him, and he succeed without you, he will remember it. Show him that you love him, and what ye do, do with a good grace." The discussion was keen. Many persisted in saying, "True, he is our lord, but if we pay him his rents, that should suffice. We are not bound to go and serve beyond the seas. We are already much burdened for his wars." It was at last agreed that Fitz-Osbern should give the Duke the Assembly's reply, for he knew well, they said, the ability of each. "If ye mind not to do what I shall say," said Fitz-Osbern, "charge me not therewith." "We will be bound by it, and will do it," was the cry amidst the general confusion. They repaired to the Duke's presence. "My lord," said Fitz-Osbern, "I trow that there be not in the whole world such folk as these. You know the trouble and labour they have already undergone in supporting your rights, and they are minded to do still more, and serve you at all points, this side the sea and t'other. Go you before, and they will follow you, and spare them in nothing. As for me, I will furnish you with 60 vessels, manned with good fighters." "Nay, nay," cried several of those present, prelates and barons, "we charged you not with such reply. When he hath business in his own country, we will do him the service we owe him. We be not bound to serve him in conquering another's territory, or to go beyond the sea for him." And they gathered themselves together in knots with much uproar. William was very wroth, says the chronicler. He retired to a chamber apart, summoned those in whom he had most confidence, and by their advice called before him his barons, each separately, and asked them if they were willing to help him. He had no intention, he told them, of doing them wrong, nor would he and his, now or hereafter, ever cease to treat them in perfect courtesy, and he would give them, in writing, such assurances as they were minded to devise. The majority of his people agreed to give him, more or less, according to circumstances, and he had everything reduced to writing. At the same time he made an appeal to all his neighbours, Bretons, Manceaux, and Angevins, hunting up soldiers wherever he could find them, and promising all who desired them lands in England if he effected its conquest. Lastly, he repaired in person, first to Philip I, King of France, his suzerain, and then to Baldwin V, Count of Flanders, his father-in-law, asking for their assistance for his enterprise. Philip gave a formal refusal. "What the Duke demands of you," said his advisers, "is to his own profit and to your hurt. If you aid him, your country will be much burdened, and if the Duke fail, you will have the English your foes for ever." The Count of Flanders made a show of a similar refusal, but privately he authorized William to raise soldiers in Flanders, and pressed his vassals to follow him. William, having thus hunted up and collected all the forces he could hope for, thought only of putting them in motion, and of hurrying on the preparations for his departure. Whilst, in obedience to his orders, the whole expedition, troops, and ships, were collected at Dives, he received from Conan II., Duke of Brittany, this message: "I learn that thou art now minded to go beyond sea and conquer for thyself the kingdom of England." At the moment of starting for Jerusalem, Robert, Duke of Normandy, whom thou feignest to regard as thy father, left all his heritage to Alain, my father and his cousin; but thou and thy accomplices slew my father with poison at Vimeux in Normandy. Afterwards thou didst invade his territory because I was too young to defend it, and, contrary to all right, seeing that thou art a bastard, thou hast kept it until this day. Now, therefore, either give me back this Normandy which thou owest me, or I will make war upon thee with all my forces." At this message, say the chronicles, William was at first somewhat dismayed; but a Breton lord, who had sworn fidelity to the two counts, and bore messages from one to the other, rubbed poison upon the inside of Conan's hunting horn, of his horse's reins, and of his gloves. Conan, having unwittingly put his gloves and handled the reins of his horse, lifted his hands to his face, and the touch having filled him with poisonous infection, he died soon after, to the great sorrow of his people, for he was an able and brave man, and inclined to justice. And he who had betrayed him quitted before long the army of Conan, and informed Duke William of his death. Conan is not the only one of William's foes whom he was suspected of making away with by poison. There are no proofs, but contemporary assertions are positive, and the public of the time believed them without surprise. Being as unscrupulous about means as ambition and bold in aim, William was not of those whose character repels such an accusation. What, however, diminishes the suspicion is that, after and in spite of Conan's death, several Breton knights, and amongst others 2 sons of Count Eudes, his uncle, attended at the trysting place of the Norman troops, and took part in the expedition. Dives was the place of assemblage appointed for fleet and army. William repaired thither about the end of August, 1066. But for several weeks contrary winds prevented him from putting to sea; some vessels which made the attempt perished in the tempest, and some of the volunteer adventurers got disgusted, and deserted. William maintained strict discipline amongst this multitude, forbidding plunder so strictly that the cattle fed in the fields in full security. The soldiers grew tired of waiting in idleness and often in sickness. "Yon is a madman," said they, "who is minded to possess himself of another's land. God is against the design, and so refuses us a wind." About the 20th of September the weather changed. The fleet got ready, but could only go and anchor at St. Valery, at the mouth of the Somme. There it was necessary to wait several more days; impatience and disquietude were redoubled, and there appeared in the heavens a star with a tail, a certain sign of great things to come. William had the shrine of St. Valery brought out and paraded about, being more impatient in his soul than anybody, but ever confident in his will and his good fortune. There was brought to him a spy whom Harold had sent to watch the forces and plans of the enemy, and William dismissed him, saying, "Harold hath no need to take any care or be at any charges to know how we be, and what we be doing. He shall see for himself, and shall feel it before the end of the year." At last, on the 27th of September, 1066, the sun rose on a calm sea with a favourable wind, and towards evening the fleet set out. The Mora, the vessel on which William was, and which had been given to him by his wife Matilda, led the way, and a figure in gilded bronze, some say in gold, representing their youngest son, William, had been placed on the prow, with the face towards England. Being a better sailor than the others, this ship was soon a long way ahead, and William had a mariner sent to the top of the mainmast to see if the fleet were following. "I see naught but sea and sky," said the mariner. William had the ship brought to, and the second time the mariner said, "I see 4 ships." Before long he cried, "I see a forest of masts and sails." On the 29th of September, St. Michael's Day, the expedition arrived off the coast of England, at Pevensey, near Hastings, and when the tide had ebbed, and the ships remained aground on the strand, says the chroniclers, the landing was effected without obstacles, and not a Saxon soldier appeared on the coast. William was the last to leave his ship, and on setting foot on the sand he made a false step and fell. "Bad sign," was muttered around him. "God have us in his keeping." "What say you, lords?" cried William. "By the glory of God, I have grasped this land with my hands. All that there is of it is ours." With what forces William undertook the conquest of England, how many ships composed his fleet, and how many men were aboard the ships, are questions impossible to be decided with any precision, as we have frequently before had occasion to remark, amidst the exaggerations and disagreements of chroniclers. Robert Wace reports, in his Romance of Rou, that he had heard from his father, one of William's servants on this expedition, that the fleet numbered 696 vessels, but he had found in divers writings that there were more than 3,000. Monsieur Augustin Thierry, after his learned researches, says, in his History of the Conquest of England by the Normans, that 400 vessels of 4 sails, and more than 1,000 transport ships, moved out into the open sea, to the sound of trumpets and of a great cry of joy raised by 60,000 throats. It is probable that the estimate of the fleet is pretty accurate, and that of the army exaggerated. We saw in 1830 what efforts and pains it required, amidst the power and intelligent ability of modern civilization, to transport from France to Algeria 37,000 men aboard 3 squadrons, comprising 675 ships of all sorts. Granted that in the 11th century there was more haphazard than in the 19th, and that there was less care for human life on the eve of a war, still, without a doubt, the armament of Normandy in 1066 was not to be compared with that of France in 1830, and yet William's intention was to conquer England, whereas Charles X thought only of chastising the Dey of Algiers. Whilst William was making for the southern coast of England, Harold was repairing by forced marches to the north in order to defend, against the rebellion of his brother Tostig and the invasion of a Norwegian army. His short-lived kingship thus menaced, at 2 ends of the country, by 2 formidable enemies. On the 25th of September, 1066, he gained at York a brilliant victory over his northern foe, and, wounded as he was, he no sooner learned that Duke William had on the 29th pitched his camp and planted his flag at Pevensey, than he set out in haste for the south. As he approached, William received, from what source is not known, this message: King Harold hath given battle to his brother Tostig and the King of Norway. He hath slain them both, and hath destroyed their army. He is returning at the head of numerous and valiant warriors, against whom thine own, I trove, will be worth no more than wretched curs. Thou passest for a man of wisdom and prudence. Be not rash. Plunge not thyself into danger. I adjure thee to abide in thy entrenchments, and not to come really to blows. I thank thy master, answered William, for his prudent counsel, albeit he might have given it to me without insult. Carry him back this reply: I will not hide behind ramparts. I will come to blows with Harold as soon as I may, and with the aid of Heaven's good will I would trust in the valour of my men against his, even though I had but 10,000 to lead against his 60,000. But the proud confidence of William did not affect his prudence. He received from Harold a message wherein the Saxon, affirming his right to the kingship by virtue of the Saxon laws and the last words of King Edward, summoned him to evacuate England with all his people, on which condition alone he engaged to preserve friendship with him, and all agreements between them as to Normandy. After having come to an understanding with his barons, William maintained his right to the crown of England by virtue of the first decision of King Edward, and the oaths of Harold himself. I am ready, said he, to uphold my cause against him by the forms of justice, either according to the law of the Normans or according to that of the Saxons, as he pleases. If, by virtue of equity, Normans or English decide that Harold has a right to possess the kingdom, let him possess it in peace. If they acknowledge that it is to me that the kingdom ought to belong, let him give it up to me. If he refuses these conditions, I do not think it just that my people or his, who are not a whit to blame for our quarrel, should slay one another in battle. I am ready to maintain at the price of my head against his, that it is to me and not to him that the kingdom of England belongs. At this proposition Harold was troubled, and remained a while without replying. Then, as the monk was urgent, "Let the Lord God," said he, "judge this day betwixt me and William as to what is just." The negotiation continued, and William summed it all up in these terms, which the monk reported to Harold in presence of the English chieftains: "My lord, the Duke of Normandy biddeth you to do one of these things. Give up to him the kingdom of England, and take his daughter in marriage, as you swear to him on the holy relics; or, respecting the question between him and you, submit yourself to the Pope's decision, or fight with him body to body, and let him who is victorious and forces his enemy to yield have the kingdom." Harold replied, "Without opinion or advice taken," says the chronicle, "I will not cede him the kingdom, I will not abide by the Pope's award, and I will not fight with him." William, still in concert with his barons, made a farther advance. "If Harold will come to an agreement with me," he said, I will leave him all the territory beyond the Humber, towards Scotland. My lord, said the barons to the duke, make an end of these parleys. If we must fight, let it be soon, for every day come folk to Harold. By my faith, said the duke, if we agree not on terms today, tomorrow we will join battle. The third proposal for an agreement was as little successful as the former two. On both sides there was no belief in peace, and they were eager to decide the battle once for all. Some of the Saxon chieftains advised Harold to fall back on London, and ravage all the country, so as to starve out the invaders. By my faith, said Harold, I will not destroy the country I have in keeping. I with my people will fight. Abide in London, said his younger brother Gurth. Thou canst not deny that, perforce or by free will, thou didst swear to Duke William. But as for us, we have sworn not. We will fight for our country. If we alone fight, thy cause will be good in any case. If we fly, thou shalt rally us. If we fall, thou shalt avenge us. Harold rejected this advice, considering it shame to his past life to turn his back, whatever the peril. Certain of his people, who he had sent to reconnoitre the Norman army, returned saying that there were more priests in William's camp than warriors in his own, for the Normans, at this period, wore shaven chins and short hair, whilst the English let hair and beard grow. Ye do err, said Harold, these be not priests, but good men-at-arms, who will show us what they can do. On the eve of the battle, the Saxons passed the night in amusement, eating, drinking, and singing, with great uproar. The Normans, on the contrary, were preparing their arms, saying their prayers, and confessing to their priests, all who would. On the 14th of October, 1066, when Duke William put on his armour, his coat of mail was given to him the wrong way. Bad omen, cried some of his people. If such a thing had happened to us, we would not fight today. Be ye not disquieted, said the duke. I have never believed in sorcerers and diviners, and I never liked them. I believe in God, and in him I put my trust. He assembled his men-at-arms, and setting himself upon a high place, so that all might hear him, he said to them, My true and loyal friends, ye have crossed the seas for love of me, and for that I cannot thank ye as I ought. But I will make what return I may, and what I have ye shall have. I am not come only to take what I demanded, or to get my rights, but to punish felonies, treasons, and breaches of faith committed against our people by the men of this country. Think, moreover, what great honour ye will have today if the day be ours. And bethink ye that, if ye be discomfited, ye be dead men without help, for ye have not whither ye may retreat, seeing that our ships be broken up, and our mariners be here with us. He who flies will be a dead man, he who fights will be saved. For God's sake, let each man do his duty. Trust we in God, and the day will be ours. The address was too long for the duke's faithful comrade, William Fitzosborne. My lord, said he, we dally. Let us all to arms and forward, forward. The army got in motion, starting from the hill of Telham or Heathland, according to Mr. Freeman, marching to attack the English on the opposite hill of Senlac. A Norman, called Telfair, who sang very well and rode a horse which was very fast, came up to the duke. My lord, said he, I have served you long, and you owe me for all my service. Pay me today, an it please you. Grant unto me, for recompense in full, to strike the first blow in the battle. I grant it, quoth the duke. So Telfair darted before him, singing the deeds of Charlemagne, of Roland, of Oliver, and of the vassals who fell at Roncesvalles. And as he sang, he played with his sword, throwing it up into the air and catching it in his right hand, and the Normans followed, repeating his songs and crying, God help! God help! The English, entrenched upon a plateau towards which the Normans were ascending, awaited the assault, shouting and defying the foe. The battle, thus begun, lasted 9 hours, with equal obstinacy on both sides, and varied success from hour to hour. Harold, though wounded at the commencement of the fray, did not cease for a moment to fight, on foot, with his 2 brothers beside him, and around him the troops of London, who had the privilege of forming the king's guard when he delivered a battle. Rudely repulsed at the first charge, some bodies of Norman troops fell back in disorder, and a rumour spread amongst them that the duke was slain. But William threw himself before the fugitives, and taking off his helmet, cried, Look at me, here I am, I live, and by God's help will conquer. So they returned to the combat. But the English were firm, the Normans could not force their entrenchments, and William ordered his men to feign a retreat, and all but a flight. At this sight the English bore down in pursuit, and still Norman fled and Saxon pursued, until a trumpeter, who had been ordered by the duke thus to turn back the Normans, began to sound the recall. Then were seen the Normans turning back to face the English, and attacking them with their swords, and amongst the English some flying, some dying, some asking mercy in their own tongue. The struggle once more became general and fierce. William had 3 horses killed under him, but he jumped immediately upon a fresh steed, and left not long avenged the death of that which had but lately carried him. At last the entrenchments of the English were stormed. Harold fell, mortally wounded by an arrow, which pierced his skull. His 2 brothers and his bravest comrades fell at his side. The fight was prolonged between the English dispersed and the Normans remorselessly pursuing. The standards sent from Rome to the Duke of Normandy had replaced the Saxon flag on the very spot where Harold had fallen, and all around, the ground continued to get covered with dead and dying, fruitless victims of the passions of the combatants. Next day William went over the field of battle, and he was heard to say in a tone of mingled triumph and sorrow, "Here is verily a lake of blood." There was, long after the battle of Senlac, or Hastings as it is commonly called, a patriotic superstition in the country to the effect that, when the rain had moistened the soil, there were to be seen traces of blood on the ground where it had taken place. End of chapter 15, part 2. Section 30 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 15. Conquest of England by the Normans, Part 3. Having thus secured the victory, William had his tent pitched at the very point where the standard which had come from Rome had replaced the Saxon banner, and he passed the night supping and chatting with his chieftains, not far from the corpses scattered over the battlefield. Next day it was necessary to attend to the burial of all these dead, conquerors or conquered. William was full of care and affection towards his comrades, and on the eve of the battle, during a long and arduous reconnaissance which he had undertaken with some of them, he had insisted upon carrying, for some time, in addition to his own cuirass, that of his faithful William Fitzosbern, who he saw was fatigued in spite of his usual strength; but towards his enemies William was harsh and resentful. Githa, Harold's mother, sent to him to ask for her son's corpse, offering for it its weight in gold. "Nay," said William, "Harold was a perjurer; let him have for burial place the sand of the shore, where he was so madly fain to rule." 2 Saxon monks from Waltham Abbey, which had been founded by Harold, came by their abbot's order, and claimed for their church the remains of their benefactor, and William, indifferent as he had been to a mother's grief, would not displease an abbey. But when the monks set about finding the body of Harold, there was none to recognise it, and they had recourse to a young girl, Edith, Swan's neck, whom Harold had loved. She discovered among the corpses her lover's mutilated body, and the monks bore it away to the church at Waltham, where it was buried. Some time later a rumour was spread abroad that Harold was wounded, and carried to a neighbouring castle, perhaps Dover, whence he went to the Abbey of St. John at Chester, where he lived a long while in a solitary cell, and where William the Conqueror's second son, Henry I., the 3rd Norman King of England, one day went to see him and had an interview with him. But this legend, in which there is nothing chronologically impossible, rests on no sound basis of evidence, and is discountenanced by all contemporary accounts. Before following up his victory, William resolved to perpetuate the remembrance of it by a religious monument, and he decreed the foundation of an abbey on the very field of the Battle of Hastings, from which it took its name, Battle Abbey. He endowed this abbey with all the neighbouring territory within the radius of a league, the very spot, says his charter, which gave me my crown. He made it free of the jurisdiction of any prelate, dedicated it to St. Martin of Tours, patron saint of the soldiers of Gaul, and ordered that there should be deposited in its archives a register containing the names of all the lords, knights, and men of mark who had accompanied him on his expedition. When the building of the abbey began, the builders observed a want of water, and they notified William of the fact. "Work away," said he. "If God grant me life, I will make such good provision for the place that more wine shall be found there than there is water in other monasteries." It was not everything, however, to be victorious; it was still necessary to be recognized as king. When the news of the defeat at Hastings and the death of Harold was spread abroad in the country, the emotion was lively and seemed to be profound. The great Saxon National Council, the Wittenagemote, assembled at London; the remnants of the Saxon army rallied there, and search was made for other kings than the Norman duke. Harold left 2 sons, very young and not in a condition to reign, but his 2 brothers-in-law, Edwin and Morcar, held dominion in the north of England, whilst the southern provinces, and amongst them the city of London, had a popular aspirant, a nephew of Edward the Confessor, in Edgar, surnamed Athelney, the noble, the illustrious, as the descendant of several kings. What with these different pretensions, there were discussion, hesitation, and delay, but at last the young Edgar prevailed, and was proclaimed king. Meanwhile William was advancing with his army, slowly, prudently, as a man resolved to risk nothing and calculating upon the natural results of his victory. At some points he encountered attempts at resistance, but he easily overcame them, occupied successively Romney, Dover, Canterbury, and Rochester, appeared before London without trying to enter it, and moved on Winchester, which was the residence of Edward the Confessor's widow, Queen Editha, who had received that important city as dowry. Through respect for her, William, who presented himself in the character of a relative and heir of King Edward, did not enter the place, and merely called upon the inhabitants to take the oath of allegiance to him and do him homage, which they did with the Queen's consent. William returned towards London and commenced the siege, or rather investment of it, by establishing his camp at Berkhamsted, in the county of Hertford. He entered before long into secret communication with an influential burgess, named Ansgard, an old man who had seen service, and who, riddled with wounds, had himself carried about the streets in a litter. Ansgard had but little difficulty in inducing the authorities of London to make pacific overtures to the Duke, and William had still less difficulty in convincing the messenger of the moderation of his designs. "The king salutes you, and offers you peace," said Ansgard to the municipal authorities of London on his return from the camp. "'Tis a king who hath no peer. He is handsomer than the sun, wiser than Solomon, more active and greater than Charlemagne." And the enthusiastic poet adds that the people as well as the Senate eagerly welcomed these words, and renounced, both of them, the young king they had but lately proclaimed. Facts were quick in responding to this quickly produced impression. A formal deputation was sent to William's camp; the Archbishops of Canterbury and York, many other prelates and laic chieftains, the principal citizens of London, the 2 brothers-in-law of Harold, Edwin and Morcar, and the young king of yesterday, Edgar Atheling himself, formed a part of it, and they brought to William, Edgar Atheling his abdication, and all the others their submission, with an express invitation to William to have himself made king. "For we be wont," said they, "to serve a king, and we wish to have a king for lord." William received them in presence of the chieftains of his army, and with great show of moderation in his desires. "Affairs," said he, "be troubled still. There be still certain rebels. I desire rather the peace of the kingdom than the crown. I would that my wife should be crowned with me." The Norman chieftains murmured whilst they smiled, and one of them, an Aquitanian, Amri de Tours, cried out, "It is passing modest to ask soldiers if they wish their chief to be king. Soldiers are never, or very seldom, called to such deliberations. Let what we desire be done as soon as possible." William yielded to the entreaties of the Saxon deputies and to the counsels of the Norman chieftains, but, prudent still, before going in person to London, he sent thither some of his officers with orders to have built there immediately, on the banks of the Thames, at a point which he indicated, a fort where he might establish himself in safety. That fort, in the course of time, became the Tower of London. When William set out, some days afterwards, to make his entry into the city, he found, on his way to St. Albans, the road blocked with huge trunks of trees recently felled. "What means this barricade in thy domains?" he demanded of the Abbot of St. Albans, a Saxon noble. "I did what was my duty to my birth and mission," replied the monk. "If others of my rank and condition had done as much, as they ought and could have done, thou hadst not penetrated so far into our country." On entering London after all these delays and all these precautions, William fixed for his coronation, upon Christmas Day, December 25, 1066. Either by desire of the prelate himself, or by William's own order, it was not the Archbishop of Canterbury, Stigand, who presided, according to custom, at the ceremony. The duty devolved upon the Archbishop of York, Aldred, who had but lately anointed Edgar Atheling. At the appointed hour, William arrived at Westminster Abbey, the latest work and the burial place of Edward the Confessor. The Conqueror marched between two hedges of Norman soldiers, behind whom stood a crowd of people, cold and sad, though full of curiosity. A numerous cavalry guarded the approaches to the church and the quarters adjoining. 260 counts, barons, and knights of Normandy went in with the duke. Geoffrey, Bishop of Contenise, demanded in French of the Normans if they would that their duke should take the title of King of the English. The Archbishop of York demanded of the English, in the Saxon tongue, if they would have for king the Duke of Normandy. Noisy acclamations arose in the church and resounded outside. The soldiery, posted in the neighbourhood, took the confused roar for a symptom of something wrong, and in their suspicious rage set fire to the neighbouring houses. The flames spread rapidly. The people who were rejoicing in the church caught the alarm, and a multitude of men and women of every rank flung themselves out of the edifice. Alone and trembling, the bishops with some clerics and monks remained before the altar, and accomplished the work of anointing upon the king's head, himself trembling, says the chronicle. Nearly all the rest who were present ran to the fire, some to extinguish it, others to steal and pillage in the midst of consternation. William terminated the ceremony by taking the usual oath of Saxon kings at their coronation, adding thereto, as of his own motion, a promise to treat the English people according to their own laws, and as well as they had ever been treated by the best of their own kings. Then he went forth from the church King of England. We will pursue no farther the life of William the Conqueror, for henceforth it belongs to the history of England, not of France. We have entered, so far as he was concerned, into pretty long details, because we were bound to get a fair understanding of the event and of the man, not only because of their lustre at the time, but especially because of the serious and long-felt consequences entailed upon France, England, and, we may say, Europe. We do not care just now to trace out these consequences in all their bearings, but we would like to mark out with precision their chief features, inasmuch as they exercised, for centuries, a determining influence upon the destinies of two great nations, and upon the course of modern civilization. As to France, the consequences of the conquest of England by the Normans were clearly pernicious, and they have not yet entirely disappeared. It was a great evil, as early as the 11th century, that the Duke of Normandy, one of the great French lords, one of the great vassals of the King of France, should at the same time become King of England, and thus received an accession of rank and power which could not fail to render more complicated and more stormy his relations with his French suzerain. From the 11th to the 14th century, from Philip I to Philippe de Valois, this position gave rise, between the two crowns and the two states, to questions, to quarrels, to political struggles, and to wars, which were a frequent source of trouble in France to the government and to the people. The evil and the peril became far greater still when, in the 14th century, there arose between France and England, between Philip de Valois and Edward III, a question touching the succession to the throne of France, and the application or negation of the Salic law. Then there commenced, between the two crowns and the two peoples, that war which was to last more than 100 years, was to bring upon France the saddest days of her history, and was to be ended only by the inspired heroism of a young girl who, alone, in the name of her God and his saints, restored confidence and victory to her king and her country. Joan of Arc, at the cost of her life, brought to the most glorious conclusion the longest and bloodiest struggle that has devastated France, and sometimes compromised her glory. Such events, even when they are over, do not cease to weigh heavily for a long while upon a people. The struggles between the kings of England, dukes of Normandy, and the kings of France, and the long war of the 14th and 15th centuries for the succession to the throne of France, engendered what historians have called the rivalry between France and England, and this rivalry, having been admitted as a natural and inevitable fact, became the permanent incubus, and, at divers epochs, the scourge of French national existence. Undoubtedly there are, between great and energetic neighbours, different interests and tendencies, which easily become the seeds of jealousy and strife; but there are also, between such nations, common interests and common sentiments, which tend to harmony and peace. The wisdom and ability of governments, and of nations themselves, are shown in devoting themselves to making the grounds of harmony and peace stronger than those of discord and war. Anyhow, common sense and moral sense forbid differences of interests and tendencies to be set up as a principle upon which to establish general and permanent rivalry, and by consequence, a systematic hostility and national enmity. And the further civilization and the connections between different people proceed with this development, the more necessary and at the same time possible it becomes to raise the interests and sentiments which would hold them together above those which would keep them asunder, and to thus found a policy of reciprocal equity and of peace in place of a policy of hostile precautions and continual strife. I have witnessed, says M. Guizot, in the course of my life, both these policies. I have seen the policy of systematic hostility, the policy practised by the Emperor Napoleon I with as much ability and brilliancy as it was capable of, and I have seen it result in the greatest disaster France ever experienced. And even after the evidence of its errors and calamities, this policy has still left amongst us deep traces and raised serious obstacles to the policy of reciprocal equity, liberty, and peace which we laboured to support, and of which the nation felt, though almost against the grain, the justice and the necessity. In that feeling we recognize the lamentable results of the old historic causes which have just been pointed out, and the lasting perils arising from those blind passions which hurry people away, and keep them back from their most pressing interests and their most honourable sentiments. In spite of appearances to the contrary, and in view of her future interests, England was, in the 11th century, by the very fact of the conquest she underwent, in a better position than France. She was conquered, it is true, and conquered by a foreign chieftain and a foreign army, but France also had been, for several centuries previously, a prey to conquest, and under circumstances much more unfavourable than those under which the Norman conquest had found and placed England. When the Goths, the Burgundians, the Franks, the Saxons, and the Normans themselves invaded and disputed over Gaul, what was the character of the event? Barbarians, up to that time vagabonds or nearly so, were flooding in upon populations disorganized and enervated. On the side of the German victors, no fixity in social life, no general or anything like regular government, no nation really cemented and constituted, but individuals in a state of dispersion and of almost absolute independence. On the side of the vanquished Gallo-Romans, the old political ties dissolved, no strong power, no vital liberty, the lower classes in slavery, the middle classes ruined, the upper classes depreciated. Amongst the barbarians society was scarcely commencing; with the subjects of the Roman Empire it no longer existed. Charlemagne's attempt to reconstruct it by rallying beneath a new empire both victors and vanquished was a failure; feudal anarchy was the first and the necessary step out of barbaric anarchy and towards a renewal of social order. It was not so in England, when, in the 11th century, William transported thither his government and his army. A people but lately come out of barbarism, conquered on that occasion a people still half barbarous. Their primitive origin was the same; their institutions were, if not similar, at any rate analogous; there was no fundamental antagonism in their habits; the English chieftains lived in their domains an idle hunting life, surrounded by their liegemen, just as the Norman barons lived. Society, amongst both the former and the latter, was founded, however unrefined and irregular it still was, and neither the former nor the latter had lost the flavour and the usages of their ancient liberties. A certain superiority, in point of organization and social discipline, belonged to the Norman conquerors, but the conquered Anglo-Saxons were neither in a temper to allow themselves to be enslaved, nor out of condition for defending themselves. The conquest was destined to entail cruel evils, a long oppression, but it could not bring about either the dissolution of the two peoples into petty lawless groups, or the permanent humiliation of one in presence of the other. There were, at one and the same time, elements of government and resistance, causes of fusion and unity in the very midst of the struggle. We are now about to anticipate ages, and get a glimpse, in their development, of the consequences which attended this difference, so profound, in the position of France and of England, at the time of the formation of the two states. In England, immediately after the Norman conquest, two general forces are confronted, those, to wit, of the two peoples. The Anglo-Saxon people is attached to its ancient institutions, a mixture of feudalism and liberty, which becomes its security. The Norman army assumes organization on English soil according to the feudal system which had been its own in Normandy. A principle of authority and a principle of resistance thus exist, from the very first, in the community and in the government. Before long the principle of resistance gets displaced. The strife between the peoples continues, but a new struggle arises between the Norman king and his barons. The Norman kingship, strong in its growth, would fain become tyrannical, but its tyranny encounters a resistance, also strong, since the necessity for defending themselves against the Anglo-Saxons has caused the Norman barons to take up the practice of acting in concert, and has not permitted them to set themselves up as petty, isolated sovereigns. The spirit of association receives development in England, the ancient institutions have maintained it against the English landholders, and the inadequacy of individual resistance has made it prevalent amongst the Norman barons. The unity which springs from community of interests and from junction of forces against equals becomes a counterpoise to the unity of the sovereign power. To sustain the struggle with success, the aristocratic coalition formed against the tyrannical kingship has needed the assistance of the landed proprietors, great and small, English and Norman, and it has not been able to dispense with getting their rights recognized as well as its own. Meanwhile the struggle is becoming complicated. There is a division of parties, a portion of the barons rally round the threatened kingship, sometimes it is the feudal aristocracy, and sometimes it is the king that summons and sees flocking to the rescue the common people, first of the country, then of the towns. The democratic element thus penetrates into and keeps growing in both society and government, at one time quietly and through the stolid influence of necessity, at another noisily and by means of revolutions, powerful indeed, but nevertheless restrained within certain limits. The fusion of the two peoples and the different social classes is little by little attaining accomplishment. It is little by little bringing about the perfect formation of representative government, with its various component parts, royalty, aristocracy, and democracy, each invested with the rights and the strength necessary for their functions. The end of the struggle has been arrived at, constitutional monarchy is founded, by the triumph of their language and of their primitive liberties the English have conquered their conquerors. It is written in her history, and especially in her history at the date of the 11th century, how England found her point of departure and her first elements of success in the long labour she performed, in order to arrive, in 1688, at a free, and, in our days, at a liberal government. France pursued her end by other means and in the teeth of other fortunes. She always desired and always sought for free government under the form of constitutional monarchy, and in following her history step by step, there will be seen, often disappearing and ever reappearing, the efforts made by the country for the accomplishment of her hope. Why, then, did not France sooner and more completely attain what she had so often attempted? Amongst the different causes of this long miscalculation, we will dwell for the present only on the historical reason just now indicated. France did not find, as England did, in the primitive elements of French society, the conditions and means of the political system to which she never ceased to aspire. In order to obtain the moderate measure of internal order, without which society could not exist, in order to ensure the progress of her civil laws and her material civilization, in order even to enjoy those pleasures of the mind for which she thirsted so much, France was constantly obliged to have recourse to the kingly authority and to that almost absolute monarchy which was far from satisfying her even when she could not do without it, and when she worshipped it with an enthusiasm rather literary than political, as was the case under Louis XIV. It was through the refined rather than profound development of her civilization, and through the zeal of her intellectual movement, that France was at length impelled not only towards the political system to which she had so long aspired, but into the boundless ambition of the unlimited revolution which she brought about and with which she inoculated all Europe. It is in the first steps towards the formation of the two societies, French and English, and in the elements, so very different, of their earliest existence, that we find the principal cause for their long-continued diversity in institutions and destinies. In 1823, 47 years ago, after having studied, says M. Guizot, in my essays upon a comparative history of France and England, the great fact which we have just now attempted to make clearly understood, I conclude my labour by saying, before our Revolution, this difference between the political fates of France and England might have saddened a Frenchman; but now, in spite of the evils we have suffered, and in spite of those we shall yet, perhaps, suffer, there is no room, so far as we are concerned, for such sadness. The advances of social equality and the enlightenments of civilization in France preceded political liberty, and it will be thus the more general and the purer. France may reflect, without regret, upon any history; her own has always been glorious, and the future promised to her will assuredly recompense her for all she has hitherto lacked. In 1870, after the experiences and notwithstanding the sorrows of my long life, I have still confidence in our country's future. Never be it forgotten that God helps only those who help themselves, and who deserve his aid. Chapter 16. Section 31 of Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 16. The Crusades, Their Origin and Their Success, Part 1. Amongst the great events of European history, none was for a longer time in preparation or more naturally brought about than the Crusades. Christianity, from her earliest days, had seen in Jerusalem her sacred cradle. It had been, in times past, the home of her ancestors, the Jews, and the centre of their history, and afterwards the scene of the life, death, and resurrection of her divine founder. Jerusalem became, more and more, the holy city. To go to Jerusalem, to visit the Mount of Olives, Calvary, and the tomb of Jesus, was, in their most evil days, and in the midst of their obscurity and their martyrdoms, a pious passion of the early Christians. When, under Constantine, Christianity had ascended from the cross to the throne, Jerusalem had fresh attractions for Christian faith and Christian curiosity. Temples covered and surrounded the Holy Sepulchre, and at Bethlehem, Nazareth, Mount Tabor, and nearly all the places which Jesus had consecrated by his presence and his miracles, were seen to rise up churches, chapels, and monuments dedicated to the memory of them. The Emperor Constantine's mother, St. Helena, was at 78 years of age the first royal pilgrim to the holy places. After the pagan revival, vainly attempted by the Emperor Julian, the number and zeal of the Christian visitors to Jerusalem were redoubled. At the beginning of the 5th century, St. Jerome wrote, from his retreat at Bethlehem, that Judea overflowed with pilgrims, and that round about the Holy Sepulchre were heard sung, in divers tongues, the praises of the Lord. He, however, gave but scant encouragement to his friends to make the trip. The court of heaven, he wrote to St. Paulinus, is as open in Britain as at Jerusalem, and the disorder which sometimes accompanied the numerous assemblages of pilgrims became such that several of the most illustrious fathers of the Church, and amongst others St. Augustine and St. Gregory of Nyssa, asserted themselves to dissuade the faithful. "Take no thought," said Augustine, "for long voyages. Go where your faith is. It is not by ship but by love that we go to him who is everywhere." Events soon rendered the pilgrimage to Jerusalem difficult, and for some time impossible. At the commencement of the 7th century, the Greek Empire was at war with the sovereigns of Persia, successors of Cyrus and chiefs of the religion of Zoroaster. One of them, Khosroes II., invaded Judea, took Jerusalem, led away captive the inhabitants, together with their patriarch, Zacharias, and even carried off to Persia the precious relic which was regarded as the wood of the true cross, and which had been discovered, nearly 3 centuries before, by the Empress Helena, whilst excavations were making on Calvary for the erection of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. But 14 years later, after several victories over the Persians, the Greek Emperor Heraclius retook Jerusalem, and re-entered Constantinople in triumph with the coffer containing the sacred relic. He next year, in 629, carried it back to Jerusalem, and bore it upon his own shoulders to the top of Calvary, and on this occasion was instituted the feast of the exaltation of the Holy Cross. Great was the joy in Christendom, and the pilgrimages to Jerusalem resumed their course. But precisely at this epoch there appeared an enemy far more formidable for the Christians than the sectaries of Zoroaster. In 622 Mohammed founded Islam, and some years after his death, in 638, the second of the caliphs, his successors, Omar, sent 2 of his generals, Khalid and Abu Obeidah, to take Jerusalem. For to the Mussulmans also Jerusalem was a holy city. Mohammed, it was said, had been thither, It was thence, indeed, that he had started on his nocturnal ascent to heaven. On approaching the walls, the Arabs repeated these words from the Koran: "Enter we the holy land which God hath promised us." The siege lasted 4 months. The Christians at last surrendered, but only to Omar in person, who came from Medina to receive their submission. A capitulation concluded with their patriarch Sophronius guaranteed them their lives, their property, and their churches. When the draft of the treaty was completed, Omar said to the patriarch, "Conduct me to the temple of David." Omar entered Jerusalem preceded by the patriarch, and followed by 4,000 warriors, followers of the prophet, wearing no other arms but their swords. Sophronius took him first of all to the church of the resurrection. "Behold," said he, "the temple of David." "Thou sayest not true," said Omar, after a few moments' reflection. "The prophet gave me a description of the temple of David, and it tallieth not with the building I now see." The patriarch then conducted him to the church of Sion. "Here," he said, "is the temple of David." "It is a lie," rejoined Omar, and went his way, directing his step toward the gate named Bab Mohammed. The spot on which now stands the mosque of Omar was so encumbered with filth, that the steps leading to the street were covered with it, and that the rubbish reached almost to the top of the vault. "You can only get in here by crawling," said the patriarch. "Be it so," answered Omar. The patriarch went first; Omar with his people followed, and they arrived at the space which at this day forms the forecourt of the mosque. There every one could stand upright. After having turned his eyes to left and right, and attentively examined the place, "Allah Akbar," cried Omar, "here is the temple of David, described to me by the prophet." He found the Sakra, the rock which forms the summit of Mount Moriah, and which, left alone after the different destructions of the different temples, became the theme of a multitude of traditions and legends, Jewish and Mussulman, covered with filth, heaped up there by the Christians through hatred of the Jews. Omar spread his cloak over the rock, and began to sweep it, and all the Mussulmans in his train followed his example. The mosque of Omar rose up on the site of Solomon's temple. The Christians retained the practice of their religion in their churches, but they were obliged to conceal their crosses and their sacred books. The bell no longer summoned the faithful to prayer, and the pomp of ceremonies was forbidden them. It was far worse when Omar, the most moderate of Mussulman fanatics, had left Jerusalem. The faithful were driven from their houses, and insulted in their churches; additions were made to the tribute they had to pay to the new masters of Palestine; they were prohibited from carrying arms and riding on horseback; a girdle of leather, which they might not lay aside, was their badge of servitude; their conquerors brooked not even that the Christians should speak the Arab tongue, reserved for disciples of the Koran; and the Christian people of Jerusalem had not the right of nominating their own patriarch, without the intervention of the Saracens. From the 7th to the 11th century the situation remained very much the same. The Mussulmans, caliphs of Egypt or Persia, continued in possession of Jerusalem; and the Christians, native inhabitants or foreign visitors, continued to be oppressed, harassed, and humiliated there. At 2 periods their condition was temporarily better. At the commencement of the 9th century, Charlemagne reached even there with greatness of his mind and of his power. "It was not only in his own land and his own kingdom," says Eginhard, "that he scattered those gratuitous largesses which the Greeks call alms, but beyond the seas, in Syria, in Egypt, in Africa, at Jerusalem, at Alexandria, at Carthage, wherever he knew that there were Christians living in poverty, he had compassion on their misery, and he delighted to send them money." In one of his capitularies of the year 810 we find this paragraph: "Alms to be sent to Jerusalem to repair the churches of God." If Charlemagne was so careful to seek the friendship of the kings beyond the seas, it was above all in order to obtain for the Christians living under their rule help and relief. He kept up so close a friendship with Haroun al Rashid, king of Persia, that this prince preferred his good graces to the alliance of the sovereigns of the earth. Accordingly, when the ambassadors whom Charles had sent with presents to visit the sacred tomb of our divine Saviour, and the site of the resurrection, presented themselves before him, and expounded to him their master's wish, Haroun did not content himself with entertaining Charles's request; he wished, besides, to give up to him the complete proprietorship of those places hallowed by the certification of our redemption, and he sent him, with the most magnificent presents, the keys of the Holy Sepulchre. At the end of the same century, another Christian sovereign, far less powerful and less famous, John Zimisces, Emperor of Constantinople, in a war against the Mussulmans of Asia, penetrated into Galilee, made himself master of Tiberias, Nazareth, and Mount Tabor, and received a deputation which brought him the keys of Jerusalem. And we have placed, he says himself, garrisons in all the district lately subjected to our rule. These were but strokes of foreign intervention, giving the Christians of Jerusalem gleams of hope rather than lasting diminutions of their miseries. However, it is certain that, during this epoch, pilgrimages multiplied, and were often accomplished without obstacle. It was from France, England, and Italy that most of the pilgrims went, and some of them wrote, or caused to be written, an account of their trip; amongst others the Italian Saint Valentine, the English Saint Walabad, and the French Bishop Saint Arculf, who had as companion a Burgundian hermit named Peter, a singular resemblance in quality and name to the zealous apostle of the Crusade 3 centuries later. The most curious of these narratives is that of a French monk, Bernard, a pilgrim of about the year 870. "There is at Jerusalem," says he, "a hospice where admittance is given to all who come to visit the place for devotion's sake, and who speak the Roman tongue. A church, dedicated to Saint Mary, is hard by the hospice, and possesseth a very noble library, which it oweth to the zeal of the Emperor Charles the Great." This pious establishment had attached to it fields, vineyards, and a garden situated in the valley of Jehoshaphat. But whilst there were a few isolated cases of Christians thus going to satisfy in the East their pious and inquisitive zeal, the Mussulmans, equally ardent as believers and as warriors, carried westward their creed and their arms, established themselves in Spain, penetrated to the very heart of France, and brought on, between Islamism and Christianity, that grand struggle in which Charles Martel gained, at Poitiers, the victory for the cross. It was really a definitive victory, and yet it did not end the struggle. The Mussulmans remained masters in Spain, and continued to infest southern France, Italy, and Sicily, preserving even at certain points posts which they used as starting points for distant ravages. Far then from calming down and resulting in pacific relations, the hostility between the two races became more and more active and determined. Everywhere they opposed, fought, and oppressed one another, inflamed one against the other by the double feelings of faith and ambition, hatred and fear. To this general state of affairs came to be added, about the end of the 10th and beginning of the 11th century, incidents best calculated to aggravate the evil. Hakim, Caliph of Egypt from 966 to 1021, persecuted the Christians, especially at Jerusalem, with all the violence of a fanatic and all the capriciousness of a despot. He ordered them to wear upon their necks a wooden cross 5 pounds in weight. He forbade them to ride on any animal but mules or asses, and, without assigning any motive for his acts, confiscated their goods and carried off their children. It was told to him one day that, when the Christians assembled in the temple at Jerusalem to celebrate Easter, the priests of the church rubbed balsam oil upon the iron chain which held up the lamp over the tomb of Christ, and afterwards set fire, from the roof, to the end of the chain. The fire stole down to the wick of the lamp and lighted it. Then they shouted with admiration, as if fire from heaven had come down upon the tomb, and they glorified their faith. Hakim ordered the instant demolition of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and it was accordingly demolished. Another time a dead dog had been laid at the door of a mosque, and the multitude accused the Christians of this insult. Hakim ordered them all to be put to death. The soldiers were preparing to execute the order when a young Christian said to his friends, "It were too grievous that the whole church should perish; it were better that one should die for all. Only promise to bless my memory year by year." He proclaimed himself alone to blame for the insult, and was accordingly alone put to death. It is from this story of the historian William of Tyre that Tasso, in his Jerusalem Delivered, has drawn the admirable episode of Olindo and Sophronia, a fine example, and not the only one, of an act of tyranny and an act of virtue inspiring a great poet with the idea of a masterpiece. All the deeds of Hakim were without motive, says the Arab historian Makrisi, and the dreams suggested to him by his frenzy are incapable of reasonable interpretation. These and many other similar stories reached the West, spread amongst the Christian people, and roused them to pity for their brethren in the East, and to wrath against the oppressors. And it was at a critical period, in the midst of the pious alarms and desires of atonement excited by the expectation of the end of the world 1,000 years after the coming of the Lord, that the Christian population saw this way opened for purchasing a remission of their sins by delivering other Christians from suffering, and by avenging the wrongs of their creed. On all sides arose challenges and appeals to the warlike ardour of the faithful. The greatest mind of the age, Gerbert, who had become Pope Sylvester II., constituted himself interpreter of the popular feeling. He wrote, in the name of the Church of Jerusalem, a letter addressed to the universal Church: "To work, then, soldier of Christ! Be our standard-bearer and our champion. And if with arms thou canst not do so, aid us with thy words, thy wealth. What is it, pray, that thou givest, and to whom, pray, dost thou give? Of thine abundance thou givest a small matter, and thou givest to him who hath freely given thee all thou possessest. But he will not accept freely that which thou shalt give, for he will multiply thine offering and will pay it back to thee hereafter." Some years after Gerbert, another great mind, the greatest among the popes of the Middle Ages, Gregory VII. Proclaimed an expedition, at the head of which he would place himself, to go and deliver Jerusalem and the Christians of the East from the insults and the tyranny of the infidels. Such being the condition of facts and minds, pilgrimages to Jerusalem became, from the 9th to the 11th century, more and more numerous and considerable. "It would never have been believed," says the contemporary chronicler Raoul Glaber, "that the Holy Sepulchre could attract so prodigious an influx. First the lower classes, then the middle, and afterwards the most potent kings, the counts, the marquises, the prelates, and lastly, what had never heretofore been seen, many women, noble or humble, undertook the pilgrimage. In 1026, William Trailfair, Count of Angoulême; in 1028, 1035, and 1039, Fulk the Black, Count of Anjou; in 1035, Robert the Magnificent, Duke of Normandy, father of William the Conqueror; in 1086, Robert the Frisson, Count of Flanders, and many other great feudal lords, quitted their estates, or rather their estates, to go and, not deliver, not conquer, but simply visit the Holy Land. It was not long before great numbers were joined to great names. In 1054, Liedbert, Bishop of Cambrai, started for Jerusalem with a following of 3,000 Picard or Flemish pilgrims, and in 1064, the Archbishop of Mayence and the Bishops of Spire, Cologne, Bamberg, and Utrecht set out on their way from the borders of the Rhine, with more than 10,000 Christians behind them. After having passed through Germany, Hungary, Bulgaria, Thrace, Constantinople, Asia Minor, and Syria, they were attacked in Palestine by hordes of Arabs, were forced to take refuge in the ruins of an old castle, and were reduced to capitulation; and when at last, preceded by the rumours of their battles and their perils, they arrived at Jerusalem, they were received in triumph by the Patriarch, and were conducted, to the sounds of timbrels and with the flare of torches, to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. The misery they had fallen into excited the pity of the Christians of Asia, and after having lost more than 3,000 of their comrades, they returned to Europe to relate their tragic adventures and the dangers of a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Amidst this agitation of Western Christendom, in 1076, 2 years after Pope Gregory VII. Had proclaimed his approaching expedition to the Holy Land, news arrived in Europe to the effect that the most barbarous of Asiatics and of Mussulmans, the Turks, after having first served and then ruled the Caliphs of Persia, and afterwards conquered the greater part of the Persian Empire, had hurled themselves upon the Greek Empire, invaded Asia Minor, Syria, and Palestine, and lately taken Jerusalem, where they practised against the Christians, old inhabitants or foreign visitors, priests and worshippers, dreadful cruelties and intolerable exactions, worse than those of the Persian or Egyptian Caliphs. It often happens that popular emotions, however profound and general, remain barren, just as in the vegetable world many sprouts appear at the surface of the soil and die without having grown and fructified. It is not sufficient for the bringing about of great events and practical results that popular aspirations should be merely manifested. It is necessary, further, that some great soul, some powerful will, should make itself the organ and agent of the public sentiment, and bring it to fecundity by becoming its personification. The Christian passion, in the 11th century, for the deliverance of Jerusalem and the triumph of the cross was fortunate in this respect. An obscure pilgrim, at first a soldier, then a married man and father of several children, then a monk and avowed recluse, Peter the Hermit, who was born in the neighbourhood of Amiens about 1030, had gone, as so many others had, to Jerusalem, to say his prayers there. Struck disconsolate at the sight of the sufferings and insults undergone by the Christians, he had an interview with Simeon, Patriarch of Jerusalem, who, recognizing in him a man of discretion and full of experience in affairs of the world, set before him in detail all the evils with which the people of God in the holy city were afflicted. "Holy Father," said Peter to him, "if the Roman Church and the princes of the West were informed, by a man of energy and worthy of belief, of all your calamities, of a surety they would essay to apply some remedy thereto by word and deed. Write then to our Lord the Pope and to the Roman Church, and to the kings and princes of the West, and strengthen your written testimony by the authority of your seal. As for me, I shrink not from taking upon me a task for the salvation of my soul, and with the help of the Lord I am ready to go and seek out all of them, solicit them, show unto them the immensity of your troubles, and pray them all to hasten on the day of your relief." The Patriarch eagerly accepted the pilgrim's offer, and Peter set out, going first of all to Rome, where he handed to Pope Urban II the Patriarch's letters, and commenced in that quarter his mission of zeal. The Pope promised him not only support, but active co-operation when the propitious moment for it should arrive. Peter set to work, being still the pilgrim everywhere, in Europe as well as at Jerusalem. He was a man of very small stature, and his outside made but a very poor appearance, yet superior powers swayed this miserable body. He had a quick intellect and a penetrating eye, and he spoke with ease and fluency. "We saw him at that time," says his contemporary Guibert de Nogent, "scouring city and town, and preaching everywhere. The people crowded round him, heaped presents upon him, and celebrated his sanctity by such great praises that I remember not that like honour was ever rendered to any other person. He displayed great generosity in the disposal of all things that were given him. He restored wives to their husbands, not without the addition of gifts from himself, and he re-established, with marvellous authority, peace and good understanding between those who had been at variance. In all that he said or did he seemed to have in him something divine, insomuch that people went so far as to pluck hairs from his mule to keep as relics. In the open air he wore a woollen tunic, and over it a serge cloak which came down to his heels. He had his arms and feet bare. He ate little or no bread, and lived chiefly on wine and fish." End of chapter 16, part 1.
Section 32 of Volume 1, A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Émilie Jomard. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 16. The Crusades. Their Origin and Their Success. Part 2. In 1095, after the preaching errantry of Peter the Hermit, Pope Urban II was at Clermont in Auvergne, presiding at the Grand Council, at which 13 archbishops and 205 bishops or abbots were met together, with so many princes and lay lords, that about the middle of the month of November the towns and the villages of the neighbourhood were full of people, and divers were constrained to have their tents and pavilions set up amidst the fields and meadows, notwithstanding that the season and the country were cold to an extreme. The first 9 sessions of the council were devoted to the affairs of the Church in the West, but at the 10th, Jerusalem and the Christians of the East became the subject of deliberation. The Pope went out of the church wherein the council was assembled, and mounted a platform erected upon a vast open space in the midst of the throng. Peter the Hermit, standing at his side, spoke first, and told the story of his sojourn at Jerusalem, all he had seen of the miseries and humiliations of the Christians, and all he himself had suffered there. For he had been made to pay tribute for admission into the holy city, and for gazing upon the spectacle of the exactions, insults, and tortures he was recounting. After him, Pope Urban II spoke in the French tongue, no doubt, as Peter had spoken, for he was himself a Frenchman, as the majority of those present were, Grandet and Populus. He made a long speech, entertaining upon the most painful details connected with the sufferings of the Christians of Jerusalem, that royal city which the Redeemer of the human race had made illustrious by his coming, had honored by his residence, had hallowed by his passion, had purchased by his death, had distinguished by his burial. She now demands of you her deliverance, men of France, men from beyond the mountains, nations chosen and beloved of God, right valiant knights, recall the virtues of your ancestors, the virtue and greatness of King Charlemagne and your other kings. It is from you, above all, that Jerusalem awaits the help she invokes. For to you, above all nations, God has vouchsafed single glory in arms. Take ye, then, the road to Jerusalem for the remission of your sins, and depart assured of the imperishable glory which awaits you in the kingdom of heaven. From the midst of the throng arose one prolonged and general shout, God willeth it! God willeth it! The Pope paused for a moment, and then, making a sign with his hand as if to ask for silence, he continued, If the Lord God were not in your souls, ye would not have all uttered the same words. In the battle, then, be those your war cry, those words that came from God. In the army of the Lord, let naught be heard but that one shout, God willeth it! God willeth it! We ordain not, and we advise not, that the journey be undertaken by the old or the weak, or such as be not suited for arms. And let not women set out without their husbands or their brothers. Let the rich help the poor, nor priests nor clerks may go without the leave of their bishops, and no layman shall commence the march save with the blessing of his pastor. Whosoever hath a wish to enter upon this pilgrimage, let him wear upon his brow or his breast the cross of the Lord, and let him who, in accomplishment of his desire, shall be willing to march away, place the cross behind him, between his shoulders. For thus he will fulfill the precept of the Lord, who said, He that doth not take up his cross and follow me is not worthy of me. The enthusiasm was general and contagious, as the first shout of the crowd had been, and a pious prelate, Adhemar, Bishop of Puy, was the first to receive the cross from the Pope's hands. It was of red cloth or silk, sewn upon the right shoulder of the coat or cloak, or fastened on the front of the helmet. The crowd dispersed to assume it and spread it. Religious enthusiasm was not the only, but the first and the determining motive of the crusade. It is to the honor of humanity, and especially to the honor of the French nation, that it is accessible to the sudden sway of a moral and disinterested sentiment, and resolves without prevision, as well as without premeditation, upon acts which decide for many a long year the course and the fate of a generation, and, it may be, of a whole people. We have seen in our own day, in the conduct of populace, national assemblies, and armies, under the impulse not any longer of religious feeling, but of political and social agitation, France thus giving herself up to the rush of sentiments, generous indeed and pure, but without the least forecast touching the consequences of the ideas which inspired them, or the acts which they entailed. It is with nations as with armies. The side of glory is that of danger, and great works are wrought at a heavy cost, not only of happiness, but also of virtue. It would be wrong, nevertheless, to lack respect for and to speak evil of enthusiasm. It not only bears witness to the grandeur of human nature, it justly holds its place and exercises its noble influence in the course of the great events which move across the scene of human errors and vices, according to the vast and inscrutable design of Trod. It is quite certain that the Crusaders of the 11th century, in their haste to deliver Jerusalem from the Mussulman, were far from foreseeing that a few centuries after their triumph, Jerusalem and the Christian East would fall again beneath the yoke of the Mussulman and their barbaric stagnation, and this future, had they caught but a glimpse of it, would doubtless have chilled their zeal. But it is not a whit the less certain that, in view of the end, their labor was not in vain, for, in the panorama of the world's history, the Crusades marked the date of the arrest of Islamism, and powerfully contributed to the decisive preponderance of Christian civilization. To religious enthusiasm there was joined another motive less disinterested, but natural and legitimate, which was the still very vivid recollection of the evils caused to the Christians of the West by the Mussulman invasions in Spain, France, and Italy, and the fear of seeing them begin again. Instinctively war was carried to the East to keep it from the West, just as Charlemagne had invaded and conquered the country of the Saxons to put an end to their inroads upon the Franks. And this prudent plan availed not only to give the Christians of the West a hope of security, it afforded them the pleasure of vengeance. They were about to pay back alarm for alarm and evil for evil to the enemy from whom they had suffered in the same way. Hatred and pride, as well as piety, obtained satisfaction. There is, moreover, great motive power in a spirit of enterprise and a taste for adventure. Care for nothingness is one of mankind's chief diseases, and if it plays so conspicuous a part in comparatively enlightened and favored communities, amidst the labors and the enjoyments of an advanced civilization, its influence was certainly not less in times of intellectual sloth and harshly monotonous existence. To escape therefrom, to satisfy in some sort the energy and curiosity inherent in man, the people of the 11th century had scarcely any resource but war, with its excitement and distant excursions into unknown regions. Thither rushed the masses of the people, whilst the minds which were eager, above everything, for intellectual movement and for knowledge, thronged on the mountain of Saint Genevieve to the lectures of Abelard. Need of variety and novelty, and an instinctive desire to extend their views and enliven their existence, probably made as many crusaders as the feeling against the Mussulman and the promptings of piety. The Council of Clermont, at its closing on the 28th of November, 1095, had fixed the month of August in the following year, and the feast of the Assumption for the departure of the Crusaders for the Holy Land. But the people's impatience did not brook this waiting, short as it was in view of the greatness and difficulties of the enterprise. As early as the 8th of March, 1096, and in the course of the spring, 3 mobs rather than armies set out on the crusade, with a strength, it is said, of 80 or 100,000 persons in one case, and of 15 or 20,000 in the other 2. Persons, not men, for there were amongst them many women and children, whole families, in fact, who had left their villages without organization and without provisions, calculating that they would be competent to find their own way, and that he who feeds the young ravens would not suffer to die of want pilgrims wearing his cross. Whenever on the road a town came in sight, the children asked if that were Jerusalem. The first of these mobs had for its head Peter the Hermit himself, and a Burgundian knight called Walter Havenot. The second had a German priest named Gottschalk, and the third a Count Emico of Leiningen, potent in the neighborhood of Mayence. It is wrong to call them heads, for they were really nothing of the kind, Their authority was rejected at one time as tyrannical, at another as useless. The grasshoppers, was the saying amongst them in the words of Solomon's Proverbs, have no king, and yet they go in companies. In crossing Germany, Hungary, Bulgaria, and the provinces of the Greek Empire, these companies, urged on by their brutal passions or by their necessities and material wants, abandoned themselves to such irregularities that, as they went, princes and peoples, instead of welcoming them as Christians, came to treat them as enemies, of whom it was necessary to get rid at any price. Peter the Hermit and Gottschalk made honorable and sincere efforts to check the excesses of their following, which were a source of so much danger. But Count Emico, on the contrary, says William of Tyre, himself took part in the plunder and incited his comrades to crime. Thus, at one time taking the offensive, at another compelled to defend themselves against the attacks of the justly irritated inhabitants, these three immense companies of pilgrims, these disorderly volunteers, with great difficulty arrived, after enormous losses, at the gates of Constantinople. Either through fear or through pity, the Greek Emperor Alexis, or Alexius Comnenus, permitted them to pitch their camp there, but before long, plenty, idleness, and the sight of the riches of Constantinople brought once more into the camp license, indiscipline, and a thirst after brigandage. While awaiting the war against the Mussulmans, the pilgrims pillaged the houses, the palaces, and even the churches in the outskirts of Byzantium. To deliver his capital from these destructive guests, Alexis furnished them with vessels and got them shipped off across the Bosporus. Whilst the crusade was commencing under these sad auspices, chieftains of more sense and better obeyed were preparing to give it another character and superior fortunes. Two great and real armies were forming in the north, the centre, and the south of France, and a third in Italy, amongst the Norman knights who had founded there the kingdom of Naples and Sicily, just before their countryman, William the Bastard, conquered England. The first of these armies had for its chief Godfrey de Bouillon, Duke of Lorraine, whom all his contemporaries have described as the model of a gallant and pious knight. He was the son of Eustace II, Count of Boulogne, and the lustre of nobility, says Raoul of Caen, chronicler of his times, was enhanced in his case by the splendor of the most exalted virtues, as well in affairs of the world as of heaven. As to the latter, he distinguished himself by his generosity toward the poor, and his pity for those who had committed faults. Furthermore, his humility, his extreme gentleness, his moderation, his justice, and his chastity were great. He shone as a light amongst the monks, even more than as a duke amongst the knights. And nevertheless he could also do the things which are of this world, fight, marshal the ranks, and extend by arms the domains of the Church. In his boyhood he learned to be first, or one of the first, to strike the foe. In youth he made it his habitual practice, and in advancing age he forgot it never. He was so perfectly the son of the warlike Count Eustace, and of his mother, Ida de Bouillon, a woman full of piety and versed in literature, that at sight of him even a rival would have been forced to say of him, "For zeal in war, behold his father; for serving God, behold his mother." The second army, consisting chiefly of crusaders from southern France, marched under the orders of Raymond IV, Count of Toulouse, the oldest chieftain of the crusade, who still, however, united the ardor of youth with the experience of ripe age and the stubbornness of the graybeard. At the side of the Cid he had fought, and more than once beaten the Moors in Spain. He took with him to the east his third wife, Elvira, daughter of Alfonso VI, king of Castile, as well as a very young child he had by her. And he had made a vow, which he fulfilled, that he would return no more to his country, and would fight the infidels to the end of his days, in expiation of his sins. He was discreet though haughty, and not only the richest but the most economical of the Crusader chiefs. Accordingly, says Raoul of Caen, when all the rest had spent their money, the riches of Count Raymond made him still more distinguished. The people of Provence, who formed his following, did not lavish their resources, but studied economy even more than glory. And his army, adds Guibert of Nogent, showed no inferiority to any other, save so far as it is possible to reproach the inhabitants of Provence, touching their excessive loquacity. Bohemond, Prince of Tarento, commanded the Third Army, composed principally of Italians and warriors of various origins, come to Italy to share in the exploits and fortunes of his father, the celebrated Robert Guiscard, founder of the Norman kingdom of Naples, who was at one time the foe, and at another the defender of Pope Gregory VII, and who died in the island of Cephalonia, just as he was preparing to attempt the conquest of Constantinople. Bohemond had neither less ambition nor less courage and ability than his father. His appearance, says Anna Comnena, impressed the eye as much as his reputation astounded the mind. His height surpassed that of all his comrades. His blue eyes gleamed readily with pride and anger. When he spoke you would have said he had made eloquence his study, and when he showed himself in armor, you might have believed he had never done aught but handle lance and sword. Brought up in the school of Norman heroes, he concealed calculations of policy beneath the exterior of force, and although he was of a haughty disposition, he knew how to be blind to a wrong when there was nothing to be gained by avenging it. He had learned from his father to regard as foes all whose dominions and riches he coveted, and he was not restrained by fear of God, or by men's opinions, or by his own oaths. It was not the deliverance of the tomb of Christ which fired his zeal or decided him upon taking up the cross, but as he had vowed eternal enmity to the Greek emperors, he smiled at the idea of traversing their empire at the head of an army, and full of confidence in his fortunes, he hoped to make for himself a kingdom before arriving at Jerusalem. Bohemond had as friend and faithful comrade his cousin Tancred d'Hauteville, great-grandson through his mother Emma, of Robert Guiscard, and according to all his contemporaries, the type of a perfect Christian knight, neither more nor less. From his boyhood, says Raoul of Caen, his servitor before becoming his biographer, he surpassed the young by his skill in the management of arms, and the old by the strictness of his morals. He disdained to speak ill of whoever it might be, even when ill had been spoken of himself. About himself he would say naught, but he had an insatiable desire to give cause for talking thereof. Glory was the only passion that moved that young soul, yet was it disquieted within him, and he suffered great anxiety from thinking that his knightly combats seemed contrary to the precepts of the Lord. The Lord bids us give our coat and our cloak to him who would take them from us, whereas the knight's part is to strip all that remains from him whom he hath already taken his coat and his cloak. These contradictory principles benumbed sometimes the courage of this man so full of propriety. But when the declaration of Pope Urban had assured remission of all their sins to all Christians who should go and fight the Gentiles, then Tancred awoke in some sort from his dream, and this new opportunity fired him with a zeal which cannot be expressed. He therefore made preparations for his departure, but, accustomed from his infancy to give to others before thinking of himself, he entered upon no great outlay, but contented himself with collecting in sufficient quantity knightly arms, horses, mules, and provisions necessary for his company. With these 4 chieftains, who have remained illustrious in history, that grave wherein small reputations are extinguished, were associated for the deliverance of the Holy Land a throng of feudal lords, some powerful as well as valiant, others valiant but simple knights. Hugh, Count of Vermandois, brother of Philip I, King of France. Robert of Normandy, called Shorthose, son of William the Conqueror. Robert, Count of Flanders. Stephen, Count of Blois. Rimbaud, Count of Orange. Baldwin, Count of Hainaut. Raoul of Beaugency. Gerard of Roussillon, and many others whose names contemporary chroniclers and learned moderns have gathered together. Not one of the reigning sovereigns of Europe, kings or emperors of France, England, Spain, or Germany, took part in the First Crusade. It was the feudal nation, great and small, castle owners and populace, who rose in mass for the deliverance of Jerusalem and the honor of Christendom. These 3 great armies of crusaders got on the march from August to October 1096, wending their way, Godfrey de Bouillon by Germany, Hungary, and Bulgaria, Bohemond by the south of Italy and the Mediterranean, and Count Raymond of Toulouse by northern Italy, Friuli, and Dalmatia. They arrived one after the other in the Empire of the East and at the gates of Constantinople. Godfrey de Bouillon was the first to appear there, and the Emperor Alexis Comnenus learned with dismay that other armies of crusaders would soon follow, that which was already so large. It was not long before Bohemond and Raymond appeared. Alexis behaved toward these formidable allies with a mixture of pusillanimity and haughtiness, promises and lies, caresses and hostility, which irritated without intimidating them, and rendered it impossible for them to feel any confidence or conceive any esteem. At one time he was thanking them profusely for the support they were bringing him against the infidels. At another he was sending troops to harass them on their road, and when they reached Constantinople he demanded that they should swear fealty and obedience to him, as if they were his own subjects. One day he was refusing them provisions and attempting to subdue them by famine, and the next he was lavishing feast and present upon them. The crusaders on their side, when provisions fell short, spread themselves over the country and plundered it without scruple, and, when they encountered hostile troops of Greeks, charged them without warning. When the emperor demanded of them fealty and homage, the Count of Toulouse answered that he had not come to the East in search of a master. Godfrey de Bouillon, after resisting every haughty pretension, being as just as he was dignified, acknowledged that the crusaders ought to restore to the emperor the towns which had belonged to the empire, and an arrangement to that effect was concluded between them. Bohemond had a proposal submitted to Godfrey to join him in attacking the Greek Empire and taking possession at once of Byzantium, but Godfrey rejected the proposal, with the reminder that he had come only to fight the infidels. The emperor, fully informed of the greediness as well as ambition of Bohemond, introduced him one day into a room full of treasures. "Here," said Bohemond, "is wherewith to conquer kingdoms." Alexis had the treasures removed to Bohemond's, who at first refused, and ended by accepting them. It is even said that he asked the emperor for the title of Grand Domestic, or General of the Empire of the East. Alexis, who had held that dignity, and who knew that it was the way to the throne, gave the Norman chieftain a present refusal, with a promise of it on account of future services to be rendered by him to the empire and the emperor. The chiefs of the crusade were not alone in treating with disdain this haughty, wily, and feeble sovereign. During a ceremony at which some French princes were doing homage to the emperor, a Count Robert of Paris went and sat down free and easily beside him. When Baldwin, Count of Hainaut, took the intruder by the arm, saying, When you are in a country, you must respect its masters and its customs." "Verily," answered Robert, "I hold it shocking that this jackanapes should be seated while so many noble captains are standing yonder." When the ceremony was over, the emperor, who had no doubt heard the words, wished to have an explanation, so he detained Robert, and asked him who and whence he was. "I am a Frenchman," quoth Robert, "and of noble birth. In my country there is, hard by a church, a spot repaired to by such as burn to prove their valor. I have been there often without any one's daring to present himself before me." The emperor did not care to take up this sort of challenge, and contented himself with replying to the warrior, "If you there waited for foes without finding any, you are now about to have what will satisfy you. I have, however, a piece of advice to give you. Don't put yourself at the head or the tail of the army, keep in the middle. I have learned how to fight with Turks, and that is the best place you can choose." The Crusaders and the Greeks were mutually contemptuous, the former with a ruffianly pride, the latter with an ironical and timid refinement. This posture on either side of inactivity, ill will, and irritation could not last long. On the approach of the spring of 1097, the Crusader chiefs and their troops, first Godfrey de Bouillon, then Bohemond and Tancred, and afterwards Count Raymond of Toulouse, passed the Bosporus, being conveyed across either in their own vessels or those of the Emperor Alexis, who encouraged them against the infidels, and at the same time had the infidels supplied with information most damaging to the Crusaders. Having effected a junction in Bithynia, the Christian chiefs resolved to go and lay siege to Nicaea, the first place of importance in possession of the Turks. Whilst marching towards the place, they saw coming to meet them, with every appearance of the most woeful destitution, Peter the Hermit, followed by a small band of pilgrims escaped from the disasters of their expedition, who had passed the winter, as he had, in Bithynia, waiting for more fortunate crusaders. Peter, affectionately welcomed by the chiefs of the army, recounted to them in detail, says William of Tyre, how the people who had preceded them under his guidance had shown themselves destitute of intelligence, improvident and unmanageable at the same time, and so it was far more by their own fault than by the deed of any other that they had succumbed to the weight of their calamities. Peter, having thus relieved his heart and recovered his hopes, joined the powerful army of crusaders who had come at last, and on the 15th of May, 1097, the siege of Nicaea began. The town was in the hands of a Turkish sultan, Kilij Arslan, whose father Soliman, 20 years before, had invaded Bithynia and fixed his abode at Nicaea. He, being informed of the approach of the Crusaders, had issued forth to go and assemble all his forces, but he had left behind his wife, his children, and his treasures, and he had sent messengers to the inhabitants, saying, "Be of good courage, and fear not the barbarous people who make show of besieging our city. Tomorrow, before the 7th hour of the day, ye shall be delivered from your enemies." And he did arrive on the 16th of May, says the Armenian historian Matthias of Edessa, at the head of 600,000 horsemen. The historians of the Crusaders are infinitely more moderate as to the number of their foes. They assign to Kilij Arslan only 50 or 60,000 men, and their testimony is far more trustworthy, being that of the victors. In any case, the Christians and the Turks fought valiantly for 2 days under the walls of Nicaea, and Godfrey de Bouillon did justice to his fame for valor and skill, by laying low a Turk, remarkable amongst all, says William of Tyre, for his size and strength, whose arrows caused much havoc in the ranks of our men. Kilij Arslan, being beaten, withdrew to collect fresh troops, and after 6 weeks' siege, the Crusaders believed themselves on the point of entering Nicaea as masters, when on the 26th of June they saw floating on the ramparts the standard of the Emperor Alexis. Their surprise was the greater, in that they had just written to the emperor to say that the city was on the point of surrendering. And they added, "We earnestly invite you to lose no time in sending some of your princes with sufficient retinue, that they may receive and keep in honor of your name the city which will deliver itself up to us. As for us, after having put it in the hands of your highness, we will not show any delay in pursuing with God's help the execution of our projects." Alexis had anticipated this loyal message. Being in constant secret communication with the former subjects of the Greek Empire, and often even with their new masters the Turks, his agents in Nicaea had induced the inhabitants to surrender to him, and not to the Latins, who would treat them as vanquished. The irritation amongst the Crusaders was extreme. They had promised themselves, if not the plunder of Nicaea, at any rate great advantages from their victory, and it was said in the camp that the convention concluded with the emperor contained an article purporting that, if, with God's help, there were taken any of the towns which had belonged aforetime to the Greek Empire, all along the line of march up to the Syria, the town should be restored to the emperor, together with all the adjacent territory, and that the booty, the spoils, and all objects whatsoever found therein, should be given up without discussion to the Crusader, in recompense for their trouble and indemnification for the expenses. The wrath waxed still fiercer when it was known that the Crusaders would not be permitted to enter more than 10 at a time the town they had just taken, and that the Emperor Alexis had set at liberty the wife of Kilij Arslan, together with her 2 sons, and all the Turks led prisoners of war to Constantinople. The chiefs of the Crusaders were themselves indignant and distrustful, but they resolved with one accord, says William of Tyre, to hide their resentment, and they applied all their efforts to calming their people, while encouraging them to push on without delay to the end of the glorious enterprise. End of chapter 16, part 2. Section 33 of Volume 1, A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Jomard. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 16. The Crusades, Their Origin, and Their Success, Part 3. All the army of the Crusaders put themselves in motion to cross Asia Minor from the northwest to the southeast, and to reach Syria. At their arrival before Nicaea they numbered, it is said, 500,000 foot, and 100,000 horse, figures evidently too great, for everything indicates that at the opening of the crusade, the 3 great armies, starting from France and Italy, under Godfrey de Bouillon, Bohemond, and Raymond of Toulouse, did not reach this number, and they had certainly lost many during their long march through their sufferings and in their battles. However that may be, after they had marched all in one mass for 2 days, and had then extended themselves over a larger area, for the purpose, no doubt, of more easily finding provisions, the Crusaders broke up into 2 main bodies, led, one by Godfrey de Bouillon and Raymond of Toulouse, the other by Bohemond and Tancred. On the 1st of July, at daybreak, this latter body, encamped at a short distance from Dorylaeum in Phrygia, saw descending from the neighboring heights a cloud of enemies who burst upon the Christians. First rained a perfect hail of missiles upon them, and then penetrated into their camp, even to the tents assigned to the women, children, and old men, the numerous following of the Crusaders. It was Kilij Arslan, who, after the fall of Nicaea, had raised this new army of Saracens, and was pursuing the conquerors on their march. The battle began in great disorder. The chiefs in person sustained the first shock, and the Duke of Normandy, Robert Shorthose, took in his hand his white banner embroidered with gold, and waving it over his head, threw himself upon the Turks, shouting, "God willeth it! God willeth it!" Bohemond obstinately sought out Kilij Arslan in the fray, but at the same time he sent messengers in all haste to Godfrey de Bouillon, as yet but a little way off, to summon him to their aid. Godfrey galloped up, and with some 50 of his knights preceding the rest of his army, was the first to throw himself into the midst of the Turks. Towards midday, the whole of the first body arrived, with standards flying, with the sound of trumpets and with the shouting of warriors. Kilij Arslan and his troops fell back upon the heights whence they had descended. The Crusaders, without taking breath, ascended in pursuit. The Turks saw themselves shut in by a forest of lances, and fled over wood and rock, and 2 days afterwards they were still flying, says Albert of Aix, though none pursued them unless it were God himself. The victory of Dorylaeum opened the whole country to the Crusaders, and they resumed their march towards Syria, paying their sole attention to not separating again. It was not long before they had to grapple with other dangers against which bravery could do nothing. They were crossing, under a broiling sun, deserted tracts, which their enemies had taken good care to ravage. Water and forage were not to be had. The men suffered intolerably from thirst. Horses died by hundreds. At the head of their troops marched knights mounted on asses or oxen. Their favorite amusement, the chase, became impossible for them, for their hawking birds too, the falcons and gerfalcons they had brought with them, languished and died beneath the excessive heat. One incident obtained for the Crusaders a momentary relief. The dogs which followed the army, prowling in all directions, one day returned with their paws and coats wet. They had, therefore, found water, and the soldiers set themselves to look for it, and in fact discovered a small river in a remote valley. They got water drunk, and more than 300 men, it is said, were affected by it, and died. On arriving in Pisidia, a country intersected by watercourses, meadows, and woods, the army rested several days. But at that very point, 2 of its most competent and most respected chiefs were very nearly taken from it. Count Raymond of Toulouse, who was also called Raymond of Saint-Gilles, fell so ill that the Bishop of Orange was reading over him the prayers for the dying, when one of those present cried out that the count would assuredly live, for that the prayers of his patron saint, Gilles, had obtained for him a truce with death, and Raymond recovered. Godfrey de Bouillon, again, whilst riding in a forest, came upon a pilgrim attacked by a bear, and all but fallen a victim to the ferocious beast. The duke drew his sword and urged his horse against the bear, which, leaving the pilgrim, rushed upon the assailant. The frightened horse reared, Godfrey was thrown, and, according to one account, immediately remounted, but, according to another, he fell, on the contrary, together with his horse. However, he sustained a fearful struggle against the bear, and ultimately killed it by plunging his sword up to the hilt into its belly, says William of Tyre. But with so great an effort, and after receiving so serious a wound, that his soldiers, hurrying up at the pilgrim's report, found him stretched on the ground, covered with blood, and unable to rise, and carried him back to the camp, where he was, for several weeks, obliged to be carried about in a litter in the rear of the army. Through all these perils they continued to advance, and they were approaching the heights of Tarsus, the bulwark and gate of Syria, when a quarrel which arose between 2 of the principal Crusader chiefs was like to seriously endanger the concord and strength of the army. Tancred with his men had entered Tarsus, the birthplace of St. Paul, and had planted his flag there. although later in his arrival Baldwin, brother of Godfrey de Bouillon, claimed a right to the possession of the city, and had his flag set up instead of Tancred's, which was thrown into a ditch. During several days the strife was fierce and even bloody. The soldiers of Baldwin were the more numerous, and those of Tancred considered their chief too gentle, and his bravery, so often proved, scarcely sufficed to form an excuse for his forbearance. Chiefs and soldiers, however, at last saw the necessity for reconciliation, and made mutual promises to sink all animosity. On returning to the general camp, Tancred was received with marked favor, for the majority of the Crusaders, being unconcerned in the quarrel at Tarsus, liked him for his bravery and for his gentleness equally. Baldwin, on the contrary, was much blamed, even by his brother Godfrey, but he was far more ambitious on his own account than devoted to the common cause. He had often heard tell of Armenia and Mesopotamia, their riches, and the large number of Christians living there, almost equally independent of Greeks and Turks, and, in hope of finding there a chance of greatly improving his personal fortunes, he left the army of the Crusaders at Maressa, on the very eve of the day on which the chiefs came to the decision that no one should for the future move away from the flag, and, taking with him a weak detachment of 200 horse and 1,000 or 1,200 foot, marched toward Armenia. His name and his presence soon made a stir there, and he got hold of 2 little towns which received him eagerly. Edessa, the capital of Armenia and metropolis of Mesopotamia, was peopled by Christians, and a Greek governor, sent from Constantinople by the emperor, lived there, on payment of a tribute to the Turks. Internal dissensions, and the fear ever inspired by the vicinity of the Turks, kept the city in a state of lively agitation, and bishop, people, and Greek governor all appealed to Baldwin. He presented himself before Edessa with merely 100 horsemen, having left the remainder of his forces in garrison at the town he had already occupied. All the population came to meet him, bearing branches of olive and singing chants in honor of their deliverer. But it was not long before outbreaks and alarms began again, and Baldwin looked on at them, waiting for power to be offered him. Still there was no advance. The Greek governor continued where he was, and Baldwin muttered threats of his departure. The popular disquietude was extreme, and the Greek governor, old and detested as he was, thought to smooth all by adopting the Latin chief and making him his heir. This, however, caused but a short respite. Baldwin left the governor to be massacred in a fresh outbreak. The people came and offered him the government, and he became Prince of Edessa, and, ere long, of all the neighboring country, without thinking any more of Jerusalem, of which, nevertheless, he was destined at no distant day to be king. Whilst Baldwin was thus acquiring, for himself and himself alone, the first Latin principality belonging to the Crusaders in the East, his brother Godfrey and the main Christian army were crossing the chain of Tarsus and arriving before Antioch, the capital of Syria. Great was the fame, with pagans and Christians, of this city, its site, the beauty of its climate, the fertility of its land, its fish-abounding lake, its river of Orontes, its fountain of Daphne, its festivals, and its morals, had made it, under the Roman Empire, a brilliant and favorite abode. At the same time, it was there that the disciples of Jesus had assumed the name of Christians, and that St. Paul had begun his heroic life as preacher and as missionary. It was absolutely necessary that the Crusaders should take Antioch, but the difficulty of the conquest was equal to the importance. The city was well fortified and provided with a strong citadel. The Turks had been in possession of it for 14 years, and its governor, Asian, or Bagisian, Yagisian, or Brother of Black according to Oriental historians, appointed by the Sultan of Persia, Malek Shah, was shut up in it with 7,000 horse and 20,000 foot. The first attacks of the Christians failed, and they had the prospect of a long siege. At the outset their situation had been easy and pleasant, They encountered no hostility from the country people, who were intimidated or indifferent. They came and paid visits to the camp, and admitted the Crusaders to their markets. The harvests, which were hardly finished, had been abundant. The grapes, says Guibert of Nogent, were still hanging on the branches of the vines. On all sides discoveries were made of grain shut up, not in barns, but in subterranean vaults, and the trees were laden with fruit. These facilities of existence, the softness of the climate, the pleasantness of the places, the frequency of leisure, partly pleasure and partly care for nothingness, caused amongst the Crusaders irregularity, license, indiscipline, carelessness, and often perils and reverses. The Turks profited thereby to make sallies, which threw the camp into confusion and cost the lives of Crusaders, surprised or scattered about. Winter came. Provisions grew scarce, and had to be sought at a greater distance and at greater peril, and living ceased to be agreeable or easy. Disquietude, doubts concerning the success of the enterprise, fatigue and discouragement made way amongst the army, and men who were believed to be proved, Robert Shorthose, Duke of Normandy, William, Viscount of Melun, called the Carpenter, on account of his mighty battle-axe, and Peter the Hermit himself, who had never learned, says Robert the Monk, to endure such plaguy hunger, left the camp and deserted the banner of the cross, that there might be seen, in the words of the Apocalypse, even the stars falling from heaven, says Guibert of Nogent. Great were the scandal and the indignation. Tancred hurried after the fugitives and brought them back, and they swore on the gospel never again to abandon the cause which they had preached and served so well. It was clearly indispensable to take measures for restoring amongst the army discipline, confidence, and the morals and hopes of Christians. The different chiefs applied themselves thereto by very different processes, according to their vocation, character, or habits. Adhemar, Bishop of Puy, the renowned spiritual chief of the Crusade, Godfrey de Bouillon, Raymond of Toulouse, and the military chieftains renowned for piety and virtue, made head against all kinds of disorder either by fervent addresses or severe prohibitions. Men caught drunk had their hair cut off. Blasphemous and reckless gamesters were branded with a red-hot iron, and the women were shut up in separate tents. To the irregularities within were added the perils of incessant espionage on the part of the Turks in the very camp of the Crusaders, and no one knew how to repress this evil. "Brethren and lords," said Bohemond to the assembled princes, "let me undertake this business by myself. I hope, with God's help, to find a remedy for this complaint." Caring but little for moral reform, he strove to strike terror into the Turks, and, by counteraction, restore confidence to the Crusaders. One evening, says William of Tyre, whilst everybody was, as usual, occupied in getting supper ready, Bohemond ordered some Turks who had been caught in the camp to be brought out of prison and put to death forthwith, and then, having had a huge fire lighted, he gave instructions that they should be roasted and carefully prepared as if for being eaten. If it should be asked what operation was going on, he commanded his people to answer, "The princes and governors of the camp this day decreed at their council that all Turks or their spies, who should henceforth be found in the camp, should be forced, after this fashion, to furnish meat of their own carcasses to the princes as well as to the whole army." The whole city of Antioch, adds the historian, was stricken with terror at hearing the report of words so strange and a deed so cruel. And thus, by the act and pains of Bohemond, the camp was purged of this pest of spies, and the results of the princes' meetings were much less known amongst the foe. Bohemond did not confine himself to terrifying the Turks by the display of his barbarities. He sought and found traitors amongst them. During the incidents of the siege, he had concocted certain relations with an inhabitant of Antioch, named Férouz, or Émir Fer, probably a renegade Christian and seeming Mussulman, in favor with the governor Assien, or Baghisian, who had entrusted to him and his family, the ward of 3 of the towers and gates of the city. Émir Fer, whether from religious remorse or on promise of a rich recompense, had, after the ambiguous and tortuous conversations which usually precede treason, made an offer to Bohemond to open to him, and through him to the Crusaders, the entrance into Antioch. Bohemond, in covert terms, informed the chiefs, his comrades, of this proposal, leaving it to be understood that, if the capture of Antioch were the result of his efforts, it would be for him to become its lord. The Count of Toulouse bluntly rejected this idea. "We be all brethren," said he, "and we have all run the same risk. I did not leave my own country, and face, I and mine, so many dangers to conquer new lordships for any particular one of us." The opinion of Raymond prevailed, and Bohemond pressed the matter no more that day. But the situation became more and more urgent, and armies of Mussulmans were preparing to come to the aid of Antioch. When these fresh alarms spread through the camp, Bohemond returned to the charge, saying, "Time presses, and if ye accept the overtures made to us, tomorrow Antioch will be ours, and we shall march in triumph on Jerusalem. If any find a better way of assuring our success, I am ready to accept it and renounce on my own account all conquest." Raymond still persisted in his opposition, but all the other chiefs submitted to the overtures and conditions of Bohemond. All proper measures were taken, and Émir Fer, being apprised thereof, had Bohemond informed that on the following night everything would be ready. At the appointed hour 60 warriors, with Bohemond at their head, repaired noiselessly to the foot of the tower indicated. A ladder was hoisted, and Émir Fer fastened it firmly to the top of the wall. Bohemond looked round and round, but no one was in a hurry to mount. Bohemond therefore himself mounted, and having received recognition from Émir Fer, he leaned upon the ramparts, calling in a low voice to his comrades, and rapidly redescended to reassure them and get them to mount with him. Up they mount, that and 2 other neighboring towers are given up to them. The 3 gates are opened, and the Crusaders rush in. When day appeared, on the 3rd of June, 1098, the streets of Antioch were full of corpses, for the Turks, surprised, had been slaughtered without resistance or had fled into the country. The citadel, filled with those who had been able to take refuge there, still held out, but the entire city was in the power of the Crusaders, and the banner of Bohemond floated on an elevated spot, over against the citadel. In spite of their triumph, the Crusaders were not so near marching on Jerusalem as Bohemond had promised. Everywhere, throughout Syria and Mesopotamia, the Mussulmen were rising to go and deliver Antioch. An immense army was already in motion. There were 1,100,000 men according to Matthew of Edessa, 660,000 according to Fouché of Chartres, 300,000 according to Raoul of Caen, and only 200,000 according to William of Tyre and Albert of Aix. The discrepancy in the figures is a sufficient proof of their untruthfulness. The last number was enough to disquiet the Crusaders, already much reduced by so many marches, battles, sufferings, and desertions. An old Mussulman warrior, celebrated at that time throughout Western Asia, Corboga, Sultan of Mosul, hard by what was ancient Nineveh, commanded all the hostile forces, and 4 days after the capture of Antioch he was already completely round the place, enclosing the Crusaders within the walls of which they had just become the masters. They were thus and all on a sudden besieged in their turn, having even in the very midst of them, in the citadel which still held out, a hostile force. Whilst they had been besieging Antioch, The Emperor Alexis Comnenus had begun to march with an army to get his share in their successes, and was advancing into Asia Minor, when he heard that the Mussulmans in immense numbers were investing the Christian army in Antioch, and not in a condition, it was said, to hold out long. The emperor immediately retraced his steps towards Constantinople, and the Crusaders found that they had no Greek aid to hope for. The blockade, becoming stricter day by day, soon brought about a horrible famine in Antioch. Instead of repeating here, in general terms, the ordinary descriptions of this cruel scourge, we will reproduce its particular and striking features as they have been traced out by contemporary chroniclers. The Christian people, says William of Tyre, had recourse before long to procure themselves any food whatever, to all sorts of shameful means. Nobles, free men, did not blush to hungrily stretch out the hand to nobodies, asking with troublesome pertinacity for what was too often refused. There were seen the very strongest, those whom their signal valor had rendered illustrious in the midst of the army, now supported on crutches, dragging themselves half dead along the streets and in the public places, and, if they did not speak, at any rate they showed themselves, with countenances irrecognizable, silently begging alms of every passer-by. No self-respect restrained matrons or young women heretofore accustomed to severe restraints. They walked hither and thither, with pallid faces, groaning and searching everywhere for somewhat to eat, and they in whom the pangs of hunger had not extinguished every spark of modesty, went and hid themselves in the most secret places, and gnawed their hearts in silence, preferring to die of want rather than beg in public. Children still in the cradle, unable to get milk, were exposed at the cross-roads, crying in vain for their usual nourishment, and men, women, and children all threw themselves greedily upon any kind of food, wholesome and unwholesome, clean and unclean, that they could scrape together here and there, and none shared with another that which they picked up. So many and such sufferings produced incredible dastardliness, and deserters escaped by night, in some cases throwing themselves down at the risk of being killed into the city moat, in others getting down by help of a rope from the ramparts. Indignation blazed forth against the fugitives. They were called rope-dancers, and God was prayed to treat them as the traitor Judas. William of Tyre and Guibert of Nogent, after naming some, and those the very highest, end with these words: "Of many more I know not the names, and I am unwilling to expose all that are well known to me." We are assured, says William of Tyre, that in view of such woes and such weaknesses, the princes, despairing of any means of safety, held amongst themselves a secret council, at which they decided to abandon the army and all the people, fly in the middle of the night, and retreat to the sea. According to the Armenian historian Matthew of Edessa, the princes would seem to have resolved, in this hour of dejection, not to fly and leave the army to its fate, but to demand of Corboghzi an assurance for all, under the bond of an oath, of personal safety, on the promise of surrendering Antioch to him, after which they would return home. Several Arab historians, and amongst them Ibn al-Athir, Abul Faraj, and Abul Feda, confirm the statement of conditions. Whatever may have been the real turn taken by the promptings of weakness amongst the Christians, Godfrey de Bouillon and Adhemar, Bishop of Puy, energetically rejected them all, and an unexpected incident, considered as miraculous, reassured the wavering spirits both of soldiers and of chiefs. A priest of Marseilles, Peter Bartholomew, came and announced to the chiefs that Saint Andrew had thrice appeared to him in a dream, saying, "Go into the church of my brother Peter at Antioch, and hard by the high altar thou wilt find, on digging up the ground, the head of the spear which pierced our Redeemer's side. That, carried in front of the army, will bring about the deliverance of the Christians." The appointed search was solemnly conducted under the eye of 12 reputable witnesses, priests and knights. The whole army was in attendance at the closed gates of the church. The spearhead was found and carried off in triumph. A pious enthusiasm restored to all present entire confidence, and with loud shouts they demanded battle. The chiefs judged it proper to announce their determination to the chief of the Mussulmans, and for this mission they chose Peter the Hermit, who was known to them as a bold and able speaker. Peter, on arriving at the enemy's camp, presented himself without any mark of respect before the Sultan Corboga, surrounded by his satraps, and said, "The sacred assembly of princes, pleasing to God, who are at Antioch, doth send me unto thy highness, to advise thee that thou art to cease from thy importunities, and that thou abandon the siege of a city which the Lord in his divine mercy hath given up to them. The prince of the apostles did wrest that city from idolatry, and convert it to the faith of Christ. Ye had forcibly but unjustly taken possession of it. They who be moved by a right lawful anxiety for this heritage of their ancestors make their demand of thee, that thou choose between diverse offers. Either give up the siege of the city, and cease troubling the Christians, or within 3 days from hence try the power of our arms, and that thou seek not after any, even a lawful subterfuge, they offer thee further choice between diverse determinations. Either appear alone in person to fight with one of our princes, in order that, if victorious, thou mayest obtain all thou canst demand, or, if vanquished, thou mayest remain quiet. Or, again, pick out diverse of thine who shall fight, on the same terms, with the same number of ours. Or, lastly, agree that the 2 armies shall prove, one against the other, the fortune of battle." "Peter," answered Corboga, ironically, "it is not likely that the affairs of the princes who have sent thee be in such state that they can thus offer me choice betwixt diverse proposals, and that I should be bound to accept that which may suit me best. My sword hath brought them to such a condition that they have not themselves any longer the power of choosing freely, and that they be constrained to shape and unshape their wishes according to my good pleasure. Go, then, and tell these fools that all whom I shall find in full possession of all the powers of the manly age shall have their lives, and shall be reserved for me for my master's service, and that all others shall fall beneath my sword, as useless trees, so that there shall remain of them not even a faint remembrance. Had I not deemed it more convenient to destroy them by famine than to smite them with the sword, I should already have gotten forcible mastery of the city, and they would have reaped the fruits of their voyage hither by undergoing the law of vengeance." End of chapter 16, part 3. Section 34 of Volume 1, A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Jomard. Volume 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 16. The Crusades. Their Origin and Their Success. Part 4. On returning to camp, Peter the Hermit was about to set forth in detail, before all the people of the Crusaders, the answer of Corboga, his pride, his threats, and the pomp with which he was surrounded. But Godfrey de Bouillon, fearing lest the multitude already crushed beneath the weight of their woes should be stricken with fresh terror, stopped Peter at the moment when he was about to begin his speech, and, taking him aside, prevailed upon him to tell the result of his mission in a few words, just that the Turks desired battle, and that it must be prepared for at once. Forthwith, all, from the highest to the lowest, testify the most eager desire to measure swords with the infidels, and seem to have completely forgotten their miseries, and to calculate upon victory. All resume their arms, and get ready their horses, their breastplates, their helmets, their shields, and their swords. It is publicly announced throughout the city that the next morning, before sunrise, everyone will have to be in readiness, and join his host to follow faithfully the banner of his prince. Next day, accordingly, the 28th of June, 1098, the feast of Saint Peter and Saint Paul, the whole Christian army issued from their camp, with a portion of the clergy marching at the head, and chanting the 68th Psalm. Let God arise, and let his enemies be scattered. I saw these things, I who speak, says one of the chroniclers, Raymond d'Agilles, chaplain to the Count of Toulouse. I was there, and I carried the spear of the Lord. The Crusaders formed in 12 divisions, and of all their great chiefs, the Count of Toulouse alone was unable to assume the command of his. He was detained in Antioch by the consequences of a wound, and he had the duty of keeping in check the Turkish garrison, still masters of the citadel. The Crusaders presented the appearance of old troops ill-clad, ill-provided, and surmounting by sheer spirit the fatigues and losses of a long war. Many sick soldiers could scarcely march, many barons and knights were on foot, and Godfrey de Bouillon himself had been obliged to borrow a horse from the Count of Toulouse. During the march, a gentle rain refreshed souls as well as bodies, and was regarded as a favor from heaven. Just as the battle was commencing, Corboga, struck by the impassioned, stern, and indomitable aspect of the Crusaders, felt somewhat disquieted, and made proposals, it is said, to the Christian princes, of what he had refused them the evening before, a fight between some of their knights and as many Saracens, but they in their turn rejected the proposition. There is a moment during great struggles when the souls of men are launched forth like bombshells, which nothing can stop or cause to recoil. The battle was long, stubborn, and at some points indecisive. Kilij Arslan, the indefatigable Sultan of Nicaea, attacked Bohemond so briskly that, save for the prompt assistance of Godfrey de Bouillon and Tancred, the Prince of Antioch had been in great peril. But the pious and warlike enthusiasm of the Crusaders at length prevailed over the savage bravery of the Turks, and Corboga, who had promised the Caliph of Baghdad a defeat of the Christians, fled away towards the Euphrates with a weak escort of faithful troops. Tancred pursued till nightfall the sultans of Aleppo and Damascus and the emir of Jerusalem. According to the Christian chroniclers, 100,000 infidels and only 4,000 crusaders were left on the field of battle. The camp of the Turks was given over to pillage, and 15,000 camels, and it is not stated how many horses, were carried off. The tent of Corboga himself was, for his conquerors, a rich prize and an object of admiration. It was laid out in streets, flanked by towers, as if it were a fortified town. Gold and precious stones glittered in every part of it. It was capable of containing more than 2,000 persons, and Bohemond sent it to Italy, where it was long preserved. The conquerors employed several days in conveying into Antioch the spoils of the vanquished, and every crusader, says Albert Revex, found himself richer than he had been at starting from Europe. This great success, with the wealth it was the means of spreading, and the pretensions and hopes it was the cause of raising amongst the Crusaders, had for some time the most injurious effects. Divisions set in amongst them, especially amongst the chiefs. Some abandoned themselves to all the license of victory, others to the sweets of repose. Some, fatigued and disgusted, quietly prepared for and accomplished their return home. Others, growing more and more ambitious and bold, aspired to conquests and principalities in the East. Why should not they acquire what Baldwin had acquired at Edessa, and what Bohemond was within an ace of possessing at Antioch? Others were jealous of the great fortunes made before their eyes. and Raymond of Toulouse was vexed at Bohemond's rule in Antioch, and refused to give up to him the citadel. One and another troubled themselves little more about the main end of their crusade, the deliverance of Jerusalem, and devoted themselves to their personal interests. A few days after the defeat of the Turks, the council of princes deliberated upon the question of marching immediately upon Jerusalem, and then all these various inclinations came out. After a lively debate, the majority decided that they should wait till the heat of the summer was over, the army rested from its fatigues, and the reinforcements expected from the west arrived. The common sort of crusaders were indignant at this delay. "Since the princes will not lead us to Jerusalem," was said aloud, "choose we among the knights a brave man who will serve us faithfully, and, if the grace of God be with us, go we under his leading to Jerusalem. It is not enough for our princes that we have remained here a whole year, and that 200,000 men-at-arms have fallen here. Perish all they who would remain at Antioch, even as its inhabitants but lately perished." But, murmuring all the while, they stayed at Antioch in spite of a violent epidemic, which took off, it was said, in a single month 50,000 persons, and amongst them the spiritual chief of the crusade, Adhemar, Bishop of Puy, who had the respect and confidence of all the crusaders. To find some specious pretext, or some pious excuse for this inactivity, or simply to pass the time which was not employed as it had been sworn it should be, warlike expeditions were made into Syria and Mesopotamia, some emirs were driven from their petty dominions, some towns were taken, some infidels were massacred. The Count of Toulouse persisted during several weeks in besieging Murat, a town situated between Hamath and Aleppo. At last he took it, but there were no longer any inhabitants to be found in it. They had all taken refuge underground. Huge fires lighted at the entrance of their hiding-place forced them to come out, and as they came they were all put to death or carried off as slaves, which so terrified the neighboring towns, says a chronicler, that they yielded of their own free will and without compulsion. It was all at once ascertained that Jerusalem had undergone a fresh calamity, and fallen more and more beneath the yoke of the infidels. Abu Kachem, Caliph of Egypt, had taken it from the Turks, and his vizier, Afdel, had left a strong garrison in it. A sharp pang of grief, of wrath, and of shame shot through the crusaders. Could it be, they cried, that Jerusalem should be taken and retaken, and never by Christians? Many went to seek out the Count of Toulouse. He was known to be much taken up with the desire of securing the possession of Murat, which he had just captured. Still great confidence was felt in him. He had made a vow never to return to the West. He was the richest of the Crusader princes. He was conjured to take upon himself the leadership of the army. To him had been entrusted the spear of the Lord, discovered at Antioch. If the other princes should be found wanting, let him at least go forward with the people, in full assurance. If not, he had only to give up the spear to the people, and the people would go right on to Jerusalem with the Lord for their leader. After some hesitation, Raymond declared that the departure should take place in a fortnight, and he summoned the princes to a preliminary meeting. On assembling, they found themselves still less at one, says the chronicler, and the majority refused to budge. To induce them, it is said that Raymond offered 10,000 sous to Godfrey de Bouillon, the same to Robert of Normandy, 6,000 to the Count of Flanders, and 5,000 to Tancred. But at the same time Raymond announced his intention of leaving a strong garrison in Murat to secure its defence. "What?" cried the common folk amongst the Crusaders. "Disputes about Antioch, and disputes about Murat? We will take good care there be no quarrel touching this town. Come, throw we down its walls. Restore we peace amongst the princes, and set we the Count at liberty. When Murat no longer exists, he will no longer fear to lose it." The multitude rushed to surround Murat, and worked so eagerly at the demolition of its ramparts that the Count of Toulouse, touched by this popular feeling as if it were proof of the divine will, himself put the finishing touch to the work of destruction, and ordered the speedy departure of the army. At their head marched he, barefooted, with his clergy and the Bishop of Akbar, all imploring the mercy of God and the protection of the saints. After him marched Tancred, with 40 knights and many foot. Who then may resist this people, said Turks and Saracens to one another, so stubborn and cruel, whom for the space of a year nor famine, nor the sword, nor any other danger could cause to abandon the siege of Antioch, and who now are feeding upon human flesh? In fact, a rumor had spread that in their extreme distress for want of provisions, the Crusaders had eaten corpses of Saracens, found in the moats of Murat. Several of the chiefs, hitherto undecided, now followed the popular impulse, whilst others still hesitated. But on the approach of spring, 1099, more than 8 months after the capture of Antioch, Godfrey of Bouillon, his brother Eustace of Boulogne, Robert of Flanders, and their following, likewise began to march. Bohemond, after having accompanied them as far as Laodicea, left them with a promise of rejoining them before Jerusalem, and returned to Antioch, where he remained. Fresh crusaders arrived from Flanders, Holland, and England, and amongst them the Saxon prince, Edgar Atheling, who had for a brief interval been King of England, between the death of Harold and the coronation of William the Conqueror. The army pursued its way pretty slowly, still stopping from time to time to besiege towns, which they took and which the chiefs continued to dispute for amongst themselves. Envoys from the Caliph of Egypt, the new holder of Jerusalem, arrived in the Crusaders' camp with presents and promises from their master. They had orders to offer 40,000 pieces of gold to Godfrey, 60,000 to Bohemond, the most dreaded by the Mussulman of all the Crusaders, and other gifts to divers other chiefs. Abul Kacem further promised liberty of pilgrimage and exercise of the Christian religion in Jerusalem. Only the Christians must not enter unless unarmed. At this proposal, the Crusader chiefs cried out with indignation, and declared to the Egyptian envoys that they were going to hasten their march upon Jerusalem, threatening at the same time to push forward to the borders of the Nile. At the end of the month of May, 1099, they were all en masse upon the frontiers of Phoenicia and Palestine, numbering, according to the most sanguine calculations, only 50,000 fighting men. Upon entering Palestine, as they came upon spots known in sacred history or places of any importance, the same feelings of greed and jealousy which had caused so much trouble in Asia Minor and Syria caused divisions once more amongst the Crusaders. The chieftain, the simple warrior almost, who was the first to enter the city, or burg, or house, and plant his flag there, halted in it, and claimed to be its possessor, whilst those, whom nothing was dearer than the commandments of God, say the chroniclers, pursued their march, barefooted, beneath the banner of the cross, deplored the covetousness and the quarrels of their brethren. When the Crusaders arrived at Emmaus, some Christians of Bethlehem came and implored their aid against the infidels. Tancred was there, and he, with the consent of Godfrey, set out immediately, in the middle of the night, with a small band of 100 horsemen, and went and planted his own flag on the top of the church at Bethlehem at the very hour at which the birth of Jesus Christ had been announced to the shepherds of Judea. Next day, June 10th, 1099, on advancing at dawn of day over the heights of Emmaus, the army of the Crusaders had all at once beneath their gaze the holy city. Lo, Jerusalem appears in sight. Lo, every hand point out Jerusalem. Lo, 1,000 voices are heard as one in salutation of Jerusalem. After the great, sweet joy which filled all the hearts at this first glimpse, came a deep feeling of contrition, mingled with awful and reverential affection. Each scarcely dared to raise the eye towards the city which had been the chosen abode of Christ, where he died, was buried, and rose again. In accents of humility, with words low spoken, with stifled sobs, with sighs and tears, The pent-up yearnings of a people in joy and at the same time in sorrow sent shivering through the air a murmur like that which is heard in leafy forests, what time the wind blows through the leaves, or like the dull sound made by the sea which breaks upon the rocks or hisses as it foams over the beach. It was better to quote these beautiful stanzas from Jerusalem Delivered than to reproduce the pompous and monotonous phrases of the chroniclers. The genius of Tasso was capable of understanding and worthy to depict the emotions of a Christian army at sight of the Jerusalem they had come to deliver. We will not pause over the purely military and technical details of the siege. It was calculated that there were in the city 20,000 armed inhabitants and 40,000 men in garrison, the most valiant and most fanatical Mussulmen that Egypt could furnish. According to William of Tyre, the most judicious and the best informed of the contemporary historians, when the Crusaders pitched their camp over against Jerusalem, there had arrived there about 40,000 persons of both sexes, of whom there were at the most 20,000 foot, well equipped, and 1,500 knights. Raymond d'Agilles, chaplain to the Count of Toulouse, reduces still further to 12,000 the number of foot capable of bearing arms, and that of the knights to 12 or 1,300. This weak army was destitute of commissariat and the engines necessary for such a siege. Before long it was a prey to the horrors of thirst. The neighborhood of Jerusalem, says William of Tyre, is arid, and it is only at a considerable distance that there are to be found rivulets, fountains, or wells of fresh water. Even these springs had been filled up by the enemy a little before the arrival of our troops. The Crusaders issued from the camp secretly and in small detachments to look for water in all directions, and just when they believed they had found some hidden trickle, they saw themselves surrounded by a multitude of folks engaged in the same search. Disputes forthwith arose amongst them, and they frequently came to blows. Horses, mules, asses, and cattle of all kinds, consumed by heat and thirst, fell down and died, and their carcasses left here and there about the camp tainted the air with a pestilential smell. Wood, iron, and all the materials needful for the construction of siege machinery were as much to seek as water, but a warlike and pious spirit made head against all. Trees were felled at a great distance from Jerusalem, and scaling towers were roughly constructed, as well as engines for hurling the stones which were with difficulty brought up within reach of the city. All ye who read this, says Raymond d'Agilles, think not that it was light labor. It was nigh a mile from the spot where the engines, all dismounted, had to be transported, to that where they were remounted. The knights protected against the sallies of the besieged the workmen employed upon this work. One day Tancred had gone alone to pray on the Mount of Olives and to gaze upon the holy city, when 5 Mussulmans sallied forth and went to attack him. He killed 3 of them, and the other 2 took to flight. There was at one point of the city ramparts a ravine which had to be filled up to make an approach, and the Count of Toulouse had proclamation made that he would give a denier to every one who would go and throw 3 stones into it. In 3 days the ravine was filled up. After 4 weeks of labor and preparation, the council of princes fixed a day for delivering the assault, but as there had been quarrels between several of the chiefs, and, notably, between the Count of Toulouse and Tancred, it was resolved that before the grand attack they should all be reconciled at a general supplication, with solemn ceremonies for divine aid. After a strict fast, all the Crusaders went forth armed from their quarters, and, preceded by their priests, barefooted and chanting psalms, they moved in slow procession round Jerusalem, halting at all places hallowed by some fact in sacred history, listening to the discourses of their priests, and raising eyes full of wrath at hearing the scoffs addressed to them by the Saracens, and seeing the insults heaped upon certain crosses they had set up, and upon all the symbols of the Christian faith. "Ye see," cried Peter the Hermit, "ye hear the threats and blasphemies of the enemies of God. Now this I swear to you by your faith, this I swear to you by the arms ye carry. Today these infidels be still full of pride and insolence, but tomorrow they shall be frozen with fear. Those mosques, which tower over Christian ruins, shall serve for temples to the true God, and Jerusalem shall hear no longer aught but the praises of the Lord." The shouts of the whole Christian army responded to the hopes of the apostle of the crusade, and the crusaders returned to their quarters repeating the words of the prophet Isaiah, "So shall they fear the name of the Lord from the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun." On the 14th of July, 1099, at daybreak, the assault began at divers points, and next day, Friday, the 15th of July, at 3 in the afternoon, exactly at the hour at which, according to Holy Writ, Jesus Christ had yielded up the ghost, saying, "Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit," Jerusalem was completely in the hands of the Crusaders. We have no heart to dwell on the massacres which accompanied the victory so clearly purchased by the conquerors. The historians, Latin or Oriental, set down at 70,000 the number of Mussulmans massacred on the ramparts, in the mosques, in the streets, underground, and wherever they had attempted to find a refuge, a number exceeding that of the armed inhabitants in the garrison of the city. Battle madness, thirst for vengeance, ferocity, brutality, greed, and every hateful passion were satiated without scruple, in the name of their holy cause. When they were weary of slaughter, orders were given, says Robert the monk, to those of the Saracens who remained alive and were reserved for slavery, to clean the city, remove from it the dead, and purify it from all traces of such fearful carnage. They promptly obeyed, removed with tears the dead, erected outside the gates dead houses fashioned like citadels or defensive buildings, collected in baskets dissevered limbs, carried them away, and washed off the blood that stained the floors of temples and houses. 8 or 10 days after the capture of Jerusalem, the Crusader chiefs assembled to deliberate upon the election of a king of their prize. There were several who were suggested for it, and might have pretended to it. Robert Shorthose, Duke of Normandy, gave an absolute refusal, liking better, says an English chronicler, to give himself up to repose and indolence in Normandy than to serve as a soldier the King of Kings, for which God never forgave him. Raymond, Count of Toulouse, was already advanced in years, and declared that he would have a horror of bearing the name of King of Jerusalem, but that he would give his consent to the election of any one else. Tancred was, and wished to be, only the first of knights. Godfrey de Bouillon the more easily united votes in that he did not seek them. He was valiant, discreet, worthy, and modest, and his own servants, being privately sounded, testified to his possession of the virtues which are put in practice without any show. He was elected King of Jerusalem, and he accepted the burden, whilst refusing the insignia. "I will never wear a crown of gold," he said, "in the place where the Savior of the world was crowned with thorns," and he assumed only the title of Defender and Baron of the Holy Sepulchre. It is a common belief amongst historians that after the capture of Jerusalem and the election of her king, Peter the Hermit entirely disappeared from history. It is true that he no longer played an active part, and that, on returning to Europe, he went into retirement near Huy, in the diocese of Liege, where he founded a monastery, and where he died on the 11th of July, 1115. But William of Tyre bears witness that Peter's contemporaries were not ungrateful to him, and did not forget him when he had done his work. "The faithful," says he, "dwellers at Jerusalem, who 4 or 5 years before had seen the venerable Peter there, recognizing at that time in the same city him to whom the patriarch had committed letters invoking the aid of the princes of the West, bent the knee before him, and offered him their respects in all humility. They recalled to mind the circumstances of his first voyage, and they praised the Lord, who had endowed him with effectual power of speech, and with strength to rouse up nations and kings to bear so many and such long toils for love of the name of Christ. Both in private and in public all the faithful at Jerusalem exerted themselves to render to Peter the Hermit the highest honors, and attributed to him alone, after God, their happiness in having escaped from the hard servitude under which they had been for so many years groaning, and in seeing the Holy City recovering her ancient freedom. End of chapter 16. End of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 1, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black.